This portfolio, I think, consists of many different factors. Let me just list off a couple I think are really important. This is classic OECD, the first one, I'm just warning you. We need better numbers. We need an evidence base. Oh my goodness, so much of this is driven by hype, Mr. Musk, amongst others, anecdotes, and zealots at one end of the continuum or the others. We need some better data. A recent, really recent, like last week, report came out that shows the diffusion of AI across businesses is somewhere between 7 and 10% and heavily skewed towards the large businesses and a few startups. I think this is important to keep in mind, and we show no productivity impact currently, which to me means they're still trying to figure it out, which doesn't surprise me. Now, this raises the question, how fast do we really need to go, given that it's still at a very embryonic stage? Now, referring to the suite of policies, I think they can include things such as industry standards, self-regulation, sandboxes. We're seeing some very clever applications, to real regulations, but I think need to be followed up with then evaluation frameworks. Did the policy hit the target? Were there unintended effects that we didn't anticipate? Now, if you go into our AI observatory at OECD.ai, you'll see that there's a common approach actually beginning to emerge between the EU, Singapore, Israel, China, and the United States, particularly in this new AI risk framework. Now, I think this common approach provides us with a window of opportunity to try to get alignment internationally, which I think is important, and I hope the OECD can help bridge this like-mindedness across at least our member countries, which straddle European, the American, and the Asian continents. Okay. Okay. And we're trying to do this with 4 different ways, and I think this will set up some of the conversation, hopefully. First is classifying AI. What do we mean by AI in different cases? Second is assessing risk. Third is treating and addressing this risk. And fourth, which is really where the EU AI Act is governing AI risk in general. Let me briefly describe each of these. Classifying AI risk. We need a common language and vocabulary for AI and surrounding policies. We've developed a classification scheme, you can find it pretty easily, that uses 4 components. The first is, what's the economic task at hand? Is it automated vehicles or is it just directing you on maps? They're very different. Second is, what's the data being used for the AI to train the AI system? Third, what's the type of AI model? It's much different if it's supervised or reinforcement or an open source model. And last but not least, what's the output of the model? Is it a recommendation for a film or a recommendation for surgery? They're very different in terms of the risk profile. Now, the scheme is partially used by the EU, as I understand it, more by the NIST, and we're hoping to refine it so that it can be used by the majority, at least our member countries. Work is also underway to assess risk from a variety of stakeholders, the Commission, CEN Electric, NIST, ISO, IEEE, and Council of Europe. And then last, where I want to end up is the threats to address risk. Here we need some practical tools to help firms implement this, such as how to begin to detect and remove bias, how to test the security of different AI systems. And then last is about going to governing the risk. And we've seen a number of legislative proposals. Those will be discussed in a second. I won't go into them. The EU is the most prominent. We're seeing things emerge in the US slowly, China and Brazil. And we've seen the application of this to existing policies, which I think is very important. AI in the workplace, AI in product liability, and so forth. And beyond legislation, we've begun to look at this technical standards and sandboxes, such as we heard last night about UK with FinTech and what's going on in Singapore, which I recommended to you, as well as Spain, Finland, and the European Commission itself. Now, let me just end. We need this evidence to look at risk, which is, I think, the best way to look at AI from a risk management approach. But to do this, we need to begin to collect data on actual AI incidents so we can recalibrate this model as it goes forward. And we've begun to do that at the OECD. Let me end by congratulating the EU for its leadership and its initiative. It has sparked a debate at our table, which we very much welcome. Likewise, I think, like the OECD AI principles, it's still at a more aspirational stage, which is great. And it's at the beginning, not the end. Get ready for a long trip. It's discussed yesterday. I think we need to work together on how to provide guidance for implementation, and we stand ready to help. Thank you very much.
Please. Many thanks, dear Andy, for your inspirational keynote at 9:30. It's really, you made it great, and think we continue immediately with first of all, thank you not only for your dedicated work in the field of AI, but also in the field of open data, what matters to us very, very much. Now we continue the discussion with Jason Chumtong, our expert, AI expert in our foundation. Jason has a great guest and one lady, and I'm really looking forward to your discussion. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the European Data Summit 2020. As Pencho said, my name is Jason Chumtong. I'm the policy advisor on artificial intelligence here at the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and I have the pleasure to guide through this section. So if I may ask our distinguished guests to sit on the panel, and then we can start. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. This is all choreographed here. Since time is our enemy, as always, I'm going to make it really quick, introduce briefly our guest, and then they can jump into the inputs, and basically structured as yesterday. So right to me, we have Mr. Andreas Hartl, who works for the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Actions, and since October this year, if I'm correct, you are head of division for telecommunications and media industry. Before that, head of division AI, blockchain, and data. Perfect. Thanks for coming. Then next to Mr. Hartl, we have Merle. Good morning. She is responsible for artificial intelligence and digitalization at Bitkom. Nice to have you. Next to her, who is not from Berlin, I think our very first guest next to Andrew. He is from Darmstadt, or lives in Darmstadt. And we have Chris Shishak, who is a technology fellow at the ICCL. That's the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. And he is there a technology fellow who is dealing with algorithmic decision-making, data rights, and privacy. Thanks for coming. Then we have Kai Zenner, who is not only a dear friend of mine, but also, and this is more important, head of the office and also the digital policy advisor to Axel Voss, member of the European Parliament. And let's jump right into it. Mr. Hartl, if I may ask you to start with your input.
Thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I'm really glad that my ministry gave me the opportunity to go on this panel since I'm still very dedicated to the issue, although, as you mentioned, my new portfolio. So, and thank you, Andy. You again made clear why I really enjoyed very much to contribute to the OECD work, you know, because when I established the new division for AI. In the beginning, it was really very much about a strategy. Why are we not so good in AI in Germany, in Europe? And my task was, in a way, to keep the fire burning. You know, the fire of innovation. That we have more competitive companies in Germany. We set up a strategy. We work very much on how to facilitate support to SMEs. As you mentioned, it still in a way is even a problem for large companies, even more for SMEs. So this really is a policy issue. And then, of course, we also had to work on how, in a way, to manage this fire, so that we don't have like a catastrophe with this fire of innovation. And we are talking a lot about regulation. And as you said, Annie, it's the balance of regulation and innovation. which at least we in Europe need maybe more than on the other side of the Atlantic. But this still is the policy issue, to have a balance, not, as I put yesterday, does Europe want to be relevant as a regulator or an innovator? No, we need both. Because of our democratic values we share with the US and other member states of the OECD. So, and I think we have to keep the balance when we're talking about regulation. In principle, we support the approach of the European Commission to have a risk-oriented, a risk-based approach. But of course, it comes down to the nitty-gritty stuff. What exactly is high risk? As you said, in the OECD, we are discussing about this classification scheme, and some member states introduced this issue into the deliberations in the Council. And I think it was, in a way, introduced in Article 6, Para 3 of the compromise text of the Czech presidency. The German government could not settle on this issue, but we see a lot of improvement in when it comes to the new proposal for the AI definition, which we think, according to the presidency text, is even more close to the OECD definition. So we think that we achieved a lot of improvement. And maybe last issue for my input. I think what is very important to find this balance, to keep the fire burning, but to manage it, is regulatory sandboxes. Because as you said, anticipatory regulation, there's a risk of error. And the risk of error is a risk of costs for companies. So maybe this can be in a way mitigated or be controlled by sandboxes. And we worked a lot on the provisions for sandboxes in the AI Act, thanks to the colleagues in my ministry, thanks to colleagues from Spain, the Netherlands, Denmark. What for us was very important is that the authorities in charge of a sandbox are not only supervising it, but they need to support it and the actual goals of the AI systems. Maybe this as a starter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you also very much for having me. Maybe, yeah, continuing, I was really happy about the numbers you said, because they line up with what we got. We did a study on how much or how many companies are actually using AI in Germany, and we got 9%. So that's really a long way to go until we really have AI diffused in our economy. And I think that kind of reflects how we're discussing the AI Act already, because for many companies, of course, it's already relevant, but for many more, it's only becoming relevant in the coming years. So that's a big challenge really regarding anticipatory regulation. What I can agree on, we generally welcome a risk-based approach. However, when looking at innovation, maybe the most important factor for companies, or at least in my perception, is when I'm talking to people who need to then really operationalize the requirements, they need to know how. And this is the big challenge. That's why our jobs probably are safe for some more time, because this translation between high-level principles, now maybe in some form also written in the AI Act, but still very high level, need to be somehow implemented on a technical level. And that's really a big challenge. And then guiding the process of standardization, for example, driven by industry, that makes this translation possible in an effective and efficient manner. I think one of the big tasks we have in front of us, right now, building on the foundations we already have laid with the AI Act. Also, I think we'll discuss a little more what's still to do regarding the text, but maybe on what we are looking forward to more or less over the next few years.
Thank you. Chris?
Yep. Listening to Andrew, I think there's something from 48 years ago that came to my mind. So I think there was this flight flying from Indiana to Washington, D.C., Dallas. I think this was actually 1st December, 48 years ago. And it crashed into Mount Weather because of a low approach. There was a lot of finger pointing going on. But there were some very interesting outcomes for the world of aviation safety, one of which was what we today, I think, known as Aviation Safety Reporting System. And the reason I'm mentioning this is Andrew mentioned we need to have data on AI incidents, right? And one thing that this aviation safety database does is not only report like incidents after it's occurred, but also what is known as near misses. Why is that important? 6 weeks before the crash on 1st December, there was a United Airlines which just missed the same mountain. And this was reported within United Airlines. The message was passed on to all the pilots in United Airlines, but the other airlines did not know about it. And I think that there are lessons for us in the domain of AI we can learn here. That I think the EU Act, potentially, but also OECD, can set up something like an independent database, which could be referred to by the regulators. Because you don't want regulators running these databases, because then there's a conflict of interest, right? But you can learn lessons from these. You can prevent incidents, and in some sense, for small companies, you have the possibility for learning about potential incidents in your system if you're working on similar domains, right? So that's just to get the conversation starting as an additional thing to think about.
Yeah, also from my side, thank you very much for inviting me. And it was 3 amazing introductions. So I'm trying to focus more on the international sphere in my first statement. So the first reaction in Brussels when the Commission was proposing the AI Act was a lot of support, but also many people were really shocked by certain, let's say, for example, high-risk obligations that they were coming out of the blue and so on, which is completely nonsense. As we heard before, the AI Act, and there I defend it very much, is really based on a long discussion or a long history of discussion at OECD, at UNESCO, Council of Europe. We have the ITU, we have ISO, we have IEEE, exactly. We have all those international formats and platforms, and also the Bundestag. My colleague is, I think, sitting here somewhere, was working in this commission on this topic, and we had also the high-level expert group in Brussels, and basically those core concepts like explainability, transparency, human oversight, you can find them everywhere. So it's really, the AI Act is really based on a bedrock of long discussions, experience, and so on. So nothing new from that. Where we as EPP group had from the beginning problems, and it was actually my boss who was one of the first who said it quite strongly in a LIBE committee meeting, mixing fundamental rights with product safety. And Merle and I talked also quite a lot about it, because this is really where all the problems starting. Because let's say this vision that you can create a silver bullet in the AI Act, so for example, Article 14 on human oversight, that is then applicable to every sector, to every application. This creates problems because, for example, one high-risk AI system in the health sector should have maybe human oversight, but an unbiased data set is maybe even harmful because we need a biased data set. So just taking this example, it doesn't really always make sense to have those horizontal obligations that are, again, as I said, applicable to every and each use case of AI in the same way. But there, I would say the AI Act really has the biggest problem. And now, unfortunately, what is happening, especially in the Parliament, the Council, I would say, did quite good work in general. But in the Parliament, the big problem on top of what I just said is that yes, we are coming from OECD framework and also taking into account the good work of all those platforms that I mentioned. But the European Union is always convinced, and especially the parliaments, that we can do better. And this is one discussion we just have. We had a short talk about it, the AI definition, for example, at the moment. Many MEPs in the European Parliament think that even though they don't know anything about AI, they are not specialists in AI, they can come up with a better definition than 50 experts who were talking about it for 10 years in OECD. And this is something that I think could, in addition to the other points that I made, be extremely harmful, because if we really want to have a Brussels II effect, so something similar like the GDPR, that it's then being implemented also, similarly implemented in Japan, in Brazil, in other countries that have maybe similar legal systems than ours, we will never manage that if we are now going away from those core agreements that we found on an international level. So those two risks I wanted to highlight, and yeah, otherwise I really agree with a lot what was said.
Thank you very much, Kai. Agreement is nice. Of course, controversial would be better for a lively discussion. Andrew, I saw you writing down a lot of notes. Would you like to jump in with a response?
I've already talked a fair amount.
All right.
So
okay.
thanks. But no, I'm just taking note. It's my habit, I'm afraid.
It's a good habit, though. Perfect. Then I would like to address my first question to Andreas Hartl. As the name of our, where is it now? Name of our panel already hints at, the AI Act can be seen as a straitjacket. Straitjacket may have a bad reputation, but also can be quite useful to protect the person who's wearing it, but also bystanders. So from a governmental perspective, does the AI Act in its current state protect Europe? Does it protect Germans from harm made by AI?
That's an excellent question. Maybe quickly, I would like to start with thanking the Czech presidency with really an excellent job. You know, when they said we want to reach a general approach, I was like, yeah, sure, they have to say this, but they really meant it and they achieved it. And really, I salute and congratulate the Czech presidency, a very professional job. Now, and maybe just to take up the remark from Chris, if I understood you correctly, just to let you know that in the OECD Working Party AI governance, we just discussed in the November meeting even something like a real-time incident tracker. It's an AI model, so we are already in inference, but of course it's still being trained. It scans mainstream media, I think 160, 180 languages worldwide. Of course, a lot of work to really train it, but I think this is a first step to have incidents located or visible for the policy discussion. As Andrew said, we need more data, that's for sure. So, and what I really like to see is that Singapore, Elam Tabassi from NIST, United States, and the European Commission said we would like to work together under the OECD umbrella on this, because we have some provisions in the AI Act on incident reporting, 64, 65, something like this. So maybe just to mention this.
May I just quickly respond just to this thing? I think I completely agree with the kind of incident reporting you're mentioning, but my concern is often the media is from the outside. They can only do a limited job, but a lot of the incidents happen and people inside, learn about it, right? And that's where you need to give, for instance, employees in some of these companies some confidentiality so that they can give information. It's blameless, right? You don't want to tell companies, oh, you had this incident and we're going to immediately come after you. No, no, no. You're actually helping us create a more safer environment to deploy AI systems. And that's the kind of thing we also, an additional layer we need, right? Because it's, from media, we do get a lot of information, but it's limited, right?
No, that's a very good point. I think the AI Act says that there needs to be a monitoring by the provider and the user after entry into market, after so when you use it in the real world. So and you're absolutely right. This is very important. Just quickly on the straitjacket. So I mean, one answer could be, well, if the straitjacket fits, it fits, but I would not like to talk about a straitjacket. I would like to talk about something maybe like a jumper, I think is the English word, where you can jump around and have fun. But in a way, you have some protective gear. You have some protective gear to especially maybe also protect other people on the same pitch. So now, seriously, I think, as I said, we need the balance of innovation, incentives for innovation, but of course also the balance of mitigating risks, managing risks, and even prohibiting things we just do not want. But then it comes down to the detail, what really should be regarded high risk, and which should not be regarded high risk, but yeah, again, I would not talk about straitjackets. Maybe you do, Berle, but I don't know.
To keep with the metaphor, yeah, maybe it's maybe I can jump on what Kai already started on, and maybe keeping with the metaphor, it's maybe not fitting as well as it could already, because we have this exactly horizontal approach on AI regulation, which can be maybe discussed about in general, but we have the AI Act now, which is horizontal, so we have to work with that. But for some sectors which are already highly regulated, medical product, for example, also machinery regulation, where we already, parts already have kind of AI regulation, there really the jacket is not fitting already, because we have incoherent, for example, definitions in these two regulations. Questions are arising on, okay, which one is the one that is relevant for me now? How do I integrate maybe conformity assessments, which I don't know, requirement is the higher level or more efficient or better fitting right now. So it's really in the details that the jacket needs to fit very well in order to achieve its purpose with effort that is reasonably, because of course the aims are clear, and I think can also be very well achieved, but the question is how well they can be achieved. Right. And that's very much in the details, and that's why the discussion is already going on and will go on for so long.
Andrew,
just to really kill a metaphor, I'm hopeful that this instance database is just beginning. So we're starting with the easy, low-hanging fruit of freely available data that we're trying to train this model on. And then I completely agree. We should then encourage others to do self-reporting and so forth. But the idea is to have an open source database for everyone, okay? But so maybe that can tailor the straitjacket a bit so it fits better, because over time, you're going to learn what is a high risk and maybe that wasn't as high as you thought, and what was a low risk that maybe you should elevate.
Kai, you wanted to add something?
I would basically replace straitjacket with another metaphor. So I would say, especially now in the parliament, we are really at a crossroad, let's say, because what we are currently seeing it can go terribly wrong, but it can also work. Merle was also mentioning already a few points. I would at the moment say 4 things are really important. One of them I said already, the high-risk obligations, they need to make sense. We cannot allow legal overlaps with, for example, medical device regulation, the classic example, and so on. And we need to find a way, what I said already in my first point, to make it fit for different application, different contexts, and so on and so on. Then another big issue in the parliament, especially in the council, was also fighting there a little bit. We need to, in our view as EPP, CDU, we really need to have a kind of narrow scope, because we see the whole justification for now Lex Specialis AI when it comes, we've said always machine learning, deep learning. Let's say it differently, maybe if there is a black box or if there is an evolving system, because otherwise, I very often agree with Merle, there is already existing legislation. Symbolic AI systems, so the so-called first wave of AI expert systems, there it's clear the expert coded something because of this code or this rule. The AI system behaved in a different way, and then there was, for example, a harm that happened. But then you don't need a transparency article 13, you don't need Article 14, because it's quite clear where the harm is coming from or why it was caused. The third point would be, and I think there it's really, it was already mentioned, we really need to hope that it's better than what happened with GDPR. We need guidance, we need standards that are there on time and so on, because compliance will be really, really difficult. It was said already a lot of times, and especially we want with that to promote AI in the European Union. But compliance, when I speak to European champions, they expect 5 million or even more for every AI system in compliance cost right now. So we need some really new concepts to make it easier, to make it cheaper. VDE is working on one quite good concept, I would say. But this really needs to be there. And the last point is then, it was mentioned already, regulatory sandbox, and I would say in general, innovation, a promotion of innovation, and there again, especially helping smaller players. So Bitkom is regularly indicating that, still just over 10% of companies are using AI and so on. And this, I think, should, on top of, let's say, regulating everything, really be much more in the focus. And I hope that the coordinated plan on AI, which was presented besides the AI Act, is really used by member states and by all member states, not just more rich ones like Germany, but also that countries like Bulgaria and so on have enough financial means to do something on that.
Perfect, thanks. Andreas Hartl.
Yeah, thank you. Wanted to take up two issues. So one is, and I see this issue also, that we may have, or surely will have, many legislative acts in place that a company has to comply with for one product. My hope is, and my working theory is that, especially when it comes to high-risk AI, it comes down to the success of the standardization process. When you have a harmonized European norm or any other standard, and you have the medical devices regulation, the AI Act, and so on, all in a way included in one harmonized norm. And I think I would suppose that a developer is not reading legal acts. We as legal experts do that maybe, but I think to them it's more applicable to have a look into the standard, the norm. So, and I think this will be the great challenge to, and I'm really welcome that the Commission is already starting to set some standardization requests to standardization bodies. This can also be international, not only German or European, international. That would be, of course, also great. So I think maybe this can be something like a relief in practice. I don't know, but this is, I think, important. The second issue on standard is sandboxes. Kai, since you mentioned SMEs, I think what we have to bear in mind is, and from an investor perspective, we want SMEs to grow very quickly and to become maybe even a unicorn. And the problem is that if they really accelerate quickly, they may have a privilege, an SME privilege, for 1, maybe 2 years. And this is not so easy for investors to digest, because they say, well, yeah, maybe this works in the sandbox, but not when you mature your business. So, and this is why I think it's important. I'm at the moment not sure if that is reflected in the presidency text, but I think we should not keep the sandbox privilege for SMEs. Every company should have the benefit of it.
Chris and Kai, is that correct? You want to say something, no? Please, Chris.
Well, just wanted to touch on the standards part, because I mean, as you know, the AI Act, but also some of the other regulations from the EU are going in the direction where the regulatory framework is going to be at the higher level, and then the details need to be stitched up at the standard bodies. But there are a couple of things I think we should be careful about. One touches on the culture that Andy mentioned, because if, for instance, we do use international standards, and some of them might actually be directly applicable, but there might be cases where that might not be the case, right? And you might have already seen from recent moves in the European Commission about who can or cannot participate in standard-making process and all of that. There is an indication that they are also aware of this, that we need to be careful when we come up with standards, but also use them as part of the EU Act, for example. Do they actually apply the way we want them to apply from this? So that's one. The second is stakeholder involvement in standard-making process. And you did actually mention that it's important. The whole standard-making process is important, not just what the outcome of the standards are. And if you think of AI systems, they're not just, the requirements in the AI Act is not just about technical aspects, right? There are fundamental rights implications, and hence a lot of effort needs to be put in to bring in stakeholders who are not necessarily technical experts, but can bring in the other perspective. Like, how do these biases, not technical biases, but human biases and all of the biases that come as outcomes as well of these AI systems, how do they apply to different communities? So those kind of stakeholders might also have some useful input to provide there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have 2 remarks basically to both what was said, which is kind of similar. We, and this is really strange for an EPP staffer to say, we are also against the SME exemption. We don't think so. Rules should be applicable to everyone, and therefore we don't believe that this is really the right way, either now when it comes to regulatory sandboxes or when it comes to other parts in the AI Act. But again, what I said about the coordinated plan, I think there, again, it's the task of the member states to really support SMEs financially with guidance. So I think in some of the digital manifestos, how we called it, or digital agendas, and also Bitkom, Digital Europe papers, and so on, there's always this talk about AI trainers by the government and so on. So I think those tools should be used much, much more, because again, there you can solve so many problems. You can solve the risk assessment stuff. You can solve all compliance problems, or at least you can help them to solve it. So I think, again, there, yeah, it's a problem of a lack of funding, let's say, or lack of capacities right now. But I think this would be the much better way than put in some exemptions, because exemptions can be always used as loopholes, and also, again, if you have horizontal rules, they should be applicable to everyone, and logically it doesn't really make sense. And the second point is also about money, because I said already at the very beginning, unfortunately, some people in the European Union, and especially in Brussels, think, okay, we can do better than everywhere else in the world. And unfortunately, there is more and more in Brussels this movement, cross-party movement that is not a big fan of international standardization, international cooperation even, which we find really crazy because these are the main reasons why we are living in such a good place right now. So we are completely against it, and therefore something, now it's becoming very specific, common specifications. It's Article 41, something that many people fight against, also we, because this would be kind of replacing, in certain cases, harmonized standards, which are in Article 40. And the reason is, what Chris was rightfully saying, that in international standardization and also European standardizations and CENELEC, German standardization, DIN, civil society organizations have often a problem to engage, to be involved, and so on. Completely true, we support it, that it's changing. But you should not replace a good working system with something like common specification, where one staffer in the European Commission is then deciding instead of many, many actors in the standardization process. So again, it's about money. Member states need to fund you better and give you the possibilities to participate at international and European standardization processes.
Can I add? Yeah. And maybe on also on the standardization process, it's not that, it's still a lot of interaction also, or close cooperation with the Commission when these standards are drafted. So they still have to be published by the European Commission in a journal in order to be valid for companies to be used. So it's not a process that you let standardizations organizations, that you hand over to them, do the standards for us, and then they're ready to go. It's still a process where checks are in place, and I think that's really important to have in mind when having the standardization discussion regarding the sandboxes. I guess it can be a valid measure to help companies innovate. However, it's regarding in the AI Act, at least, still a little unclear to me what exactly the the benefit is for a company of being part of a sandbox. You get maybe support in applying the regulation, but apart from that, it's to me not totally clear, because you have to comply with all the rules, which makes sense if you have an AI Act, and you also are liable. So you only have to work together with a relevant authority, and I'm not always sure if that makes the process easier or harder. That's maybe also something we have to work on to get the right competencies in the relevant bodies, because again, medical devices, for example, we have notified bodies. People are waiting like 10, 12 months to get their products on the market. So that's really long for an AI system, for a digital product, for example. So regarding sandboxes, it still needs to be, in my view, clarified how exactly they're helping companies innovate.
All right, okay. To stay with this topic, it's a bit more in-depth, but the question directs Andreas Hartl, but maybe Emilio, you also have opinion. Since May last year, we have a law on autonomous driving in Germany, right? There are 5 different levels of autonomous driving, and up to level 4, it is allowed to drive on public roads in the entire country. And by the end of next year, I think we're going to evaluate. So would you argue that this kind of strategy of slowly introducing AI-related rules is better than changing the entire catalog? And what will happen once the AI Act is active? Will they be in conflict together? So how do I put these things together?
Well, being a legal expert, I would say that the European AI Act, of course, derogates the national legislation if there's a conflict between those. I think what was the aim of that national legislation is to allow for these maybe not necessarily approved technologies to have a real life testing So I'm not an expert in that. That was brought up by another ministry, but this is my understanding that, I mean, we're not talking about a mass market already, but it's trying to in a way, set the scene, and of course that industry is very important for the German economy. So, but yeah, I mean, to my understanding, the sector-specific regulation is included by Annex 2 of the Commission proposal, where we have sector-specific requirements from under the new legislative framework. And my information is that the type approval legislation is part of that. So I think what then will happen is that some requirements of the AI Act will also be in force for these sector-specific legislations. But of course, there might be sector-specific requirements on top. So I think the AI Act is trying to and as Kai said, we're talking not about software. We're not talking about code as such. We're talking about artificial intelligence and the specific AI risks that come on top of software as a specific kind of software. And this is why we really support the approach of the Czech presidency that regular software now is clearly excluded, and it's made more clear in the legal text that we're talking about systems that have a tendency to autonomy and at least need some elements of autonomy. I think regular software is already regulated, but we're talking about a specific regulation.
Merle?
Yeah, maybe regarding the autonomous driving example, it's really interesting because it's not, in my understanding, in the AI Act. In that case, they somehow managed to get that out, and we'll have, I think, a specific regulation on that, which is built on the AI Act, so that will be interesting. I'm not a expert on the approach here in Germany regarding autonomous driving, but regarding the stepwise approach, I think that's whether it's explicitly implemented in the AI Act like that or not, it will happen this way for companies. There will not be like day zero where they implement all requirements from the AI Act at once. It will be a process which takes time. So that's why we are also, of course, vouching for longer periods to implement all these requirements, because AI systems are often embedded. They are not often not standalone, but they're embedded in other systems. So you have to adapt already existing processes. You have to see, okay, how it interacts with existing regulations. So it's stepwise anyway. Either, whether it's explicitly defined like that or not. So companies will move slowly towards the target, still moving target right now, but we'll see how long it takes until we're definite.
Thank you. I mean, Chris, we're talking about autonomous driving, or at least the law here. It's not just, an Excel sheet or an AI system which regulates logistics. Isn't it interesting that we have already a set of rules that kind of sets on how human lives are, handled in such cases? Is this something you would say it's still missing when looking at the current AI Act or not? How would you compare it?
So I'm not completely sure. My understanding was that because the motor vehicles regulation is, I think, part of the Annex 2 in the AI Act, so probably autonomous driving vehicles would kind of be captured if cars use AI, but I might be mistaken, so I'm not sure about that.
2B or 2A?
Yeah. So okay, depends. So So that's it. I'm not sure about that. So, but as Andreas mentioned, if it is covered in that, then the AI Act would be the one which will apply, and the national regulations may not. But I mean, you mentioned the cost, but of course, that's not the only thing we are concerned about when you talk about risks with AI systems, right? So human lives, yes, that's one. I think the regulation mentions a few others when we consider serious incidents, which includes infringement of fundamental rights, right? Not just human lives only, but if you don't get a job because of a biased system, not because of any other capability or anything, that's discrimination. So that comes under this as well. So that is considered a serious harm, right? So I think those are also things that we want to capture in the AI Act. And I think there are work that's being done on that, right? So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Kai.
Yeah, I can maybe just follow up. So yes, the Parliament, of course, is very engaged on especially improving fundamental rights protection. Again, coming back to my first point, this is really, it was being made harder by the Commission by mixing fundamental rights with product safety. I'm a fan of the US approach to have an AI Bills of Rights, which would be horizontal for fundamental rights protection, and then a sectorial based maybe on agencies like their approach, which is really going in the sectors. Now, Merle said it already, the train departed. As we all know, better regulation in Brussels, it's impossible even with e-privacy to kill a law, or almost impossible. So now we need to make it work. And yeah, as Chris is saying, we try everything. The Council did already a lot of improvements in Annex 3, in Article 5 also. We will do the same probably because our left-wing political groups, we will have a few more cases listed there than the Council. But I think we are on a good path there, that in the end we will definitely increase fundamental rights protection and really prevent certain outcomes, or at least have some mitigating or redress mechanisms then in place. The only thing where we need to take care, and this is at the moment always the big discussion between EPP, S&D, Greens, Liberals, and so on. If we now, for example, add what the other groups want to do, in Germany we say geschütztes Rechtsgut, so legally protected interest, I think, in English, which so far is just safety, health, and fundamental rights. In the Parliament, many people want to add environment, maybe also democracy, rule of law, which is, as lawyers, difficult to define, right? And we all need to make sure that those legally protected interests are having or are linked to obligations. For example, the risk assessment in Article 9. And my boss is always using an AI vacuumer, which is not really a fitting example. But imagine there you need to make a fundamental rights assessment or a democracy risk assessment. It's a bit difficult. And this, I mean, again, by mixing product safety with fundamental rights, some problems are created. And if we are adding certain use cases to Annex 3 or to Article 5, the prohibitions, we really need to make sure that, yes, it's important to have them there, for example, emotional recognition. Parliament very likely will put it there. I think it's justified. But then we need to make sure that in the whole act, from the scope to risk assessment to the annex, it really makes sense and is then limited to this use case that we would want either to prohibit it or to put in high risk. And this is a little bit the tricky part for the drafters right now in the Parliament.
Right, thank you very much. Oh, Chris, sorry.
Just wanted to just say that I agree with the thing that product safety and fundamental rights sometimes go together, sometimes they don't, but this train that train seems to have left. So let's patch the patient as much as possible.
So I have, let's say, 10 minutes left on the clock. So for those who are interested, can come up with a question from the audience. You can still think about one. Oh, right there. You have a microphone right in front of you. If you press on the big button, there are many buttons.
Okay.
You figure out.
My name is Günther Tauer from the company TBS. You know, everybody was mentioning black box and explainability AI and so on and so. But I was missing a very important point is, you know, to say it a little bit with Bill Clinton, it's the energy. Well, in the legislation or in the future framework, you know, software writing is not at all efficient. You know, doing machine learning takes a lot, the training. And we have to realize that I'm not quite sure that Oracle France was coming out with a prediction that maybe in the year 2040, around 30 to 40% of the electricity is going into the digital business. So we have to take care of it. You know, it's not, we cannot exclude it, the CO2 discussion. Or are you saying it's not interesting?
Please.
It's a very good point, which is highly debated in the parliament. The Conservative Party, of course, was at the beginning rather opposing to any addition to that, which is, again, it's interesting because the OECD had it in the principles. It was one, so harm to society, environment, sustainability, and so on. Those elements were the only elements that the Commission didn't take on board when they drafted the AI Act. They had their reason. It's not really fitting in a lot of parts, but, well, majorities are like they are, and therefore in the parliament there will be a majority to make it fit. And actually I learned it at the Bitkom AI and Data Summit, and also at an European Parliament Summit I think 2 weeks ago, that Salesforce and other companies are already providing rather easy and cheap tools that are measuring it quite good, how much CO2 you are producing, and so on and so on. So I think in the Parliament's final text, we are also working there with the Commission a little bit to find really an user-friendly or developer-friendly approach. We will have something in maybe in Article 15 on accuracy, robustness, or in some other parts where we are talking about energy consumption and so on. And it will also probably be a part of standards and could also be in the sandboxes a point for discussion. So you will see it in the final version there, I'm quite certain, because it's a huge point for the Greens, for the Social Democrats, and so on. And again, we as more skeptical groups also learned that the companies are already providing or developing such tools. And also, I said already, VDE, in their risk assessment scheme that they are producing, it's also part there.
Just very quickly, as Kai just said, this was in our original principles. We saw the issue from up front. I want to toss the ball to Andreas, because he was the chair of this working group that did initial work on this topic, and we just produced a report for COP27 laying out a framework for how we hope to go forward to really rigorously measure this.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a report on AI compute. And I think what we see is that, as you mentioned, when it comes to machine learning, the approach is to put in as many data as you have, and then it's processed a lot. And what the report, to my understanding, says is that you really need to have this in mind and to check if this really is necessary to do. There are many other AI technologies or approaches that can also be used. And in the end, I would also say that from a company perspective, energy costs are rising very quickly, and this, of course, also is an input factor to your product. So I think every company has an incentive to keep the costs low for the product. And maybe the awareness is even rising now, which might also be a good factor. And maybe this could also lead to more hybrid systems of machine learning and expert systems. We really don't know. I mean, we had the same discussions as I was also in charge of blockchain. We had discussions on, prohibiting proof of work, go more for proof of stake. At the end, I think that now seeing that Ethereum switch from proof of work to proof of stake, sometimes the market actually regulates itself, not always, but sometimes. But I think it's really important to have the awareness, and I really hope that the OECD report and the virtual booth at COP22 was important to also contribute to that a lot. We were also actually thinking and I think we still are deliberating on something like a label that could be a voluntary label, so that users of AI products know what the carbon footprint, the electricity footprint of an AI product is. And I think this could also be very important as a tool to the market, as a distinction factor for the suppliers, and hopefully the demand side will take this very serious.
Thank you. I just saw a question over here, and then second there.
Thank you for a fascinating panel. A lot of the debate is about the tension between regulation that we need, but it might stop innovations that companies want to make. I'd like to ask the panel about another risk, which is the innovations that don't happen because the data doesn't exist. And companies use the data that they can find, but there might be things that AI could do in society for which we don't have data. So, for example, we can optimize for a transport system based on existing journeys, but that wouldn't take advantage of the possibilities for a transport system creating journeys that people want to make but can't because there's no public transport or no bike infrastructure. So I wonder if anybody has any thoughts about policy making for those potential innovations, but we don't have the data for it.
Thank you. Second question.
Yeah. So I guess there was a statistic that someone had about a low double-digit number of companies using AI, which seemed reasonable on first thought, but on second thought, I mean, we all use Google Translate or DeepL, so on some superficial level, a lot of people or organizations are probably using a fair amount of AI, which comes to the question of how does AI and AI regulation compose, or if I have an application process and I have foreign applicants and I translate their CVs using DeepL, am I suddenly using an AI-powered process and responsible for the equity questions? Maybe DeepL has an unintentional bias in their translation software, or is that on DeepL's side? Is there sort of a almost like copyleft contamination that happens as soon as an AI component comes into a process, or does that get ring-fenced at the company level? Thank you.
I saw a third question, but can we just answer those first, and then we just jump over to you? Mr. Hartl, I think you want to take that one.
Yeah, maybe just quickly on the data, and you're absolutely right that maybe you can break AI down to computing capacity, data, and of course algorithms. So data is very important. I think there are many political approaches in the arena. As was mentioned, OECD is also trailblazing the work on open government data and data availability as such. I think at the moment we see also a lot of acceleration on EU level. We have the Data Governance Act already in effect. We're currently working on the national implementation. We're currently deliberating in the Council and in the European Parliament the Data Act, which also is aiming at making more data available and to in a way ease the use of data, to make more data available by owners of products, and it's about product-generated data and connected services. So I think that there are many approaches in the room to accelerate it, but at the end of the day, I think what we need, and this is really hard to put in legislation, is I think especially in Germany, we need a shift in the culture of data in a way that it should be more natural to have a feeling about the data you could have in your company and that could be used for your products or your processes. And also to be very open in the public administration. I think there can be a lot more done. And this is maybe also a cultural issue, but this is really hard to regulate.
Perfect. Answer this.
Yeah, maybe I'll continue with the second question. You pinpointed very well, yeah, the compromise the council has found. You already mentioned, I think it's Article 6.3, where they formulate that an high-risk AI system should not only be accessory in its form application. The question is what that exactly means. For example, exactly translating CVs, for example, to make them comparable then without AI. Is that then AI system, a high-risk AI system, because it's used in recruiting? I cannot answer that. They acknowledged the problem and the ambiguity of the form of AI systems and the various ways in which they can be used, and we'll have to see how they'll finally, eventually define that and how that will be implemented.
Thank you. 1 second, Kai, looking at the master ceremony. Can we allow Kai to answer the question, then jump for a very last?
Yes, we can prolong the break a bit.
All right, thank you. Kai, please.
Super. So very shortly, so on the first question, on top of everything that Andreas was already mentioning, there are also the sectorial data spaces that are now included also, especially on vehicles, right? Next year, Q1, I think, and so on. So the Commission is really doing a lot, in our eyes, sometimes a bit too much, but it will be really interesting. It's exciting times, how this in the end will work out. In theory, I think your points that you were mentioning with data generated in the transport sector and so on is really one area that is well addressed in the future, but then completely agree, it really depends a lot on companies, on the end users, let's call our business users, to really change a little bit also the culture, and maybe there is a kind of sign of optimism. COVID, I think, helped a lot, for example, with the video calls and so on, that we became a little bit more digital, and I hope when from the regulatory side there are easier, let's say, rules, and we are kind of promoting it, that then again also companies are following and feeling more secure maybe to use digital tools. And the second question, also just a short follow-up, the European Parliament saw exactly this problem, that often it's not so easy. So we are talking a lot about AI value chain, so that first there are a lot of actors, not only the, I call it always downstream providers, so the one who needs to comply in the end with everything, but there are so-called AI component suppliers, so people who are just providing the data set or just one sensor or whatsoever. And how those are falling under the AI Act is not really clear. The Commission used a very simplistic approach, and we are trying now in the Parliament and also the Council with Article 23A, did there a lot of work to kind of cover a much more complex environment. And the point that you were mentioning is also connected to that or linked to that in many cases several AI systems are working together. So IoT, Internet of Things, for example. And this, again, is maybe not 100% dealt with at the moment by the Commission's proposal, but Council as well as Parliament are very aware and trying to fix this.
Perfect. Thank you for the answer. Sure.
Just want to wrap on the thing that he mentioned about multiple AI systems. And I think to also think about this in the context of risk, that if there are multiple AI systems which are linking together, you might have cumulative risks that you don't foresee with individual AI systems. So just to keep that in mind.
Thanks. So for the third question, can I ask you to direct it to Andrew so that we have a last word by Andrew, and with that one finish the panel?
No problem. It's not a question from my side. Only something to think about. Dominik Luther, I'm representing here today the working group on telematics and autonomous vehicle in Germany. We're more than 9 associations who's working on this issue, and I'm not an expert in AI, but I'm working on all this data topic since a couple of years, and we see the biggest problem that we have in regulation is that the regulation is the most time far behind technical innovations. And for this is something we have to keep in mind. We need to be fast when we talk about security issues. And that's why we, especially for the vehicle sector, for the automotive sector, we want to advise the Commission to say we need a council in place, an automotive council that can react very fast on security issues. We got it already. It's called CERMI since 10 years. It's the security forum, but we need this already for the digital business. So we need to be fast in digital cyber risks or AI risks. And for this, it's needed to have all the stakeholders in place to solve the problem, because cybersecurity depends on the whole value chain. And this is something we see, and where we want to advise the Commission to be in the lead there in such a forum, to be fast in digital cyber risks or whatever. So thank you very much.
You don't want to comment on that one? You're done?
Don't think there's a question there, but it goes to what I started with about more anticipatory or upstream. But as I think the moderator said, that doesn't come without some risks too. I mean, if you move too fast, you could preempt innovations that you might not ever see. Now, in the issue of security, though, and safety, I think you're safe. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Well, we're going to finish here. Thank you all for the really exciting, at least to me, exciting discussion. It was a great pleasure having you here. And Pench, you're going to direct the next
we have
thing.
Anticipatory break, 10 minutes longer. So we continue at 11:10, please. Don't miss Max, because we have really a nice topic to discuss it. Many thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Oshrit. I will be moderating the panel that we'll have right after the keynote. And I would like to introduce Mr. Max Schrems. The pleasure that we have you here. Max will introduce himself, but just as a small note, Max is going to talk about Privacy Shield number 2, whether we have it on the horizon, and I will give the floor to him.
Yep, thanks a lot. I was asked to kind of talk about all of that stuff in 15 minutes, so this is going to be very high level, but maybe a good start. Maybe a bit of a background. I don't know how much everybody's like deeply involved on the case, but the background basically was this kind of American surveillance part that we had after the Snowden disclosures. We all remember kind of demonstrations, drama, Merkel being very upset, the European Parliament being very upset, and everybody being very dramatic. And the thought then was to look into this American law a bit more. The interesting part about that is that for once we actually had an idea how American surveillance looks like. And what's very important with all of that is this is more than 10 years old. So we all know how technology has changed. We know what the Americans did 10 years ago. We can all expect that under the same legal basis, much more is happening today, but we don't know what exactly. So it's usually kind of useful to look at the law and not at practices, because we don't know the practice. What we still know in general is that there's basically the idea of capturing data on the backbone of the internet, and then there's the idea, which they call PRISM, is getting the data right from the providers. Because of the slides, we kind of have a rough idea how this works and that this exists. As a basis and a very much simplified version of how the US law works, this slide may be useful for people that have not dealt with American law before. It's called FISA 702. It also has another kind of section in the law. The one is the Amendment Act, the other one is the actual final law. And what this law says is basically two things. You first of all need an electronic communication service provider. I'm going to get into that in a second, but it's basically your cloud provider, your telco provider, and so on. So it's very important that not every American company falls under these surveillance laws, but only specific sectors. And because that's oftentimes confused. There's oftentimes like you can't send any data to any American company, but it's specific sectors that actually fall under the law. The other thing you need is what they call foreign intelligence information. That's a very broad term, including anything that is relevant for the foreign conduct of the United States. So much more than criminal cases, anything like that. It's very much an espionage conundrum that's in there. What's then classified below that is there is basically a certification for 1 year by this FISA court. And this certification does not there's no adjudication about an individual surveillance situation. They decide over the whole surveillance system for 1 year. So basically the government goes to the court and says, this is how we're going to conduct PRISM surveillance for this year. And then they get a stamp and they're allowed to do this surveillance, not an individual's decision making. So the Americans are oftentimes like, hey, there is a court, it's all like in Europe, but not really, because the individualized decision making is not there. What's a big part of that is that there is what they call minimization and targeting procedures. The whole logic of this law is the following. The interesting part is we're kind of in agreement between the EU and the US that surveillance like that would be a violation of our fundamental rights. The only difference is that Americans take the view, because of the American law, that this only applies to US persons. So the logic of the law is to say, oh, if we violate everybody's rights, let's filter the Americans that do have these rights from all the rest of the world where we don't have to give a fuck. And that is basically what these minimization and targeting procedures do, and that's a big part of what this certification is there for. What you then have is a so-called directive for the service provider, which is kind of the order that you actually have to open up some type of surveillance. From the descriptions that we know, it's got to be something like an API where you can pull the data, but that's not defined in the law anymore. Everything above the API is defined in the law. If you then look at the reality, if I'm like that little Austrian smiley, I would have a contract with Facebook Ireland, my data would go to the Facebook US, and currently Facebook does that under the standard contractual clauses. Now my data would be captured twice, once on the upstream and once on the PRISM. So in upstream you can still get metadata and who is sending stuff to whom, but then the content is usually encrypted by today's standards. These two things are done under FISA. Upstream is also done on Executive Order 12333, and all of that is bit regulated also by an executive order that's called PPD 28 that was now overturned with the new executive order that we're going to talk about in a second. If you go to the European side of all of this, since 1995, there would be a general export prohibition on personal data in the European Union. So if we would actually follow the law that we have since the 90s, we would actually not be allowed to send data abroad, period, unless we have an exemption. The reality is that we just built an internet in absolute ignorance of this principle. We do have derogations for necessary transfer. So if you actually have to send your data, your email abroad, a booking in, I don't know, New York, all that kind of stuff. So after the decision, there was a lot of drama to say, oh, I'm not even allowed to send an email abroad anymore. That's not true. There's derogations for that. But the bigger issue that we actually have is what you could call outsourcing. So whenever you have, it's kind of more convenient or easy to send data abroad. It's actually not really necessary, but it's cheaper, it's more efficient, all that kind of stuff. And what the EU foresees is that in these situations, again, in a simplified version, you expand GDPR rules to non-EU countries, either because these countries follow the law anyways, or because you basically expand it contractually. So you basically say if a party in a third country signs a contract to say I follow more or less the GDPR, then we assume that we can basically see that as a bubble of the European legal bubble again. So if you go back, for example, to the US, that works well. If there is no Data Protection Act in the US, you can have a contract with an American company and share your data back and forth with one of these contractual instruments. SEC's Privacy Shield, BCRs is in reality all contractual. That all works if there's a vacuum in another country. If there's simply no law, you can fill the vacuum with a contract. It makes a lot of sense. Now, the problem with the US is you don't just have a vacuum, you actually have a conflicting surveillance law. So if the European Union says privacy and the US says surveillance, you have an inherent conflict for this company because they have to comply with two different sets of laws that simply require opposite things from them. So if you take anything from this presentation, it's this slide. What we talk about is simply conflict of law situation. We could have the same conflict of law in freedom of speech, in a lot of other topics. In this case, we have it on privacy and surveillance, and that is, I think, why fundamentally a lot of these agreements are going to tank again, because if you can't solve that general conflict, it's very hard to kind of fix the problem somewhere lower. In simple terms, if you have two trains that just collide, it doesn't help to put another piece of paper in between the two trains. The paper is just going to be wrecked as well, and the trains are. So that's kind of why I think these agreements fundamentally have a bit of a problem. Now, current case law by the European Court of Justice, we basically have these two cases that said that there's not just a violation of your proportionality in your fundamental rights, which we had for data retention and so on, but in both cases, they even found a violation of the essence of your fundamental right. That's kind of very telling because the Court of Justice has never found a violation of the essence anywhere else. So they're very, very serious about this topic. And that, even to us, was a surprise. We argued for a violation of the essence because as a lawyer, you just argue 430% to, drive home your 100%. In this case, we're like, oh, we got 150. But that's the case law that we have right now. So we basically have two things that we have to look into if you transfer data abroad. Is the one thing is that you have to be somewhat what they call essentially equivalent with the GDPR, and then you have to also comply with the Charter of Fundamental Rights. How was that then politically kind of implemented? If you look at the Privacy Shield decision, it's very much what we see now. Again, I'm going to get to the current situation later, but it's quite telling. So first of all, we got this logo of the Privacy Shield, but there was no text of the agreement. An American NGO then asked for the text of the agreement, and the answer they got is that the Freedom of Information request was denied because the record that you requested does not exist. So we politically announced an agreement where the text simply didn't exist at the time, and then 2 months later we actually saw the text. And if you then went for the press release of the European Union, for example, the Commission put out that the US authorities assured that there is no indiscriminate or mass surveillance by national security authorities. If you read that closely, you may realize what happened here. They don't say that there is no mass surveillance. They say that American authorities assured that there is no mass surveillance. It's like the Chinese assuring that there is no concentration camps for the Uyghurs. It's wonderful if they assure it, but we just know it's probably a bit different than this assurance. But politically it works. You can just say they assured us, and that's what they did. If you then go into the Privacy Shield decision, in the annex of it on page 4, like some sub-stuff, you actually find a letter where they say that there is collection in bulk for 6 purposes, including combating transnational criminal threats. So their own decision says that there is what they call bulk surveillance, and apparently bulk surveillance is different than mass or indiscriminate surveillance for 6 purposes. And that is where you see that a lot of what we hear publicly and what's in these press releases is just not backed up by the law that's underneath it if you dig a bit deeper. What's super interesting is, for example, combating transnational criminal threats. Sounds interesting, but what this says is you don't need a crime, you just need the threat of a crime. And it has to go across a border. So I usually joke if there's a Mexican walking along the American border with some heroin in his pocket, that is already a threat because you could throw it over and ta-da, you have a transnational crime. If you go to the extreme of what this text would allow for. And that is very far away from what they actually have in the press release. If you go even further in the actual American law that's not annexed, you see that bulk has a little footnote. And if you follow that footnote, they say that actually they only call it bulk surveillance if they actually surveil the whole data in bulk. But if they collect the whole data in bulk to then find the needle in the haystack, it's not bulk surveillance under the definition, even though the whole data is captured and searched through. So if you go from what the press release says down the layers, you realize it's just different in reality. And that is what we see with a lot of these agreements, because it's diplomatic solutions to a problem that then oftentimes end up with stuff like that. For redress, we had this idea that there's got to be an ombudsperson, and I would go to my European Data Protection Authority, they would raise it with the ombudsperson, and you would always get the same answer back. And it was interesting because the answer was already pre-described in the agreement, and it would say that either that it has been investigated, that either the US complied or remedied the situation, but you don't know which one. And they neither confirmed nor denied that there was any kind of surveillance anyways. So that is always going to be your answer, no matter if you were under surveillance, not under surveillance, if there was a violation, no violation, if there was a consequence, something changed, no change, always the same answer. Now, what are the practical consequences of all of that? For the data transfers, we basically, if you look at the outsourcing part, we have a major problem there, and we have to, as a company, really go into that and look deeper. If it's a necessary transfer, as I said, you can still do that. However, if you outsource data to one of these so-called FISA companies or electronic communication service providers, you have a serious issue, because I can't see right now how you can do that legally. There are the options that some of these companies now say, oh, we just have a server in Frankfurt, so everything is fine. The reality is that FISA does not have a geographic limitation. So FISA applies as long as there is what they call possession, custody, control of the data. So as long as, let's say, Microsoft can still access the data in Frankfurt, they have to hand it over. If they do a solution like the Microsoft Germany solution that existed, they could actually say, actually, we don't have the data anymore, it's with some other provider, so we can't give you that data, and thereby tell the NSA to get lost. That is an option, and that would work, but right now the big providers don't do it because it costs them money and it's complicated for them. The other option that's, I think, still relevant is if you transfer data to a non-FISA company. So, for example, you're Lufthansa and you have Lufthansa U.S., and that's not an electronic communication service provider. then you could theoretically transfer data without falling under FISA and you would be good. So there is room why the SEC still makes sense even with the US, but you really have to differentiate in which situation you're in. And we tried to do that at the Court of Justice and we were, I think, rather successful with that. The problem is that with some of these exemptions we proposed to kind of cater for these situations, the legal industry is now trying to kind of flow jumbo jets through these little holes. And that is kind of what we saw in the last 2 years as an outfall. Now back to the new solution, we have this. The idea is that we just keep Privacy Shield as it is and then slap on top what they call a EU-US framework. The announcement is basically that there's going to be this Privacy Shield, as I said, an executive order, a data protection court, and some element of reciprocity, which was not announced originally but is now there, which I actually find very interesting because the US is now starting with the idea of you only going to get these rights if you also grant these rights to us. And that could, in the long run, go towards some kind of no-spy agreement globally among democratic countries to say, okay, we grant each other's kind of citizens' rights as long as the other country does that too. And that could kind of higher the bar for everybody instead of lowering constantly. Now, what is an executive order? It's these wonderful things that Trump signed with his Sharpie. It's basically an internal order of the government. So it's basically the boss telling you to do one thing and not the other. It's not a law that actually has external effect. It's like if I am in a company and my boss tells me to do one thing and not the other, a customer cannot sue me for not following my boss's order. So that's kind of the system of an executive order. Now, they say that in this executive order, they're going to introduce what they call proportionality in the executive order. The problem is that the Court of Justice already found twice that the surveillance system that the US has is not proportionate / even a violation of the essence of fundamental rights. And the US says they're not going to change the surveillance system. So it's very hard to square that you can put in an executive order that this is proportionate, but you also don't change something that the Court of Justice has already found not to be proportionate. So what apparently we're going to see is that they're just going to have an American definition of proportionate that is just going to be somewhere out there in the slides, where basically we're just going to use the same word that is going to be proportionate on both sides of the Atlantic. But the explanatory document already says that there's going to be a different interpretation of the word. And I'm not sure if the Court of Justice is going to be overly excited about this slide, but that's basically probably going to be one of the main arguments. And then the other idea is that instead of this ombudsperson, we're going to replace that with a CLPO, which is basically the same role, but just not in the Commerce Department anymore, but the Justice Department, and they actually would have some powers to actually enforce what they ask for as well, which is an upgrade. But you would also always get the same answer. So the executive order already announces the answer that you're going to get. It's going to be exactly this text. No matter, again, what happened in your case, you would always get this answer. Now, because the Court of Justice asked for a court, we now have a court, which is another executive body, but a more independent executive body with more people on it that will give you, guess what, the same answer a second time around. We even now printed stamps that exactly have the text that you would get. So whatever your situation is, no matter if your case was denied, investigated, not, you would always get that rubber stamp answer back. So we wonder if the Court of Justice is going to be overly happy about that, because you got to think that the Court of Justice also has to look at Poland and Hungary and their compliance with Article 47. And it's going to be very hard to say, oh, we really have sincere issues with Poland and Hungary, unlike some minor issue of their judicial system compared to this. And that's going to be a far way to stretch to say there's going to be an American version of Article 47 and the European one under the same law. I have no clue how the Court of Justice would do that. One very last thing, there is also, just to go through that, there is a issue with the commercial data usage, because under the American Privacy Shield system, you don't have to fully comply with the GDPR principles. So for example, instead of consent or one of the other legal bases, you, for example, only have opt-out. So it could also be a basis to challenge that on that level, that American companies are simply allowed to do much more with the data as if they would be falling under the GDPR. Finally, what's the way forward? So we're going to have this kind of privacy shield with this new executive order slapped on top of it. This whole thing is going to go back to the Court of Justice likely. The timeline for all of that is that companies will still use the SECs. We now got the executive order. End of the year, beginning of next year, there should be the Commission draft decision, the final one, first or second quarter. And then we think we can challenge it probably within weeks. And usually the Court of Justice takes 1.5 years to then make a decision. But under the treaty, there is also an option that they put a stay on the decision to say, we're really not sure if that's legal, and just make it not applicable for the time of the procedure, which could be an interesting thing because they could break free from this endless ping pong, where the Commission just issues more or less the same thing over and over again, and then just waits for a couple of years until the Court of Justice overturns it. Finally, on more of an upbeat note, because usually at NOIP we try to have a solution for each privacy violation, in this case it's a bit hard. I think in the long run what we need is some kind of like a no-spy agreement, something like that, where we say among democratic countries we accept the fundamental principles of probable cause, of a judicial review before there is access to basically wiretapping. That could be an option. And I think that in the long run will need to kind of overcome these issues, even within the European Union, because as an Austrian, for example, I don't have any rights in Germany either if the BND goes after my data. So I think there is room to improve. The second option, top-down, would be that the US just introduces a proper court and actually does review in the individual surveillance cases. Would take about 20 judges, would be much cheaper than the whole craziness that we went through the last 3 years. But right now, the problem for both of that is it would take an act of Congress, and we all know how unlikely acts of Congress are right now, even if it's about, I don't know, the US budget. The in-between solution would be that there is basically an EU entity and some kind of segregation. Again, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm more the fan of the big global big internet. But that could be an in-between solution where there is a European entity that basically holds the data, where there's no right by the American entity to actually regulate that. So for example, a German Aktiengesellschaft would be good enough because you don't have a Weisungsrecht by the shareholder, and thereby you could basically separate that to a certain extent. And that would get it out of the American possession, custody, control limit. So that could be a solution for the meantime. That was a lot. I hope that was still useful for everybody, and thanks, and I think we're moving right into the discussion.
Okay, hello everyone. Before we will have the opportunity to react to these really fascinating slides, I'm in this space exactly, and there were so many things that were erased in me. Anyway, my name is Oshrit, as I said. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel, and I work on a day-to-day as a mix of a lawyer, and I also have a background in information systems. So I'm actually the compliance person who needs to work with regulations or regulatory decisions and translate them into practical controls that goes end-to-end, right? So as as Max just said at the beginning, it was 5% of his time, what you just presented, and for us it became a really, really lion's share of our time. Because just a tiny note, and then I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. In reality, what happens here is that almost every website operator, right, becoming a breach of GDPR. If they're almost, I'm a little bit rough here, because the major cloud providers, we're talking about Amazon, we're talking about Google, we're talking about Microsoft, they're all subject to FISA, right? So in practice, many, many companies need to handle how do we work with Google Analytics, how do we store data, what do we do right now, and migration is a big deal right now. Okay, I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. Of course, feel free to also talk about the unique perspective you bring to today's panel, and also to comment on Max Schrems. Just about the panel topic, we're talking today about the breaking the Brussels taboo in context of GDPR, not only GDPR, Winfried. And yeah, we will jump right next to it, so you can start.
Yeah, thank you for having me here and for the nice introduction. My name is Winfried Feil. I'm working for the Ministry of the Interior. And I was taking part in the negotiations of the GDPR, and this kind of influenced my then life because I'm still into this topic, doing research and scientific work on the GDPR. And right now I am not confident, not responsible for data protection law anymore in the ministry. So all that what I'm saying today about data protection law is not the ministry's position. And of course, most of the questions we are talking today about, there is no official position of the government because it's interpreting the law and it's more law political questions. Right now, I'm responsible for open data and data strategy, which of course is overlapping with data protection law as well. But we have this differentiation. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Pancho and the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation for having me yet again this year. My name is Eline Chivot. I work at the European People's Party at the headquarters in Brussels, and I advise them on digital policy. I had the chance to come here a few times, and I feel like a broken record because I've been sort of saying multiple things about the GDPR over the past 4 or 5 years. But if I may, I wanted to react to the presentation we just heard from you. It's great to meet you in the flesh. Heard a lot about you. It was a very convincing and brilliant demonstration, I have to say. And so even though it's tempting to agree on many of the points you've made, I find it always more fun to be on the contradictory part. And there's also some belief from myself, of course. So I'm just wondering, maybe if you have time to react to my comments. I always wonder, what is your end purpose in the end? Because clearly you're a man with a plan. When we talk about US surveillance, I mean, don't we do the same? Are we also not data-hungry countries when it comes to collecting data for security reasons? And then if the US is not okay for us to work together, then is it okay to work with China? Should we also not look at all our adequacies agreements and revise them? Also, I worry about what industry is saying, that they have no workable solutions, no certainty. As you said, it's probably going to go to court. Yeah. So again, what's going to happen next? I mean, the complexity also of the future agreements we might end up with, and there's also a lot of restrictions happening on data flows and data storage, and this decoupling thing might become a real issue for our competitiveness as well. You can see also rivalry between the US and the EU. I think they've tried to use the APEC agreement to challenge our perspective. And maybe you have some comments on the OECD recently agreed principles on access to data by governments. That could also be maybe a solution or the start to find a common ground. And finally, our values in Europe, we always talk about privacy, privacy, privacy. Are we not forgetting also there are also other important things right now if we want people to pay their bills ultimately and keep our own prosperity and stability, like economic competitiveness? I mean, this is also a matter of security. So just thank you so much for the inspiring speech.
That was a lot. I tried to answer that quickly because I think generally we wanted to debate about other stuff as well.
It's great.
But I think
helped me a lot.
Like all of these points, the good thing as I've heard them a lot, so there's a quick answer to them. I think for the EU, that's absolutely correct. But the argument that's especially peddled from the American side is that you are just as bad as we are. Is not fully accurate if you look at different member states. It's true for Germany, it's true for France, it may be true for Sweden, it used to be true for the UK, but that's about it. Like, I mean, Austria doesn't have a security service. We hardly have a proper police force. And I think that argument is then needs more nuance. I think some member states, that's absolutely accurate. That's also the reason I think this no spy agreement, that was like, the buzzword is probably the wrong word, but like a agreement on how far you can go with espionage, let's put it that way, would make sense also within the EU member states, especially in the interest of free data flow. Because that is to your second point, what about China and Russia? I don't think Russia is usually in the mix. I think I'm just adding that right now. But usually that's the two countries that are mentioned in this argument. The big difference is both of them don't have an adequacy agreement for very good reasons, and we'll probably not have an adequacy decision. Israel does, and Israel is going to be a very interesting case as well. The reality is for all these other adequacy agreements that we have, we never have them in reality on our table. Like, we have about 500 or 600 cases at NOIP that we bring. I don't know a single case where there was an Israeli recipient on an actual app that someone used. So our resources are 5 lawyers, so I have a bit of a hard time to go after Israel on that side. And I think, but it would be a legitimate question, because you probably know more about that, what the powers of the Israeli government are, but I would assume they're rather vast as well. And I think that is for that reason not that relevant. The reality is, if we look at where data is going in Europe, it's 90+% the US, and that's the reason they're top of the list. And that's also the reason, if you look at the American response, once their data went to Huawei or TikTok, the first thing they said is this data has to be localized in the US. We're not going to have our kids' data in China. So it was interesting because once the US was on the other side of this game, there were very strong reactions. When we basically make that argument, they're like, oh, you're kind of weird to do that and you're protectionist and so on. So I think if we, again, it needs more nuance if we go into the details, and then a lot of that makes a bit more sense, I think, than in the original thing. The last point on solutions, that I think is really, really the hot topic. And for us, the problem is we can't have the solutions because the industry has to provide them. I think the simplest solution currently for, again, not 100% of the cases, but probably 80–90% of the situations is a separation of the cloud services. And that is de facto already done. If you now host with Microsoft, AWS, whatever, they're de facto hosted in Europe anyways for latency reasons and all these other technical reasons. The big difference is that they still want to have access from the US to have 24-hour service and so on. And when you talk to the companies, and I have the privilege to be able to talk to very senior management there, but it's always confidential and blah, 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 so I'm not going to go into more detail. But what they usually tell us is there is no enforcement in Europe, our customers are not running away in droves, so it would cost us a couple of million euros to do that, and we would have to have 24-hour service in Ireland instead of having 12 hours here and 12 hours there. And you know, that would really be change and cost money, and it doesn't give us profits, so we're not just going to ignore it. So I think the reality is if we would have had proper enforcement quickly, a lot of these companies would quickly have come up with products that would be compliant and that an average SME could actually use. That's not a solution for social networking for very interconnected situations. But for your average Microsoft 365, whatever, that as a normal company you use, it would 90% solve your problems. Again, not 100%, but a very large amount of this. I hope that was that last point on the OECD. That's exactly, I think, going towards this kind of no spy agreement idea, which I think is super interesting and we will need to have in 10, 20 years. It's just probably not going to be around the corner next year. So for the current situation, I don't think that helps. I hope that tried to answer a lot of questions, and sorry for taking the time.
Can I maybe pick up on the question of the workable solutions and then bridge it into our panel? Currently, the workable solutions in the market are mostly workarounds. When we talk about cloud solutions and we talk about daily tools that any company is using. I can tell you that working with companies, we're dealing a lot of this. Again, it's workarounds because we need to do many settings, resettings on the tool implementation, change the contract to Google Ireland and not Google USA, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just saying that there are many, as Eileen said, it's not really certain. And most of the companies at the end of the day, they don't know if they are compliant at the moment or not. And this is really, really problematic. So you're right in everything that you mentioned in the slide. I totally agree with it. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, those that have to deal with it, it costs a lot. It's shifting focus, it's shifting money, and that's a really problem to the market.
One very simple picture that someone used once, it's like building a whole city in the environmental protection area. And then 5 years later, you realize your building permit was actually void ever since, and now you're trying to somehow save these buildings. And that's kind of what this kind of rendition is doing. And the problem is that from the get-go, already in the old directive, we just basically ignored it. The rule was there ever since. Safe harbor was in 2000. Before, I mean, I was 13 years old at the time. That was already criticized. Like, there is tons of writing about why this is actually not legal. And everybody was very comfortable in just moving on anyways. And now we have back basically the result of that. I know that because the judgments have my name in them and so on, it's very much focused on my face and my person, but it's after all a legal problem and just the judgments of Court of Justice that I think clash with the reality where just the GDPR or the old directive was just ignored very long, and now that takes massive rework. And I understand that that's painful. But it's more than a challenge, I would say.
The tenants.
Yeah, exactly. But that's something that I think we'll have to go through to mature there.
Winfried, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, there was one word you just mentioned, and one term, and it's the term reality. And I would like to broaden the scope a little bit from the EU-US relationship to the GDPR and the enforcement of the GDPR at all. There is a huge gap of law and reality. And the question is if this gap will be closed by reality or will be closed by the law. And if we have such a huge gap between law and reality, this is a problem for the rule of law. It's a problem for citizens and companies who want to obey the law. There are a lot of citizens, clubs, companies, of course, and state authorities that have to obey the same law. And they all, many of them, want to comply with the law, and they are not able to do so because the law is so far away of reality. And if you disagree with that, you would at least maybe agree with me that it is a problem for the rule of law if you do not know who against whom the law is enforced. Because of the broad scope of the GDPR, which applies to, as I said, authorities, sports clubs, citizens, people who have their websites, small and big companies, who applies to actually everyone. No one knows, oh, is the data protection authority, is the data protection authority addressing me? Do they find me? My thesis is no one is able to comply with the GDPR. So it's a big equality, a problem of the rule of law. If some companies are in the focus of the authorities and others are not, by accident or by arbitrariness. In Germany, the authorities have to deal with every complaint. So they are not acting against the big companies. They are acting against people who are taking photos in the street. They are acting about doorbells. They are, and these are not ridiculous. These are not ridiculous cases. One, no? It's a problem of the law. It's a problem of the GDPR. That's my thesis, and that is the Brussels taboo. Of course, the US is a problem, but the GDPR is a problem as well. And the Brussels taboo says we are not allowed to talk about any changes on the GDPR.
Yeah, I think, if I may, because you're mixing 3 or 4 topics in one, but very elegantly. So I think we have a couple of issues. First of all, yes, the GDPR is an omnibus law. That's like a speeding limit that basically applies to everybody. And it's very hard to say because I got a ticket and the other one was speeding too, that's somehow an unfair treatment. We do have a general issue that hardly anybody ever gets a speeding ticket, so the one person that ever gets it feels that it's very unfair. But that is a matter of not enforcing the law properly, and we deal with that at Neub every day. Our whole purpose is to enforce the GDPR, and we literally, especially in Germany, talk to the Landesdatenschutzbeauftragten, where everything is like, yeah, should we politically actually go after this? You know, it's a media company. It would be really bad for us to go after a media company. It's ridiculous, the debates that you have. It's like you're not saying, you know, the building code doesn't apply to media companies or something else doesn't. It's like, it's very, very political. And especially in Germany, the GDPR was overly politicized to make every decision a political debate. And to make every enforcement action overly political. And I think all that we need is a proper enforcement that is neutral, that is just saying, you violated the law, there's a penalty, not the biggest penalty the world has ever seen, but just a penalty that sends out the message that the next one that's going to violate that is going to have a problem too. And that is how we do other law as well. We don't, you know, go after every person 24/7 on speeding, but we have enough speeding cameras in the country to generally make sure that people don't go...
Oh, mass surveillance?
That's not very relevant, I think, as a...
if you want to enforce the speeding limit, 100%, you have complete mass surveillance.
That's exactly
and that is
what
the problem with it.
Right
that's
now.
the problem with the
That's
GDPR.
Exactly what I'm not
it
saying.
Creates mass surveillance by the data protection authorities.
Do you want to hear what I'm saying, or do you want to? Yeah. So what I said is, if we have enough speeding cameras, that means enough points where someone could ever have a penalty. That's exactly not mass surveillance, because there's some room between what we do now and your vision that you just painted. The one thing is an absolute state that knows every violation of any law. We don't want that. No one wants that. We don't have that in tax law in any other part. But enough serious enforcement that the general public follows the law in general, because they have the feeling that that is going to be enforced. And that is missing in a GDPR. And that's largely an enforcement problem and not a GDPR issue. And that is also a problem among member states. If you look at Spain, for example, they pump out a couple of decisions a day with a couple of penalties. So that in general, the Spanish companies realized It's not going to be, I'm not going to be shut down tomorrow, but I'm going to have to pay a penalty if I don't comply. If you then listen to conversations, for example, in Germany, the general, like I'm at a lot of these business conferences, they're literally on their panel and say it doesn't pay off to comply with the law. It's more efficient to ignore it because there's simply no enforcement. And that is very hard if you now talk about the rule of law. Is the rule of law problem there because we don't have enforcement, or because when enough people ignore the law, it becomes a rule of law issue? I see it from the other side. I think like we had at the European Parliament more than 90% agreement and votes for the GDPR. It has a very strong democratic backing. All member states voted for it other than Austria because it wasn't strong enough for them. So it's very hard to then delegitimize it later by saying, oh, if just the whole industry is ignoring it, we have a rule of law issue. And I think that's exactly what happened, and that's extremely problematic.
Can I just pick it up and then give another thought for the further discussion? So just picking up on what you said, there is no fear and there is not enough enforcement. Again, I'm a market industry advocate, and I think there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear about, A, how would GDPR enforcement would look like on me, right? There are so many areas that I might be violating without even knowing. B, I didn't see even one single company knowing to address the question, am I compliant with GDPR? And to me, that's the essence of a problematic regulation. So maybe it's not a matter of black or white, right? Completely not good or definitely amazing, not enough enforcement, but there are gray areas there. And in my opinion, in my essence, and the panel today, is the GDPR, is Brussels come to terms that the GDPR as a regulation has failed. I mean, that's exactly...
How do you define failed? Is failed because enough people criticize it that usually have a very strong interest in it? Is failed because the only interaction that most average citizens have is a cookie banner that is just really bad designed? Because like that's another issue in this discussion is every time a normal citizen interacts with the GDPR, it's in a framework designed by a company. And we looked into that. There's whole companies that think about how to design a cookie banner as badly as possible so that everybody's just so upset about it that they just hit the accept all button anyways. And that then sets a mindset of this regulation being shitty. And I think we need to dive a bit deeper and to just say it failed. I agree with you that the GDPR is absolutely not perfect. If I would have written it, it's probably half as long. Then the next question that I think I want to throw in just really quickly is where did a lot of that one-size-fits-all and exactly these things that I think is absolutely fair criticism come from? It came from the industry. I was there in the negotiations. The whole thing was that we had lobbyists sitting around saying, I'm going to represent all the SMEs. I want to have one-size-fits-all risk-based approach. And I remember I was there being 20-something, said I came from a small business company. My mom had a jewelry shop with 5 people. She wants a newsletter. She's not going to do a risk-based assessment, whatever, blah, 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 being 70-something. But the rationale was this was dominated by the very large companies. They wanted to have unclear regulations. They wanted to have risk-based blah, 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 whatever. And they wanted to have kind of this one-size-fits-all because they knew that way they will get away because they have the legal team to play with all this shit. And I agree 100% that that is really bad for small business, but that especially, I must say, also came out of the EPP. I looked at the amendments, and I kind of know the 3,200 amendments. I read through all of them, and that was really something where I think especially the conservative part in this discussion really didn't serve its base very well and got kind of overtaken by a lot of the big industry. It was lobbying that was done very, very well. And I would be the first one to say, let's fix that in the GDPR. But I think there's this huge, that's kind of the Brussels conundrum, or however you want to call it. There's such fear that we're going to go into a lobby fight, just like we have it with the e-privacy right now, that I think it's going to be very hard politically to ever touch it because of this very irrational decision-making that happened before. And I think that is why politically I think it's going to be hard to touch it again.
Oh, sorry, I just saw Lynn really want to respond.
I just want to jump in, but there are many things to say. I think you touched upon a few things that I wanted to react also to. What does it mean to have effective enforcement? What does it mean to fail? I don't really want to say it failed, but it certainly succeeded in having some impacts it didn't necessarily intend to have. If effective enforcement mean, oh, we're happy because we've been punishing some firms and we're going to measure the success of the GDPR based on how many fines were thrown, I'm not sure that's a good metric. I think it should be also about maybe the awareness, the sense that people have to understand what it is, and I don't think that has worked. I think what is inconvenient to businesses is also inconvenient to users, because I mean, terms and conditions, the forms that you need to fill in to potentially appeal or even act based on your rights or exercise your rights, there's a significant lack of guidance here. So yeah, I think in that sense, there's a lot of improvement that can be made. We always rehash the same issues are about the lack of cooperation between DPAs, potentially the mistrust between them, the lack of technical resources, infrastructure, the outdated information exchange system. At the EPP, Axel Voss, MEP Axel Voss wrote an entire report about all these issues, and there's a pile of them. There's a different interpretations. I mean, valid consent, legitimate interest. There's also, a lot of different interpretations across Europe. So, yeah, I think we can do better, and I think this has to be discussed. But I have to say, sometimes we feel we just keep on repeating it, and in the end, we don't want to touch the GDPR. We want to maybe look at the enforcement issues, but we don't want to tackle it head on, because it's the sacrosanct Brussels effect. And just to finish, I wasn't there when the GDPR really was being drafted, but only since 2018. And at the time, it's true that it was a big tech argument to say we should, we don't want this, we should revise it or something. I don't think it's really something big tech is saying right now.
No, right now not. They're super happy with it. And I think one addition on the solutions basis, I think the idea that the Commission now had is to say we keep the GDPR as it is, just because for political reasons we don't dare to touch it, which in itself is a political problem. Like if politics says we don't dare to touch a law because we're worried we can't withstand the lobbying.
It's also ideology.
But that's a democratic issue. But I think what's interesting in a solution-based approach is to say, can we do more regulations below the GDPR? Because the original argument was there's going to be the umbrella law, the GDPR, and then below that we have e-privacy and now possibly an enforcement regulation. And couldn't we, for example, have an SME regulation underneath it that actually has a proper metric to say, because I would be the first one to say, let's keep the basic principles of the GDPR, the Article 5, 6, and so on. It's got to be there for everybody. It's a fundamental right. We can't change that. But I have no reason why I think we need a privacy policy for a newsletter where if a company really just does the thing that they keep an email address and send me a news, I know what I'm doing here. I don't need text for that. And that is stuff where we could, I think, limit it for the average companies. And that would bring a lot of benefits and would not hinder any kind of privacy problems. And that was exactly where I think the GDPR failed, is to have for example, tier A, B, C companies to say, if you have less than 100,000 data subjects, 90% of this law doesn't apply to you, would make perfect sense. But it was just politically not doable at the time. And that was really interesting, because I would have expected, especially the conservative side, to come in on that, because it's a logical political thing to ask for. But the only suggestions were SME definition of less than 250 employees, which just doesn't make sense in the privacy field, because WhatsApp at the time had 17 employees, so they would fall out of the law. So there was, let's just have proper metrics, but it was politically at the time not doable. And that was really sad, and I think generates a lot of that absolutely valid criticism. But I think we have to think how we can fix it, and also politically in reality fix it. So for example, having this special decision, special versions below it, may be a solution. It's not elegant. As a lawyer, I think it's terrible and
overwhelming.
It's awful, but the reality is it may be an in-between of political reality and solving the problem that's doable without opening the GDPR, which is this, as everybody agrees probably, do not touch topic that may have its political reasons, but not logical reasons, let's put it that way.
I mean, I know that, Winfried, you want to talk about it, also demonstrating this point exactly. We're not opening the GDPR for political reasons, but we somehow acknowledge, and I'm talking we as the regulator, acknowledge that there are some fundamental issues with the GDPR, and we will not open it to fix it, but we will create more regulation. Right? We will do the exact same thing to fix the problem that we started to begin with. So yeah, I will let Winfried talk a little bit more about it, because when I was asking about opening the GDPR or making some fundamental changes or adjustments or modular system, right, that's supposed to be working and reduce level of wording, right, list of requirements. I got some really interesting and overwhelming answer here that there are ways to fix some issues, but by creating even a further list of requirements. So, Winfried, do you want to take this one?
Yeah. In the diagnosis, Max was agreeing actually with us that there are a lot of flaws, but then he said we have to, well, do maybe more regulation on a lower level. And I think this is not the right answer, because the problem is the GDPR. And there are so many flaws you even agreed with. The one-size-fits-all approach, the all-or-nothing approach, the precautionary principle, for example, the overwhelming information obligations. I agree with you, it should not be regulated, the newsletter problem should not be regulated on this level, but it is the GDPR. And everyone has to obey it, and so we are talking about obligations deriving from the GDPR, the GDPR is regulating communication. That is one point I just wanted to add to your comparison to construction law. You cannot regulate communication between people, between companies, and people, between citizens. The same way you regulate construction. You cannot regulate them on the same way you regulate buildings, and the comparison is not justified. So if you regulate communication, you have to use other regulatory strategies. And coming to what you asked, and what I wanted to point out is that right now the Brussels taboo is already broken, not in public debate, but in the upcoming legislation. All these legal acts we are talking about, the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, the Data Governance Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, now the Data Act, all these laws contain data-related rules. Some of them influence the GDPR, some of them actually change the GDPR for certain sectors. Some of them, well, have effects on the interpretation of the GDPR. And what I'm criticizing is that this is happening silently, because all of these legal acts say it's without prejudice to the GDPR. It's without prejudice to the GDPR. I checked it. It's in all of these legal acts. But then the legal acts regulate data processing, data combining, further processing of data, and they regulate further processing and processing of personal data without acknowledging it. And that is not fair, because we should lead the big discussion on the GDPR. Right now, we have sector-specific rules on in the DGA on data altruism, on intermediary services, and on the further processing of personal data that are in the hand of public authorities. In the DMA, we regulate processing of personal data by gatekeepers. In the Digital Services Act, we regulate the processing of personal data of online platforms, of host services platforms, of intermediary services, and of very large online platforms. In the Data Act, we regulate the processing of personal data in the whole environment of Internet of Things. And in the Artificial Intelligence Act, we regulate the processing of personal data when it is AI, when it is used for AI. purposes, when it is used in high-risk systems. So we have a lot of regulation that comes on top of the GDPR. And this is a mess. It's a whole regulatory tsunami that is right now happening. And because all these rules create further burdens, and they come on top of the GDPR without saying, it's without prejudice to the GDPR, which leads to an enormous amount of legal uncertainty. And I just checked the Digital Services Act. Practically in every article, there are data protection problems that are unsolved.
Every time on the national law you say you have to keep a record for tax purposes, there is laws on hundreds of things for record keeping for whatever, that is all generating a legal basis under 6.1b, for example. And so we constantly amend the GDPR in that sense, that there is other law that interacts with it. It's definitely messy because that's just how an opening clause functions. Like, you have to look at your national tax code and then combine it with the GDPR. But that is neither unfair nor in any other way like groundbreaking as presented right now. So I wonder if yeah, definitely. But that's the reality. It's like, tell me all about it. I'm the head of an NGO with 20 people. We have to do from fire regulation to like record keeping of all of our employees and so on. I know all about that. That's 90% of my daily time, and so you don't have to convince me on that. But it's not groundbreaking that there is interaction with new law, and that was always foreseen by the GDPR. It's not going to say that's the last law we'll ever have. Fair enough that there's going to be a new, basis for processing or need for processing in hundreds of regulations. There is case law on, farming and how much their, money that farmers got should be published or not. That all generates a legal basis on the GDPR. To be honest, yes, there's interaction between legal pieces. I know that you have to then look at two laws and look at them with each other. There may be contradiction, but that is not new in law either. Like, literally, that's what you learn in the first year of law school, is how to solve laws that contradict each other. I'm wondering if that is overly specific. I absolutely agree with you that the quality of the GDPR as a law is not perfect or far from perfect. But I didn't draft it, so I'm not here on this panel to defend it. I'm just wondering how much that is an overly specific situation. I think what you try to argue here is what you call the big discussion. And the big discussion, and that's the reason why everybody's worried about that in Brussels, is let's kill the GDPR to a large extent, or somehow put it in half. That is fair enough of an argument, but I wonder if the fact that we now have new law that interacts with the GDPR is any kind of good argument to get to that end point. If I understood you correctly, maybe I didn't.
Yeah, to put it in a nutshell, those legal acts should not say it's without prejudice to the GDPR, because it is with prejudice to the GDPR. Those laws not only give legal basis for processing personal data, they change things even in the far behind in the GDPR. There is risk assessments that have to be done. What about the data protection impact assessment and a new risk assessment that very large online platforms now have to do?
Yeah, but are we going to?
But this is only a small problem. Let me give you a very, very dangerous example. That's a political example as well. It's the Digital Services Act and the regulation on trusted flaggers. Platforms have to allow trusted flaggers to send them illegal content, or content that those trusted flaggers think to be illegal. And the digital services, in a very, very differentiated form, regulates now that those trusted flaggers have to be certified by the state, that the trusted flaggers have to send personal data to online platforms, that the online platforms have to process the personal data that have been sent to them. There are 4 transmission provisions. The online platform has to send those messages, to those notices to the digital services coordinator. The digital services coordinator has to send it to other digital services coordinators.
I can list probably 100 things, like if I go through the Austrian Meldegesetz, I can give you another 100 of these. I don't know if that makes any point here.
No, the problem is, let me come to the point. it's without prejudice to the GDPR. So we are regulating such a huge amount of processing personal data in the communication sector with disregard to the freedom of expression.
But what you're criticizing is this new act now, or the GDPR.
And yeah, I'm criticizing that this is a topic that should not be regulated in such a way when at the same time saying it's without prejudice to the GDPR.
Fair enough, then that one sentence is a problem.
Yeah, but those one sentence is standing above all the legal acts, and that is that is this taboo we are talking about. We are not allowed to talk about how properly to regulate processing of personal data, because we are fearful. We are fearful because of data protection activists like you.
No, I'm to blame for the problem that there's a sentence. You're going very far, but I take the pride. I'm apparently extremely influential.
That's not your fault, of course, but that's the fault of the lawmakers.
Let's be honest.
Let's
be honest. You ever since you were negotiating the GDPR, you never liked it, and now we have another good argument for it. But I'm really trying to find the point here, but I'm having a hard time that if there's new laws that interact with the GDPR, that's the nightmare, and now we have to change the GDPR because some new law has a bad sentence in it.
Just as a context, in the context level, we were talking about acknowledging that the GDPR requires some fundamental changes, but that for political reasons, the regulator acknowledged, but said we will not open it. Yeah, I'm just saying that what Winfried said, which is really interesting in terms of going in the back door. So, Ellen, did you want to respond to it, or? Yeah, I know that there are some audience questions that it would be nice.
I think, I don't know, you both are lawyers, right? Or okay, I'm not. I'm a political scientist by training-ish, and I just want to take a step back real quick, just one sentence, so that maybe we can have some Q&As. Is that the GDPR, the premise is that the very processing of personal data is seen, it's put under constant pressure. And the result of that, like to justify itself, and the result of that we've seen, for instance, during COVID and for health research purposes. I mean, the purpose limitation, data minimization, what kind of impact does it have on our future competitiveness? Often, I struggle to make digital policy relevant to voters in the political party I work for. And why? Because, well, you know, like I said at the beginning, people want to just be able to pay their bill. But in the end, what we're doing now, it matters. It's not just the nitty-gritty that are very important that you guys talked about. But in the end, this is also about how do we make money? And I'm sorry, very sorry, but sometimes it comes down to how much you harness the data wealth that you have. And some of the newest regulations are aiming to improve or accelerate the sharing of data or harness data for innovation, like with the AI Act, with the Data Act. But there are some contradictions there with our ideology from the start. And we're going to have to talk about that at that level as well. So yeah, just...
One sentence, one more thing. The GDPR.
I buckle up.
the GDPR contains 68 obligations for controllers, and they remain untouched. Now, in the Digital Services Act, there is an uncounted amount of new obligations that have to be followed as well. So it's 68 obligations for companies plus X, and there are more upcoming. So what I'm criticizing is the hypertrophy of obligations, which are unenforceable. And that is a problem of the GDPR as well, because the GDPR remains untouched. On top, there come a lot of bureaucratic burdens that have to be followed as well.
Two short observations. First of all, I absolutely agree with you that we have to also think about smart regulation. I think it's not just about harnessing or not. We have to get out of this binary, more or less law is good. We have to think about how to do it reasonable, workable. That's exactly the reasons why I'm the first one to agree that we would have to have like an SME definition in the GDPR that would have worked well. Again, I was really literally banging or like not banging on the doors, but I was literally discussing exactly that with even EPP members at the time, where I was the most unlikely person of anybody to come up to say, do that for small business. But I absolutely agree with you. The problem is, how could we not get that done politically? And that's not for me, that's maybe for your like education more the person to answer the question why politically that was not doable. I think we all agree on that. I think to combine all of that, the realities we will have, like we had 20 or 30 years where digital was just not regulated. Now we're going to have new law because we all move into a digital age. It's realistic, and we're going to have another 1,000 requirements in 10 years or 20 years because we just move into a digital age, and that's just going to be the reality. The question is, how are we going to learn from the GDPR how not to do that, how to do smarter regulation, but that doesn't mean let's criticize it from the ground up and say the whole GDPR is a failure. Let's think about what was done okay, how could we have done it smarter, and apply that to new regulation. I think that would be a path forward that's a bit more productive, maybe.
It's great. We have to wrap up at this question about what we can learn, and by we saying all of us, the regulator, the market, the enforcers, what we can learn from the GDPR are the points that we call them failure. Right? It's a great question for the panel. We will not have time. We can follow up on that. But it was also interesting, and I have to touch about that. The panel just before us about AI regulation, it's a regulation that is still not effective, but it was really interesting to see the same questions about something that is proactive, right? About how do we now release a regulation that takes into account these failures exactly. I really, really hope it will be taken into consideration. Do we have time for one question from the audience? Someone that was really eager? Penchok? Maybe
we had no opportunity for questions from the audience, and that's really sad.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
We won't miss that part. I'm kindly asking you just one sentence, and please be sorry for prolonging the lunch. Vittorio, Johannes, do we have more there? And Sandra. 4. It's okay. Just one sentence, please.
Amazing note.
Competitive advantage. Okay, please, Johannes? No comment? Okay, then we continue with...
Who is making the GDPR? When I'm entering the Ministry of Interior in the morning, I see lobbies and never see SMEs.
Amen. And we had one more reaction, Sandra? And final remarks, please, to you.
I guess it's not about the what, I guess it's about the how, the discussion, but that could be a longer discussion.
One short thing, because I really feel very strongly about this SME question, especially because I witnessed how the GDPR was written. And again, I made my homework in an SME in the back of it. So I know I'm like the privacy activist here, but I absolutely understand that part. And that is also something where politics in Brussels has to open up. We have to actively invite actual SMEs into Brussels. I came that way because a social democrat heard me on the radio and said, hey, that guy actually tried these rights once in his life. Let's get him for a hearing and ask him how that works, not talk to NGOs that have never done that in reality. And that basically is what was absolutely missing in the GDPR discussion is we have these Digital Europe, you name it, that were there that said we represent on the paper 100,000 SMEs. But who was paying for their lobbyists is the big guys. So they flagged themselves as SMEs and then put exactly this stuff in. And it was painful to watch as someone that actually worked in that area and knows that stuff quite well, how exactly that's missing. And in Austria, there is a, last sentence, there is a thing that if you're a company, you have to be a member of the Wirtschaftskammer. It's like a mandatory union, so to say. That was one of the only players I found that actually had a good input in the GDPR, how to do that working well for SMEs. Because their member base and who is paying them is actually average companies. And I think that is especially a problem that we have to bridge from a Brussels perspective, how to get these players in and not just the local lobbyists that sit around in Brussels, because again, one last sentence, it's just so crucial for me. I talked to one of these guys afterwards, after one of these meetings, and said, I know how SMEs are. I grew up in them. How can you make these arguments that one size fits all and risk-based approach is good for SMEs? And he literally told me over a beer, I did farmer lobbying until last week, so we just do that for everything. And they are taking they're put on panels, their input is taken as legitimate input, and it just fucks over SMEs, it doesn't help them. And that is something that I think from a political science perspective is really crucial and interesting how we fix that problem, because it would have fixed a lot of the GDPR issues if we would have listened to the right company people oftentimes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Thank you, everyone, for this very vibrant panel. You want to? Last note of any of you?
Just a second. You have the opportunity also, Aline and Winfried.
Yeah, if you have a last note about these comments.
I don't want to make enemies and stand between you and lunch, but I certainly hope that you keep in mind small and medium companies when you sue the Privacy Shield 2.0, but they are affected by the uncertainty that results from those litigations. So, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I almost feel like we're talking with the GDPR here. It's like, yeah.
Who is doing the law? Well, it's the European Parliament and it's the governments in Brussels, of course. And we talked to everyone. We talked to SMEs as well. We is the ministry who is doing the negotiations on working level. And the interests of SMEs were high on our table. What was missing in the whole negotiation process, that was talking to actually people who are working with data scientists, people who are doing this work, who do not know how laws work, and we are not knowing how actually working with data works. That was a lack we had in this negotiation process. Last sentence, there was a time when the EU was the master of deregulation. Now things have completely changed. Now it's the master of overregulation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
They deserve a bit more. We prolonged the whole agenda for 20 minutes. So the whole program till end 20 minutes later.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. I guess some people are still arriving, but we will go ahead nonetheless. My name is Aline Blankertz. I work at Wikimedia, and my pleasure today is to first introduce Ian and then also lead you through the panel discussion. We will now talk about interoperability, or well, Ian will. And Ian is a consultant in internet regulation, particularly on information security, privacy, and pro-competitive mechanisms. He is a visiting professor at the Center for Technology and Society at the FGV Law School in Rio de Janeiro. And he has held various positions, including at the DCMS in the UK and also as a professor at the Oxford Internet Institute. And we are thrilled to hear your input on interoperability. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Aline. This working okay? Yep, great. I'll try to be relatively quick so we have maximum time for discussion. Okay, quick poll. Put your hand up if you've read about interoperability in digital competition this year. Yes, I thought most people would. It's been one of the big topics in debate about the Digital Markets Act, but more broadly about digital competition reform. So all I will say, just so we're on the same page, you can have deeply technical debates about interoperability, and that was sort of my way into it because I'm a computer scientist. But from a policy perspective, I think it's perfectly legitimate to use a very high-level definition of it, which is simply different systems working together, whether that's within one company. So any of you in particular that are Apple users will know that very well, that one of the selling points of Apple's technology is it works seamlessly between all of their different kinds of devices. And of course, from a competition perspective, between firms, between firms either selling complementary services. Generally, that's in interoperability then is in the interests of a dominant player, because a complementary service will make their own service even more valuable and entrench their position even further. Or more, where I think we'll mainly be talking today, with competitors. Of course, it's not in the interests of a dominant player in general to be interoperable with their competitor, with their direct competitors, so horizontal interoperability competition, people call it sometimes. The DMA, of course, requires this in certain places, and I'll come back to that in a second, but I think it will open up a lot of interesting opportunities for competition in messaging, which is the big topic of argument and debate in the DMA, but in other services as well. So I'll briefly point those out in a second. But I also want, so I've got this logo on the left. The idea of interoperability there is imagine that you could, from Facebook, share content with somebody on Mastodon or on Signal, for example, on different kinds of services that are perhaps focused on privacy more than Meta's products, putting it politely. But on the right, I think an equally interesting example, which hasn't got quite so much coverage, but actually has had much more real-world impact so far, is what's often called open banking. The EU has this to some extent based on the Second Payment Services Directive, but I think many EU member states and the European Central Bank are talking about going further. The UK has actually, Philip Marsden was here yesterday, and I'm sure he mentioned it because Philip was one of the people from the Competition and Markets Authority behind the open banking programme, has been really successful in the UK, getting the 9 largest UK banks to work together to define a software interface, an API, an application programming interface, so that this image is from one of my British banks, Halifax, but from there I can connect my Halifax banking app to my accounts with Barclays, another one of the big providers, and I can use small services. I'll show you some of them later, from a whole array of small fintech providers to do things like help me with my tax return, or to look for credit from small business banks rather than the big bank that perhaps my business has its current account with. And there are over 4 million people in the UK using open banking, so that has been a real success. If you're from a competition background at all, you've probably heard the economic justification for these kind of interoperability requirements. It's that in many digital markets, particularly with communication services like messaging, there are strong network effects, that the value of the service increases for all of its users every time a new user joins. And that frequently leads to, and as we see with a number of digital markets in many EU member states, a tipping towards monopoly, a very strong advantage that a company like Meta has with WhatsApp, for example. I saw a survey that the German Federation of Consumer Organizations did in 2021 that found 84% of their survey respondents primarily used WhatsApp. And another academic study I saw last year, if you remember, there was a lot of controversy because WhatsApp notified all of its users it was changing its privacy policy. And a lot of WhatsApp users at the time said, I would like to leave WhatsApp because of that. But what actually happened was this academic study found of their sample, only 26% of users that wanted to leave WhatsApp found they were able to do so. And less than 0.5% of those users ultimately deleted the app and stopped using WhatsApp, because that's where all their friends, family, colleagues, neighbors, their children's teacher, and so on were. Those network effects are very strong. So there were a number of reviews in 2018, 2019, 2020 in Europe and elsewhere of digital competition. Philip, again, yesterday, was the author of one of them for the UK government. That's known as the Furman Review, after Jason Furman, the chair of the panel. The UK CMA published a market study in 2020 saying much of this. The Stigler Committee in the US, the US House of Representatives Antitrust Subcommittee said this. The 3 special advisors that Commissioner Vestager appointed said this. Basically, interoperability in these digital markets is a way to facilitate competition on the merits of the user experience rather than on the size of the installed base. And the intention in requiring interoperability under certain circumstances from incumbents is to encourage new market entry and vigorous competition. Fiona Scott-Morton, who's a well-known Yale professor of business management and strategy, I think, published a paper last year where she and her colleagues said interoperability was a super tool of digital platform governance, particularly suited to fast-changing digital technology. What's less often discussed, but I think is equally interesting, this event, one of its themes has been sustainability in competition, so non-economic factors in thinking about competition regimes. I think there are a number of other potential social benefits of interoperability requirements in digital markets as well. I'm not going to go through them now, but we can come back to them in the discussion if you like. But I think relating to media pluralism and diversity, I think improved moderation of harmful content. So this is something with what's happening with Twitter, which I'm sure you're all very aware of, is an interesting one. Improved social infrastructure, advertising funded services, which is most digital services these days. Who are they most interested in as customers? Well, of course, people who are attractive to their advertisers. Is that going to leave a whole section of the population underserved by some of these services? Incentives to offer privacy. So we see that with Signal is an interesting example before interoperability requirements, but with messaging, with social networking services, with other services, what if they focus more on privacy for the 25 to 30% of the population that in surveys tends to say privacy is very important to them in making decisions about products and services. And I'll just jump to the last one because I think it's another ongoing debate in Brussels and elsewhere. Digital sovereignty is the fact that, for example, messaging and social networking services largely have already tipped in most of the world to large US providers and, of course, in China to Chinese providers. Does that exclude European and other small businesses around the world from, and we have one on the panel to talk about this, from having a fair chance to compete in those markets. And I'm just going to very briefly point out, I found interesting in a very recent judgment from the General Court of the Court of Justice of the EU in Android, the court highlighted this, which I had not, I've not gone and exhaustively looked through the court's judgments on this topic, but this really caught my eye. The court said Google's anti-competitive practices were basically stopping the development of search services that were designed for people who thought privacy or linguistic features were important. And the court said, we have to protect this ability because it's of small firms to compete on those kind of factors to ensure plurality in a democratic society. I thought that was very interesting. So the DMA, the messaging interoperability article, Article 7, is the one that caused all of the controversy, and we'll come back to that with Carmen and others. But that's only one of many. That's I'm not going to go through these bullet points one by one, but I just wanted to make the point. There's a whole range of interoperability obligations in the DMA. Not only messaging, applying to operating systems, virtual assistants, browsers, app stores, of course, that's been a big area of debate. Things like Apple Pay, that was actually the issue that Commissioner Vestager highlighted when she launched the Commission's proposal for the DMA. European banks and others, of course, are not too happy that Apple can decide who should be able to use the secure payment hardware on iPhones. Real-time data portability, that was an interesting GDPR debate this morning, which I'll refrain from jumping into, but GDPR has a limited form of data portability obligation, has not been a big success to date. The DMA strengthens it and says, the GDPR one, I think more focuses on a one-off customer switch from one provider to another. The DMA goes further and says, okay, customers should be able to have real-time data portability with designated gatekeeper core platform services, which, just to give you an example, someone was asking me about this yesterday, and I thought, this is a nice example, actually. I know someone from DuckDuckGo is here, but I won't put him on the spot. Imagine you're using DuckDuckGo, a competitor search engine to Google. DuckDuckGo is privacy focused, but say that there was so DuckDuckGo is not, as Google is, relentlessly profiling you and trying to target advertising to your inferred interests. But say that, and I'm not saying DuckDuckGo would be interested in this, I'm just using it as an example. Say DuckDuckGo said, okay, one thing that some of our users say to us is, why can't I have more customized search results like I get from Google? And actually, you know, some customers might say, I use Google quite a lot because, you know, I find that as a benefit, even though I would prefer to use this competing service. The DMA, if DuckDuckGo wanted, the DMA would let users say, okay, I'm going to affirmatively consent to DuckDuckGo using the search query history of that user at Google, and for DuckDuckGo to configure the search results, including using that search history. Just to emphasize, that might be something that would make DuckDuckGo horrified, I don't know. But you could imagine all kinds of services that might come out of that data portability requirement. There's another search interoperability requirement on access to anonymized ranking, query, click, and view data. So that would help a small competitor like DuckDuckGo learn about search queries and what people found interesting as results from search queries from very large-scale providers like Google. There are FRAND general conditions of access to app stores, to search, to social networking services. I already mentioned the messaging obligation, and you may, if you were following the DMA, you may know the European Parliament, as well as the messaging interoperability obligation, said that should apply to social networking services as well. But that was something the Council said, no, for various reasons. We can come back to if you like. I don't think good ones, but they would not accept that. But you can see the final bullet point, the Commission by 2026 is supposed to evaluate whether that decision should be reversed, whether actually Article 7 should be extended to social networking services. My final slide, I just wanted to quickly show you, I mentioned open banking. This graph on the left is from a paper that was just published a month or two ago by me, based on some analysis I did last year. I looked at all of the companies in the UK that weren't the big banks that had signed up to use open banking, and what they were offering. You know, so critics might have hypothesized open banking would have had no effect, that nobody would sign up. You can see that's not true because hundreds of firms have signed up, and it's not a trivial sign-up mechanism. They have to be approved by the UK's financial conduct regulator to connect to open banking. Another hypothetical criticism would have been, well, it will be all Me Too innovation. They'll all just offer the same thing. It won't be of benefit to customers. It might actually be a race to the bottom. They might just compete on providing a service cheaply and badly. That is not what happened, interestingly. You can see from the graph on the left, there's a very diverse range of services being offered by these open banking providers. And that was actually the aim of the CMA. It was to stimulate innovation in the personal current account and the small business current account markets in the UK, which otherwise have exhibited a stable oligopoly for many decades. It has not yet generated competition for those services themselves, which is interesting, although I think Revolut is probably now getting to the scale in the UK that it might start to become a competitor to the existing 9 incumbent oligopolists. And then finally on the right, going back to Twitter and Elon Musk's purchase of it, you've probably heard of Mastodon, which is an open source, decentralized, I was going to say version of Twitter. It's much more than that, but one of the things it does is it's a microblogging platform like Twitter. All I will say about it for now is the relevance to interoperability is Twitter is actually already significantly more interoperable than Facebook and a number of its other competitors. So Twitter already has an API that many services use to provide complementary and competitive services to Twitter. So I use an app called Tweetbot. to read Twitter. That's not from Twitter. That's from a competitor company. It doesn't show me adverts. So that's a big quality improvement to me. Twitter, was already allowing that. And one of the things that this greater degree of Twitter interoperability has helped in competition terms. So thank you to Twitter. I'm not sure I want Elon Musk to hear this next bit, but there are tools that use these Twitter APIs to make it easier for Twitter users to switch to Mastodon or to other competitors to Twitter, either entirely, so shut down my Twitter account and move over to Mastodon, or to use both at the same time for a period to see how far people like using this competitor service. So one of these services is called Debirdify. That lets you as a Twitter user find all of the people you follow on Twitter who have put their Mastodon name in their Twitter profile. It will help you sign up to follow them on Mastodon. There's a similar service called Crossposter, where you can configure, okay, I tweet something over here, and then this service will automatically toot it, as Mastodon cutely calls it, and vice versa. So it helps you try both services at the same time. And the graph on the right is just showing all of the different places that the people I happen to follow on Twitter have moved to on Mastodon. Because unlike Twitter and Facebook and other centralized services, Mastodon is decentralized. There are lots of different Mastodon servers with different moderation policies, run by different people, subject to different laws. Some are in Germany, as Vittorio was saying earlier, the GDPR, especially in Germany, with strong enforcement, can be a competitive advantage to businesses, but other servers all around the world. I hope that was brief enough to set up our discussion. I've written a lot more about this if you're interested. Those are 2 studies I published in 2020 about interoperability and competition regulation. I've just published a 3rd one today, which is all about the DMA and the messaging interoperability obligation. So I hope that between them, those might cover some of the greater depth that you might find interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. That was very insightful. And I guess now everybody, if you haven't heard yet how to switch from Twitter to Mastodon, you now know why, including the cybervillains instance. Well, so let's continue with the panel discussion. And to that, I would invite Carmen and Vittorio already to join us on stage. Carmen, do you want to? So let me first introduce to you our additional guests, because Ian, you've known by now. Carmen Lembo, she is Head of Office and Competition Policy Advisor at the Office of Andreas Schwab, who was here already yesterday, and he's member of the European Parliament and rapporteur on the draft Digital Markets Act. Carmen has a legal background. She trained in private practice and worked at the European Commission's DG Comp. Welcome, Carmen. And Vittorio Bertola, he works for Open Exchange. That's a German free software company. And there, Vittorio takes care of technical innovation projects, monitoring and promoting technical developments and standardization efforts. And he also coordinates the company's policy and community activities. He has been active in internet policy since the 90s and was one of the inventors of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, the IGF, which is taking place right now in Addis Ababa. But he spoke there already yesterday remotely, so we're very happy to have him here today. Hi, Vittorio. And, well, now, Pencho called the session Regulating Bottlenecks Without Compromising Privacy. And we want to link back to Ian's presentation, so talk a little bit more about interoperability, and want to start with a little bit of the nitty-gritty of messenger interoperability before kind of looking a little bit more broadly into what interoperability has to offer and where certain trade-offs with including privacy may come up and how to resolve them. So let's start with messenger interoperability. Carmen, you have been very closely involved with the DMA drafting, and also with the interoperability clauses that are now in there. Some external observers were quite surprised to see messenger interoperability, to see that included in the final text. How did it get there? Can you give us a little bit of insight into how this happened?
Okay. Hello, hello everyone. So, the interoperability in the DMA was quite an interesting topic, honestly. At the beginning, the Commission, I mean, as Ian already showed in his slides, it was just 2 paragraphs in an Article 6, F and D, D and F actually. And it was more about vertical interoperability, based on antitrust cases of the past and inspired by ongoing antitrust cases. So we thought it was really a good text. So as a rapporteur, we didn't do anything on this at the beginning. So you can see also our report was nothing on the interoperability. But then, when the negotiations started in the Parliament, interoperability became one of the hot topic, large topic in the Parliament, where we would discuss not just vertical interoperability, but also this horizontal interoperability. We couldn't use vertical and horizontal interoperability, but just to understand. And horizontal interoperability, in particular regarding NICs, so the non-number independent interpersonal NICs for everyone. It's NICs of messaging services that actually is better, and social network. We had 2 paragraphs, so we had 2 paragraphs on this. But for social network, this is, I can also explain to you. For social network, it was really, really difficult, the discussion, honestly. And with this paragraph, we added also at that time, in Article 10, a provision that said the Commission may come up with some standards or technicalities about this within 18 months. This was also one of the reasons because the Council didn't accept. I mean, the Council, first of all, it didn't have a provision on this, and it found it really difficult to comply with this deadline. So what we switched this paragraph with what we had, I mean, with just an assessment by the 2026 about this the interoperability of social network, because at the moment, but then Ian and Vittoria probably they will tell exactly the opposite. At the moment, we didn't thought at the end of the negotiation that it was possible. So we focus on the horizontal interoperability on NICs, and we found very good arguments to bring on this, also in the trilogues, and insist. At the end, we got our article. We had an article on this. So it wasn't me. I did a sort of, I did some slides about how it evolved in the Parliament. It was just 1 paragraph, and we ended up with 2 paragraphs extended with broad scope, and an article, an entire article on this, Article 7. So it was an amazing job. And then also a definition in Article 2 about what is interoperability, because it was really important also to understand. It's actually it's based on the electronic communication code, but it was important to put it inside. And we are really, really happy with the outcome. Now we will see, of course, the implementation, but this is up to the Commission. So this was a little bit the background on this.
So some unexpected results, even for you, in some way.
A lot.
Yeah.
But in general, it was really.
Thank you. Well, I would, given that we have 2 also two people with a technical background here, I would actually like to go a little bit into those technical details, because one of the main criticisms that's kind of being discussed more widely now with regard to messenger interoperability is that it is tricky to implement without reducing the level of encryption that is applied, because basically now messengers use different encryption protocols that usually can't really talk to each other. So if I send something from WhatsApp to iMessage, the kind of what one side encrypts, the other wouldn't be able to decrypt. So then the criticism is, and I think also Signal is quite vocal about this, yeah, people are concerned that encryption will be reduced, privacy will be reduced as a consequence of messenger interoperability. Then others say, well, there are options, and I think the two main ones that are being discussed are bridges between those different protocols that would help basically kind of from messages to go from one encryption protocol to another. And the other is basically to lift the entire messenger communication to a federated protocol, something like MLS, which is being developed. So, Vittorio, I would like to get your view. How do we now, how do we move forward? What's the best way to bring interoperability and privacy together?
Well, you know, interoperability is not this kind of new, weird, utopian principle. Interoperability is actually one of the original principles of the architecture of the internet, and we already have the examples of the original services that were conceived before the big tech existed, like in the 90s, like the web, like email. These are all distributed interoperable services. And for example, the web is end-to-end encrypted. When you open up your browser, you make an HTTPS connection. There is an open protocol and standard through which the browser contacts the website, and they exchange information on which encryption types are supported, and they pick the best one they both support. And then the connection is end-to-end encrypted. And while for messaging, there might be other steps because you need to check the identity of the other person, but this is definitely solvable. As long as we decide that, I mean, the industry decides that we should converge on a single open standard and open protocol and possibly open source implementation of the way to communicate. So the risk is that each gatekeeper will just open up an incompatible proprietary API, and that will be compliant with the letter of the law, but not with the spirit, because actually that would be the way to undermine encryption and to make it impossible to have proper end-to-end encryption. So actually, I think it will be reasonable to expect that the gatekeepers will converge on one of the standards that are already being, I mean, partly already exist and partly are being developed by the international standardization organizations like the IETF. But there's another point which I think is very important and often is forgotten, that, I mean, privacy is not all about encryption. So if I create a very well encrypted channel and I send all my data privately, securely to a company that then monetizes my data, tracks me down, sells my data to advertisers, then I have zero privacy, even if everything is end-to-end encrypted. So interoperability introduces the possibility of choice for the user. And so already by letting the user pick a different app, maybe hosted in Europe under the GDPR, by a company that is not selling you out, or maybe even by a non-profit, so with a different business model, you already have a gain in privacy, which is much more important than the one you have by getting the proper encryption, which you should still get. But so I think that interoperability already gives you more privacy independently from then solving the technical issues around encryption.
Thank you. Well, I guess you probably, as you said, you really want both, right? Encryption and not much data going to, or only the necessary data going to the provider. And Ian, do you agree with Vittorio? And how do you think policymakers, I mean, you've been closely involved with them, what should they do to put this into practice now?
Yes, I agree with Vittorio. And if you look at Article 7, you'll see it actually goes into great detail on this matter. I was slightly dismayed in, I think it was March, when the EU institutions announced they'd reached political agreement on the DMA, and one of the things they said was interoperability. And lots of people who had not been following the DMA jumped up and down and said, oh, the EU wants to break encrypted messaging, which if you had actually read the text, you would see is not the case at all. It sets out several safeguards in the text to say interoperability is not required if it can't be done in a way that protects end-to-end encryption and other aspects of the safety and the integrity and privacy of services. So at a minimum, the gatekeeper companies, the big tech companies that the Commission will designate, is it next year or early 24? Around, next summer, March 24, that's it. Yeah, I imagine, the big 5 tech companies will certainly be designated as gatekeepers because of their size, and they offer core platform services in at least 3 member states with 45 million users and 10,000 business end users is the presumption. I'm pretty sure that WhatsApp and iMessage will be designated individually as services. There are other services as well that would actually meet those tests, but we'll see how far the Commission goes. Basic compliance, as Vittorio said, would be that, say, let's use iMessage for a change as an example. iMessage would have to open up a technical interface, probably an API, to competitors who would have to implement Apple's own encryption, the way Apple uses encryption, the data formats it uses, and so on, in order for the competitors' users to be able to encrypt messages on their own devices and send those end-to-end encrypted all the way through via Apple's servers to an iMessage user. So that is end-to-end encryption. It's from a device I control, it's under my control. The message is encrypted there. It's delivered to Vittorio's phone. He can decrypt it, but nobody on the path between us can see the contents of our message. That's the crux of end-to-end encryption. I also agree with Vittorio that ideally, the big tech companies will converge on an open technical standard. That will reduce costs for their competitors. That is what the DMA is supposed to be about in the end, facilitating market entry. It's a shame that the final DMA does not give the Commission the power to require that by the gatekeepers, but I hope they will find ways to encourage them.
Well, let's be hopeful. Thank you. Well, moving on to the objectives we can hope to implement with interoperability. Ian, you've already presented on the various objectives one can hope to achieve with it. But sometimes there can also be trade-offs, or basically the precise implementation determines whether an objective is met in the end. And one of the main arguments in favor of messenger interoperability in the beginning was the need to create more competition because we have those strong network effects. However, various academics have also highlighted that there can be problems because horizontal interoperability may not always lead to more competition, or it kind of depends and on what. So Carmen, you're a competition expert, so I would like to know from you, when we look at messengers, what kind of result do you expect to see in a few years' time? How would you assess in a couple of years if we have more competition, and if the intervention was too much, just about right, or too little, if we need to do more?
Honestly, I hope that we will have more competition. This also is my official answer, of course. It depends on different aspects. What we did with the DMA was really to give a framework, a legal framework, an ex-ante regulation that can try to really solve the problem that we couldn't fix with antitrust enforcement, for different reasons, just in this sector, the digital, because it's very fast-moving, and all the reasons that you already heard. With interoperability, I think for the vertical interoperability, I don't see a lot of problems. We can easily see how on hardware, for instance, I will use also concrete example, how my iPhone can be interoperable with my iWatch, not only with my iWatch, but if I have a Nokia watch, I will get the message. I can use it as to read emails or whatever, as I do with the iWatch. So for this, I don't see any problems, and it will be fixed. For the horizontal interoperability, we will see, because yes, you can open, we can have standards for this. At a certain point, the Commission can ask the standardization bodies to come up with some standards, and that would be a great thing, because we will have a path that we can, a pattern that everyone can use. But then what will be the result? It will be that we have a lot of possible new entries, new companies that will offer the service. And when you have too much choice, what the consumers will do at the end? We have to think about, as the consumer behavior is not perfect, it's not rational. So it's really difficult to predict. But one thing that we have to bear in mind is that at least we open the competition. At least we give them the choice. Then they will behave as they want. But at least we give the possibility to have this great choice. Then we will see. There are also negative aspects, but already Ian actually listed all the aspects, so I don't want to repeat it. But this is, I think, the outcome at the end of the DMA, the possibility to have choice for the consumers. Then we will see.
And to potentially deinstall Ian as Ian. Deinstall WhatsApp, as Ian flagged.
Well, honestly, I will keep WhatsApp because I like it.
Well, so it's down to choice.
But at least I have the choice. I know that I have the choice to.
Yeah.
Yes, that's actually our goal.
And coming back to that survey you highlighted, Ian. Basically, you said like, a lot of people don't want to use WhatsApp, but very few of them, I think that's kind of, very few of them actually delete it, and that's usually then interpreted as a lack of choice. And you also refer to interoperability as an enabler of more privacy. At the same time, like some people are skeptical about this and highlight that in various markets we get a race to the bottom even if other offers are on the market, especially when network effects are strong, but also when they're not that strong. So I would like to maybe for you to explain in a little bit more detail how would we get more competition on privacy and make sure that people kind of know and can distinguish, because everybody's saying, oh, we offer great privacy, it just means very different things. So can interoperability really fix this?
Yes, that's a good question. So my starting point would be to say interoperability is not a magic bullet. You know, I really need to say that at the start of every presentation, because I think some people misinterpret me as meaning interoperability solves all of these public policy problems. And maybe, as some people were saying this morning, we can delete the GDPR. Maybe interoperability will save us from the GDPR. No, the opposite. I think interoperability works well when you have precisely the kind of baseline protections that the GDPR, for example, gives with data protection and privacy. And as Vittorio was saying, actually that could be one way that European competitors to WhatsApp and iMessage and so on can market themselves in future. They can say, look, we have end-to-end encryption, but that does still leave some metadata exposed to the company that's in the middle. You know, Facebook has been, ever since it bought WhatsApp, has been looking for ways to monetize it, and that is one potential way. It's to use WhatsApp users' behavior, you know, what time you're awake using WhatsApp, who you're talking to. I mean, that's an interesting related thing with network effects and privacy. I might be a privacy super nerd, and be incredibly cautious about what services I use. You know, I always opt out of data sharing, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm friends with people who are not, statistically, you're more likely to be like your friends than like other people. So a company like Facebook might see, okay, well, Ian is not using, you know, our main social networking service. He's using cookie blockers and VPNs and blah, blah, blah. But he's messaging all these people on WhatsApp, which they can see. We're going to statistically imagine Ian is more similar to those people than to the rest of the population, and then perhaps to show adverts when I go to websites where Facebook is showing adverts based on my friends. So I think the GDPR is an essential element, and I very much agree with people that would say without that, interoperability would risk a race to the bottom on privacy and other standards. I think that's really critical. And I think one very positive thing to say about European regulation in digital as a whole is that increasingly the data protection regulators, the competition regulators, the consumer protection regulators, and even the financial services regulators are working together, because clearly on messaging, on open banking, on a whole range of issues, the regulations interact with each other. And there are ways, I've seen them in the UK, where the Competition and Markets Authority, which is generally excellent, has in the past, I think, occasionally made suggestions, for example, about ad tech. They sort of suggested at one point, well, why don't we just give all internet users a permanent ad tech ID? And then that solves all of the competition problems. I don't know if it would solve the competition problems, but it would be horrific from a privacy perspective. So I think it's really important that these different regulators work together.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. That's very insightful. Well, and Vittorio, I know you've been quite close to civil society. I think this is going in a similar direction, so unfortunately not too much controversy here, but also civil society, like Ian, is pushing for more interoperability and they distinguish in, well, various organizations distinguish between competitive interoperability, what we've been talking about mainly so far, to fix market failures, and then also this idea of generative interoperability, which can help us to pursue additional objectives in the direction of what Ian has been talking about, but kind of with those objectives actually quite front and center on their minds. Do you think interoperability can deliver this? And if so, which objective or which objectives do you think should be, would you like to see emphasized in the design of interoperability?
Well, one of the nice things about open standards and interoperability, which is based on open standards, is that it leaves everyone, literally, over the internet, in any part of the world, free to decide what they want to do when they connect to the system. So, for example, you can write an email application or a web browser specialized for special needs. For example, people that have some difficulties or have some special abilities and need things to be done in a different way than just showing you the web page, or maybe in local languages that are not commercially interesting for the big platforms. So these are all, civil society objectives in a way that can be reached through, opening up possibilities to interoperate with the big platforms. So it opens up the non-commercial dimension as well. And so I think we have to be careful so that this can actually be done. There are ways through which you could implement the DMA interoperability that would still make it very difficult for non-profit projects, for example, for bottom-up open source projects to work. For example, there's a problem in terms of ease of implementation, both technical and legal. Technical, we already talked about this. So if there is a single open standard, possibly there will also be one open implementation that everyone can use, and it will be ready and usable for, by everyone that wants to. While if we start allowing the gatekeepers to come up with proprietary APIs, one different from the other, that would be much more difficult. But also in legal terms, if I actually run my own personal email server for my personal email address. And if I want to send an email to someone maybe at an ISP in Japan or in Argentina, I don't have to sign a contract with the other email provider to be allowed to deliver the email. I just deliver the email. And here there are people already talking and saying that if I want to interoperate with my instant messaging app or server, with WhatsApp or iMessage or one of the other apps, I have to basically sign a contract on paper and send it to somewhere in America, and we wait for them to send it back. No, this is not how it should work. This is a way to create more artificial barriers to interoperability and defend the dominant position of the gatekeepers. So in the end, the other dimension that we really need to consider is user-friendliness. So we must create the technical standards for interoperability so that it's actually possible to create a good user experience for users of the other third-party apps that will try to enter the market. And there are so many ways through which you can just put little hurdles and barriers in the implementation that it make the user experience terrible for the other applications. We have to be very careful, because we already saw this with the famous cookie banners, which are not a result of the GDPR, maybe a result of the GDPR not being precise enough, but mostly are the result of the internet industry and the advertising industry dragging their feet and trying to find ways not to implement the GDPR. And this is what we have to prevent in this case.
Thank you. Well, Pensha, do we have until 15:15 or when? So 15 more minutes. Well, we will have some space for questions, but well, Now this is tricky. A very quick question, which I would like to pose to each of you, is that, well, Ian also highlighted that the DMA introduces various clauses that facilitate switching. I mean, whether it's full, some of it is more data interoperability than full functional interoperability, but kind of that certainly foresee more integration between services. We've also briefly touched on social media. In kind of looking into the future, where should we hope to see more interoperability put in place within the next few years? 1 or 2 sentences from each of you. Vittorio, do you want to start maybe?
I have one which is very, very important, which is already in the DMA. It is identity, because more and more people are signing up to websites using Google or Facebook accounts rather than signing up to each website. And Europe, I mean, Europe's answer is EIDAS, which is partly a good answer, mostly for like online services by the state, by banks. It's successful, at least in Italy, where I come from. Even if I work for a German company, we have over 30 million EIDAS identities. Not in all countries. I mean, in Germany, I think still have to find a way to make this work. But that's not the full solution, because then people also want to use this kind of easy, pseudonymous, multiple identity to sign up in everyday websites, which are not so important, where you don't want to give them your real name and an address and date of birth. And there are technical solutions to that, but again, it requires the big platforms opening up to interoperability and interoperating with third-party providers that could provide this if this were not implemented in a closed way. So implementing identity interoperability is even more important, I'd say, than instant messaging interoperability.
Thank you. Well, jumping over to you, Ian, so Carmen can have the third one.
I will be very boring and say actually two things. One Carmen mentioned, and I think is really important and got slightly lost in all of the argument over messaging interoperability, is that the auxiliary services, as the Commission's proposal originally called them, is incredibly important to the future of European industry, amongst other things, because without that complementary service interoperability mandate, the giant tech platforms could have marched into industry sector after industry sector in Europe and used their market power from the tech market to muscle their way into luxury cars, for one of many examples, watches, all sorts of industry sectors where Europe is very good. So I'm very glad that is there. And actually, although civil society spent 2 years fighting to get horizontal interoperability for the core platform services, that most important interop aspect was there from the start. So that's a very positive thing to say. My second one would be social networking. And actually, I think Musk is illustrating very well the problems of not having full social networking interoperability. We shall see if he tries to degrade the Twitter interoperability that I talked about, if he realizes it's a competitive threat to Twitter. Twitter is too small of a company to be presumed a gatekeeper under the DMA, but there is in Article 3.8 a set of tests that the Commission can apply to other companies. I'm actually reading through them. I think Twitter fits them very well, so I will be very interested to see if the Commission makes that decision.
Yeah, we shall see how many people flee from Twitter in the next few weeks and months. And Carmen, what would you like to see?
Well, I'm open to see, to really see how this interoperability on social network can work. Because I can tell you, Ian, we really try to understand how it was possible, honestly. And this was the reason because we put also that paragraph, that the Commission should assess this in 18 months, because at the moment, last year, we didn't have really, we couldn't imagine how to do it. That was but then the council make the work easier. So I mean, it's fault the council that say, oh, it's okay. But what would I like to see in 5 years, we can say, because 2016 we'll see. I really hope that thanks to our work on the interoperability, we can have really a real competition on the market. And that really we can say that, I mean, that we can see these problems that we had in the antitrust past cases, that really we can set up for forever. I mean, I don't want to see another Microsoft case that now is a little bit old, and we fixed it in the DMA as well. I don't want to see another Apple Pay case. I mean, it still is ongoing, so we can give. We can judge. I mean, we can give a judgment on this, but we don't want to see other cases like that. I mean, the problem should be fixed ex ante. So the legislator really succeed in doing this. A more flourish.
So we will see in 5 years' time. Yeah. But now I would like to know if there are questions in the audience. Yes.
Hello, my name is Hendrik Wiedewild. I'm a writer and consultant. I've learned that interoperability is amazing, and I know that in the EU we love regulation, and that's all fine and well. But you know what I really love? Apple products. Apple products, they just work. They are so seamless and beautiful, and I really love them. And now I'm wondering...
Me too.
You too, right?
Me too, actually.
So my question is, how much of usability and beauty, if you like, will we be ready, or should we be able to sacrifice for interoperability, or do you think there will be no, there will be no sacrifice at all? Everything will be great, because we can take another comparison. We talked about Mastodon, and I don't know if anybody was there already, but it's not an Apple world, not yet. It's clunky, it's a bit weird. And Twitter just works. So how much will we be able, or how much should we be able to sacrifice?
May I just give, when we work on the obligations, how to improve them, we can see, what we said all the time, it was we don't want to break model business up. I mean, this is not our goal, because we like to have Apple, to have Google, to have Facebook, because actually, don't be joke, we use all the time. We don't want to break them. We just want them that they compete on the market in a fair conditions. I mean, to give also the others the same condition to enter into the market, to compete in the market. Then, if the consumers will choose, in any case, Apple, because they have better designs, they have better products for the quality, whatever. I mean, I use an Apple as, I mean, without any problem, and I'm really happy with my product. Probably, if we have other 3 companies that will enter in the market, will offer other products, I won't switch probably, because I really like my product on Apple. But so we never wanted to do this. The interoperability article was more to say we need to open the interoperability, but this is open interoperability is just you can do but I'm not technical. You can do interoperability in an open and a closed also system. You can choose. So the legislator didn't want to say to Apple, for instance, I'm sorry, you have to change your business model because we don't like your business model. It's too fully integrated, it's too close, so it's not good. Go and copy and paste the model that Google, for instance, has. No, this is what we didn't want to. So I know that there are a lot of criticism on this, but really took into mind that interoperability can work also with that kind of business model of Apple. I mean, this is what we got as policy makers.
No, if I can just add, well, interoperability is mostly a behind-the-scenes thing, so it doesn't really need to change the UI or the UX, except maybe for some additional information on the fact that some of your contacts might not be on the same platform. But I'm sure that, I mean, I've never used an iPhone in my life, but I'm sure that there's an Apple email app, and I'm sure it's very well designed and easy to use, and the email is an interoperable messaging protocol. So I think that maybe the iMessage will get some features from the email app, and I think it will work just fine.
Thank you. We have another question over there.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ralf Scheiber from the Automotive Industry Association. Yesterday we heard that a lot of EU data legislation is just a great experiment. But on the other hand, we understand that it is at least a very serious one, or there were serious experiments. You probably would deny that to the experiment of interoperability. But I think there was already some hint to perhaps the limits. And that's what I'd like to know. Are there limits to the application or the hope that interoperability would solve all our problems? So you mentioned luxury cars. So the whole, not only platform businesses, but the IoT businesses. So if you break down the concept, if I understood you correctly, the concept of interoperability, would it work everywhere where data are generated and where data could be transferred or could not be transferred? So do you see limits for this kind of concept or for the experiment of interoperability?
Good question. First of all, I don't think it's an experiment for the reason that one for the reason Vittorio said, the internet is built on interoperability. It's called the Inter-Network Protocol. It lets networks running different local protocols talk to each other, be interoperable with each other. So the internet from the start has been interoperable. Email, the web, most of the services you're used to online are interoperable. It's the platforms, it's the big tech platforms that are actually the great exception to this so far. Just to be clear, so even if this wasn't what your question meant, so nobody misunderstands me, the DMA itself only applies to the very, very large tech companies that are designated by the Commission. People often say to me, this is going to break Signal, it's going to make Signal do X, Y, and Z. And I say, no, Signal is not a gatekeeper and will not be a gatekeeper. Automotive firms are not offering core platform services and blah, blah, blah. So the DMA itself, in a sense, it gives you options as automotive companies. You might decide, say your customers wanted to connect their iPhone to your car software platform, as many of them do. Apple facilitates that to some extent already using its own API, but of course that gives Apple control over exactly what your platform can do compared to them. Who gets access to the customer data? Apple often, partly for good privacy reasons, says that Apple customer data should not be shared with other companies who are interoperating with Apple products. Your bigger question about how far can interoperability in different forms be a solution to certain competition and privacy and other issues, I think is a really good one. I think one thing we learned from the DMA is interoperability regulation has to be carefully designed so it achieves the objectives and so it avoids potential downsides like damage to privacy and security. I think it is, I've heard this from one or two academic colleagues, I think it is a fair criticism to say of interoperability as a regulatory measure or a remedy. It's very time consuming for the regulators or for the policymakers. It took a lot of negotiation between the Council, the Commission, the Parliament to come up with. Article 7 is about 5 or 6 times the length of all of the other obligations in Articles 5 and 6 of the DMA for a good reason. I'm not saying they shouldn't be, to very specifically protect security, encryption, and so on. I haven't myself been following the Data Act nearly as closely. I think it has interesting potential, and I'm hoping to learn more about that myself the rest of this event. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
Perfect. Actually, there was, we have
So
one,
because the next panel and Damien Bozalag is waiting for us on the line. So keep it short, please.
No, it's actually the opposite in the sense that the obligation to open up is on the gatekeepers and not on the others. So Signal will be allowed to send messages to WhatsApp. Not necessarily WhatsApp where users will be able to send messages to Signal, even if I would encourage the interoperability to be bi-directional for everything. And then it's true, but it's competition. So if in the end we discover that WhatsApp actually is the most user-friendly app, then it's fair that WhatsApp continues to be the total leader of the market. That's not a problem. But as it is now, even if my company or any other European company came up with a much better app for instant messaging, it would have no chance of competing because there would be no users. At least now we can have a hope to compete and show that we can make better apps, more private and better than the big tech industry.
just to go right back to almost my first slide, if you remember that quote from the Stigler Committee report, it says precisely this: interoperability can enable competition on the merits, whether that's the quality of the user interface or other aspects of quality, without the obstacle, as Vittorio just said, of the scale of user numbers that you need to be successful currently to overcome a dominant player like WhatsApp that has 84% of German users, principal messaging app.
Don't estimate the networks effect. I mean, if I were Signal, I would like to be interoperable with WhatsApp, because that can be really an advantage for me as a Signal to be in the game.
Yes. Well, thanks for this very interesting discussion. And I mean, Ian's answer to the question before yours, Luca, was already the perfect handover to the next panel. So thank you very much for being and discussing with us here today. And I now look forward to hearing more about the Data Act. Thank you.
So we have Anna Ludin, Policy Officer at the European Commission, Damian Boselager, MEP from Volt, connected directly from Brussels. I understand you had some committee discussions ongoing today, but that you'll be with us physically tomorrow. Siko Lehman-Browns, Senior Director for Research and Innovation Policy at Siemens. And Vera de Marie, Head of Digitalization at the German Economic Institute. So welcome all, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. It doesn't happen to me often that I moderate two panels discussions on the same legislative file in a row. But I think that this is a very useful occasion to go much deeper into the discussion compared to the one we had yesterday, that maybe you didn't watch, but we did. And that in this case, we can much more focus on the economic aspects of the Data Act. So I always think that it's good to start with where the idea came from, which is, of course, the European Commission, and in particular on the type of data that the Data Act wants to sort of free and have it move freely across the market. So right now there is a lot of discussion about which type of data should be included, how you ensure that trade secrets are respected. So Anna, can you start by giving us an overview on the reasoning behind the way the scope of the Data Act was designed?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Also, thank you to Penshow for putting together this incredible data summit again. Yes, I think everyone here is pretty well familiar already with the proposal, so I will not waste our time and do too many introductory remarks on the proposal in general. But let me directly dive into chapter 2, because you're asking about the IoT data access, and here the question of data and scope, or scope of the proposal in this regard. And here it's important to stress, I mean, we heard it yesterday also already in the opening statements, I think, that it is important to, on one hand, of course, ensure that the data access is in the end effective for innovation, so that those who receive the data can actually do something with the data. On the other side, we also see, of course, the interests of the data holder and their interest to protect certain data. So what we propose is basically to look at raw data and then certain data that we call prepared data, or maybe we heard it yesterday, pre-processed data. Why? Because we think that raw data only would be very restrictive, just because also data gets more and more directly processed near to the product, if we think of IoT and edge computing. So that's why we think raw data only would be very, very narrow, and could be difficult to ensure an effective data access that enables innovation in the end. So that is to start with the data and scope.
Thank you. Damien, as a reporter who has covered your amendments, it was not very difficult to notice that you had a somewhat critical view on the way the Commission has positioned the Data Act in the complex IoT environment. One of your main criticisms was about having the manufacturer and the data holder not being necessarily the same person or organization. So maybe also reacting to what Anna just said, how can we make the Data Act better fitting this complex market reality?
Thanks a lot for the question. Also, sorry again for not being here to present another report on migration this morning in committee spontaneously, so to rebook and reschedule. But thanks a lot for allowing me to still say a couple of words. Yeah, I think I'm tempted to directly discuss Anna's point on the data category, and I will come there in a second. But let me start maybe by taking a step back and also referencing to the last panel, where we heard a lot about the question of individual choice. And I think if you think about what I believe is the regulatory intention of the Data Act on this chapter, it is to somehow make data more traded, more available, to create data markets, and that's dependent on the individual choice of companies to make that data available. And here I'm explicitly talking about own personal data from the Industrial Committee's perspective. And I think one element that the Commission took up very well is that you potentially want a better service, and that's why you ask the data holder to share some data with somebody else who provides that service for you. That's one incentive to share data. But the second incentive to share data is a monetary, financial incentive to share it. And this, I think, and that's why we propose these amendments, is missing to a large extent. So the question of what kind of data can I share? And so why is it missing? Because there's a bit of a legal uncertainty of what data I can share. There's a lot of discussion about, the data holder consent or remuneration. There's a question of, whether you have non-compete clauses, whether there's prohibition of selling data exclusively. So a lot of things which make it more difficult for the user to share data openly on the data market, which we regulated in the Data Governance Act. So that's why I'm very quickly then also conclude on this. What we try to do with our amendments is very much detangle, as you've said, the role of the manufacturer that sells you a device in point X in time, the role of a data holder that provides you a service on the device that you own, your connected device, for a period of time. So it's not like a purchasing contract. And then the rights that come with that. And very importantly also, what kind of data is in the scope for that. And here, our proposal is to go, at least when we talk about this purchasing contract, to the transmitted data. Why? Because it creates a legal certainty also about any form of horizontally, about any form of product. So, I mean, what is raw data? What is processed data? I think that's a philosophical question almost, because if you think about it, there's actually layers and layers of processing of data that create a higher sophistication level and enrich that data over time. So for us, it's clear. I mean, this would be left to the manufacturer to see, what kind of data is transmitted. But as soon as it's transmitted, then this is the data we should look at. And then I think the last step, obviously, is the clarification of the monetization rights. And here, I think it's important that we make this explicit in the text, because currently, if you read it, almost everything lies with the data holder. So to come back to your question, this last point, for us it's important to put really the user in the center of the data economy and not at the, let's say, at the grace of the data holder, but with clearly defined rights.
Right. So speaking of the complexity of this ecosystem, I wanted to move to you, Siko, because the Data Act affects, there are different views. According to your position in the supply chain, there are those who say that until now, those that sold the connected product are basically acting as gatekeepers, and they control access to the data that is being produced, and they tend not to share it with other people contributing to the supply chain. And then there are also those saying that right now you have realities working in practice with very specific contractual arrangements. So what is Siemens' view on this debate?
Yeah, thank you very much. And also thank you very much for this great event and the invitation. Pencho, it's really a pleasure to be here and to meet all the people in person after the long COVID period. I really appreciate that. And I also want to take to step back before answering and going more into details of the Data Act, because I think there is really such a huge potential of the usage of industrial Internet of Things data in Europe and in Germany. And we as Siemens are really very excited and very active in using them. And if I reflect the day yesterday and the discussions we had today here, I really want to make the point we should talk more about the opportunities and how we can really leverage industrial IoT data usage. That's why I'm really thankful, Pencho, that you named the panel Leveraging IoT Data Potential, because we should not only discuss the regulatory approaches that are on the table. They are important, of course, but they are, from my perspective, only one part of the whole landscape. Because right now we are already experiencing first approaches in the industrial Internet of Things. We have right now 50 billion IoT devices that are connected already today. That's double the amount of the population on Earth. And already today we have a huge amount of data, and that will double within the next 3 years. That's our expectation. And we can use this huge potential of data not only to raise business interests and to raise potentials in more productivity gains and more efficiency gains on the one hand side, we can also use them to fulfill the sustainability goals, the climate protection goals that we have set in Europe. And I think we really should be very positive on that, because the discussion I experience here today and quite often in this regulatory perspective is one that wants to hinder unfair competition and things like that. That's true, but we have to see the landscape is much broader. So the question is, where are we in the data usage in Europe? I think we are in a very early stage. So it's something that is developing right now. Siemens made a survey, and 86% of our customers said that they are extremely reluctant leveraging the potential of digitalization in their companies because of the complexity of the legal framework, of risks, and of the investments they have to do. So there is a huge potential, and the regulation side, the Data Act, is one element of that, sure. But there are others. And I think the most important one is actually to enable companies to invest into digitalization and to invest into integrating their data and using their data. They are not doing that today in many cases. And we have a huge potential because we can increase productivity, we can increase efficiency, also material efficiency. And this is a really big chance. And Siemens, because you ask how do we see this, we offer an open platform. It's called Accelerator. We launched it that summer. And there we have open APIs. We have an open platform, an open ecosystem where we work together with many partners, companies from all sizes, big companies, but also startups and SMEs. And we want to make it easier to leverage actually this potential. And what do we need for that? We need primarily the investment, because to get to data needs investment. That's the primary point. And behind that, one can ask, is the Data Act helpful? Does it incentivize investment? Does it create legal certainty? Does it reduce risks? Because these are the big barriers. And this is what we can discuss concerning the Data Act. But the Data Act is only one puzzle part, so to say, in leveraging the European data economy. And we should really not only focus on this regulatory approach, but also on the innovative approach. I work at the Technology and Innovation Department at Siemens, and I'm very happy to do so, because there we see this huge potential, and we should be very positive about that. Sorry for taking that approach, but it's really near to my heart, not only to discuss the nitty-gritty points of regulation. We did this, and we have to do this, but we have to see the potential, and we have to create a positive atmosphere and create really the willingness of companies and of society to go into that.
Right, so I hope we have we have a positive atmosphere now. But speaking of investment and incentives, I wanted to go back to Damian's point on monetization, because I think that's one of the key points here, because this regulation is basically trying to create a market from scratch. And how can you do it without an economic incentive? So Vera, how do you see this market working in practice?
Yeah, well, there's actually 2 points to this question. I'm going to add on what Zico just said, because to create a market, you need participants in the market. And one way, of course, is incentives, and the other one is to force them by regulating. But before you can do that, and the Data Act actually doesn't help here at all, is you need companies that are able to participate, that have the skills to participate in the data economy. We did, and these are just some numbers that illustrate what Zico said. We did a survey among companies from industry and industry-related services in Germany, and only 28% of them were actually able to participate in the data economy. Theoretically able, I should add, because that doesn't mean that they actually do this. So that also means that 72% of the companies are not able. So the Data Act doesn't help them because they don't know what to do with the data that they might access now. So that's one major issue, the investment in skills, the investment in business models, and so on. I just wanted to stress that. On the other hand, we have the incentives, which of course need to be clarified. And I'm with Damian on this because we're talking about an economy, and we need to economize data to do this and to be successful in creating such an economy. The Data Act might help here, but we need clarifications, and a lot of the amendments aim in that direction, but some don't as well.
Right. Now, going back to the Commission reasoning behind this, because the monetization is not really explicitly there, but you can sort of read it between the lines. And also, if you look at the DGA, the Data Governance Act, there is this idea of creating a market for data intermediaries. So, Anna, can you explain what your approach here, and you know, why you didn't go as far as putting this on paper in the original proposal?
Very good question. Let me start by agreeing also with Zico and Vera that, of course, you heard it yesterday from Ivo Wollmann already, that with the data strategy, we don't do regulation only, but we have also non-legislative measures, and that's very important to us. And investments and skills are two things that are two essential pillars of the data strategy, complementing, of course, what we do with the legislation. But on your question on monetization, well observed, it's not explicit in the proposal. Why? I think our focus was mostly on services indeed, so database services that would come out of the data access, so more innovation basically that is, for example, predictive maintenance services or digital solutions integrating several items, etc. So these kind of services. Then, but you're completely right, and here I want to agree also with Böselager, is basically that the link to the DGA is not explicit, and it would be beautiful if we had such a link, because of course the DGA aimed at creating those markets with especially this chapter on data intermediaries. So why is it not more explicit? I think it is because our focus was on database innovation, so added value services, how some of the MEP call it in their amendments. But we didn't want to exclude the idea of monetization. Then again, we know that the term of monetization in relation to data is always super controversial when it comes to personal data, and that's why Damian Böselager also concentrates on non-personal data. That's my understanding. So I think we were kind of sensitive to this issue of is this really intended? And then also the question, and here I want maybe also to hint to this whole approach from Damian Böselager. The question in the room is, will there really be markets based on individual data sets? So is there really an interest in the user's individual data sets? So I would question that, and that was basically not our first target, but we didn't exclude it explicitly. You're completely right. And I think many also of the academic positions on the Data Act have criticized this, want more clarity on the fact that monetization purposes should be excluded. Now it's interesting to have also this position of enabling exactly that.
Damien, would you like to react to that?
I think there are a couple of points that have been mentioned by all of you, which I find very interesting. And so, first of all, the question of complexity, risk, and investment. And it's good that you mentioned this as like the reasons why people don't share data yet, even though there is all these connected devices and data that could be shared. I think when it comes to complexity, I agree that's why we need legal clarity, so that even a small and medium-sized business that has not a single lawyer employed that knows anything about data still knows exactly what they can do, so that they actually go and do the investment of hiring someone or asking someone who knows about data to put their data on a data marketplace as we regulated it in the Data Governance Act. And then you won't have any risk because they know that there will be no legal, a lawsuit following by anyone, be it the data holder or anyone else, to basically say that you have shared data which you're not allowed to share. And that's why I'm so focused on finding also a balance between, let's not go to in-device data, but to transmit data, which is a huge step in the direction of the manufacturers, actually. But then let's also take away all these non-compete clauses, all the requirements that would make it impossible for you to actually share data on a marketplace. Why? Because a marketplace would be something where maybe your data is traded 5 times over before it reaches the final destination, if you want. And so, also to Anneline's point on the services, yes, it's good to get services and to have now the right as a user to transfer my data via or from the data holder directly to someone else, data recipient, to receive services. But to develop these services, you need to have access to the data first so that you can actually come up with that. And for that, you need a data market so you can buy the data and actually develop the service and then offer it. How is that connected to the question of whether individual companies or owners of connected devices sharing non-personal data on data markets, is there any value in that? I think we see it a bit a different way. So as a data holder, I very often don't have an incentive to share the data exactly because someone could offer a competing service. So I will maintain the data that is most valuable from this to ensure that I keep my competitive advantage. But as soon as the individual owners of a connected device start sharing the individual data streams and someone has the potential to aggregate them, why not? Then it can also become more interesting for the data holder to say, rather than having someone else reap all the financial benefits from sharing the data, how about I share the aggregated data set as well, and then maybe I get a price for it as well. So we make the value of data visible for all the actors in the game, and I think it would really be the important step to really talk about this monetization, because without the monetization, as I said, don't think that great services will easily develop.
Thank you, Damien, for that. I actually wanted to pick up what you said on the non-complete clause, because Anna, you said that at the initial idea of the Commission was focused on services. At the same time, you have this clause that says, okay, but you cannot use this data to develop competing services. So what's the point of that?
Well, the clause prohibits the development of competing products, not services. That was in another version you might have seen. And that was explicitly the case because, of course, we want to incentivize or enable more innovation in the field of services. Now, will those be the related services that we mentioned in scope of the Data Act or other additional services? That's a different discussion. I don't want to complicate things now. Maybe we will in the following. But just to be clear, the non-compete provision doesn't include services.
Yeah, but speaking of that, so how does that translate to an industry perspective? So, what's your view, Siko, on having sort of this limit for developing competing products, and where does it stop in terms of related services?
Well, from my point of view, that's quite an abstract discussion, because where do we see that data are used mainly in industrial applications? Today, they are mainly used in order to improve existing processes. For example, if I have a production line, I use the data from the production line in order to improve its functioning, perhaps to optimize the material flow, to optimize the downtimes, etc. So it's an internal usage of data at the place more or less where the data is generated. In this data, of course, there can be business relevant aspects, even trade secrets, because I can see how many pieces are produced in a minute, for example, out of that data. So that data is sensitive. But it's mainly used internally. Of course, this data could be used by competitors, and not only in order to bring competing products on the market, but also to shorten its own R&D efforts. This is an aspect which was not in scope until now. I think it's only a niche aspect, but it can be possible. So we have to be very sensitive how we deal that data. But once again, it's mainly up to now internal processes that are improved, and it's great if companies actually do this, because already this needs a lot of investment, needs a lot of risk affinity, because I have to go into that data. I don't know exactly whether this will work, and so on. And that's why it's so important that companies work together, that we have these digital ecosystems and open platforms where companies can partner with other companies that help them to leverage the potential of that data, and that is mainly internal. So in industry, we do not really see up to now these open data markets where I take data from my factory and put it on an open market. Why that? I'll give you a number. In a factory, there is data created weekly that is an equivalent to 500,000 Netflix streams. So it's 2,200 zettabyte a week. That's such a huge data amount that it doesn't make sense to really put it on an open market. I can use it for internal improvements. I could even perhaps use it in order to create new business models. We should also discuss this as a service business models, because they are based on these data. And then I can do something the customer perhaps wants, because I do not longer sell a product that generates data, but on the database, I can sell what he really wants. So I do not sell a turbine any longer, but I sell power generation. I do not sell a train any longer, but I sell a mobility guarantee. And we have to take that into account. I don't know how it really fits into the Data Act discussions, but that's from our point of view where data can really be used to make a difference. And perhaps there are cases where you can use data from wind turbines for meteorological purposes. That might be, but I think that's a niche market. It's really a niche market, and this marketplace, I think, is combined with this niche market. The big potential lies into the optimization processes that really make a difference, and into this new approaches of as a service. This is really, from our point of view at least, what matters.
Vera, you were moving on your chair, so I assume.
Yes, I actually wanted to ask Zico a question, because you just said that data is being used mostly to improve processes and to make them more efficient. And then you touched upon the new services being developed. How does this tie into the Data Act? Do you think it will remain like this? Because, I mean, I was actually a bit surprised that you just said services are not included in the non-compete clause, but I must admit I haven't read it, the Data Act apparently, I haven't read it quite well. But I would think that this is a huge disincentive to invest in innovation if you, because the data that your devices produce. If you need to share this according to the Data Act, and there's no, you could develop the services yourself, but because of the Data Act, your competitors might do this, and apparently there's no way to prohibit this. So I would think this is a huge disincentive to invest.
Well, perhaps just a short comment on that, because I think we have to stick to competition, and that's why we create these open ecosystems, and that's why we create open APIs in our accelerator approach. And finally, the customer has the choice, and that is what we want. He has the choice which company he chooses for his services. And we do not want lock-in effects. We want to be competitive, and we want to convince our customers by the quality and the price of our offerings. Yeah? So we do not have any problems with opening it. And mainly often we are in the role of being a systems integrator or a component provider or a service provider. And of course, we have to face competition there, and we do not see any market failure in our markets, because normally the customer has the data, and that's completely okay because he bought the device that generates the data. So he has the data, and then he can take the data and he can take the service offered by Siemens or by another company. He is free to do that. And it's always a question of the pricing. It's always a question of who has the best domain know-how, who knows how the assets, the IoT assets, whether it's a train or it's a machine, how they are functioning, and that's completely okay. And we do not actually see there any regulatory need, because right now the customer can decide whom he is giving the contract, and then in the contract you clearly define who has access to which data, to which purpose, for which time, and so on. And that, at least in the area of machinery industry, of electric industry and digital industry, it works right now, from our point of view, very good. And I haven't heard examples where there is a market failure or a power asymmetry where this doesn't work. So competition is fine, and it's already there in these markets at least.
Yeah, Damian, as I give you the floor, I would like to pick up on this thing of competition, because indeed, the Data Act is an horizontal legislation. At the same time, you have some asymmetries. You have this exclusion for the gatekeepers designated under the DMA. There are now proposals in the parliament to extend this exclusion to also dominant players in other entrenched in other markets. There are discussions about excluding, giving a carve out to SMEs. So how does this competition aspect fit into all of this? Is it really a matter of size?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Maybe a quick comment on what I said before, and then let me answer your question. My, at least personal opinion on the gatekeepers and exclusion of dominant market players. So I think, to be honest, what Zico just said in the proposal that we made with the Data Act amendments, everything that he just said is possible with the Data Act, and is not, let's say, inhibited by it at all. Yeah? So there's a contractual freedom to do all the points of having, owning the device, finding different service providers to build a digital twin, or to maintenance, like to do other forms of maintenance, or to improve it, because this is a user-centric perspective, and that is completely possible with what we said. And also, just to clarify, nobody needs to share data with a third party in between the user and the data holder in what we said. We just give an option to potentially do that. So this, I think, all that we do is to clarify that basically as the user, and here I would say, and the definition of the commission needs to be reworked, as the owner of a connected device, you should have access to the data that's transmitted out of it to improve it, to do anything you want to do with it, or to sell it on the market. That's all we're saying. So basically, that there would be no inhibiting, but I think it would actually enable more competition because other people could develop services for the connected device. So to come to the question of the exclusion of gatekeepers, here I have to say that I speak more in a personal capacity than potentially for my group already as a whole. We're still in discussions there. I have to say I stumbled a bit about over the concept that because you are dominant in another market, or your gatekeeper is defined by the DMA as being dominant in some markets, that you're excluded from all kind of data sharing in that sense. Yeah, so for us, as I said, the users in the center, so
quick reaction from Anna before I open the floor for questions?
Sure. On what you mentioned, the asymmetric aspects of the Data Act, yeah, I find it interesting that some people even find the instrument still too horizontal, want more symmetry in the proposal. So what we did here is to make sure that in the end, not the largest player take the most of the benefit out of the Data Act and the new opportunities we want to create with the Data Act. So that is why there is this limit for gatekeepers as third beneficiaries, as potential third parties, but we also make it clear in the proposal at least that they could still get the data by other means, meaning on a contractual basis, on a voluntary basis, etc. And then with what we do in regards to the SMEs, we always say that the Data Act proposal should be a real SME instrument. The idea is really the SME, as we all know, is the backbone of the European economy, and we want to, of course, put them in a role to have a larger role, a more important role in the data economy of tomorrow. So they have preferential conditions as recipients under Chapter 3. They pay less when they receive as a third party the data. Only the costs that occur with making the data available, and also then there is a discussion going on if the exemption that we foresee only for the smallest companies in regards to the obligation to share the data under Chapter 2, if that should be extended to also medium companies, well, that will be a political discussion. I think there are arguments on both sides, but our interest is really to make the Data Act a real SME instrument, and you see that also with different parts of the proposal, such as the fairness test in Chapter 4, where it's about contractual fairness in B2B relations.
Thank you. Now we have time for some questions from the audience. Yes, the gentleman there.
Yeah, sorry. Günther Tau from the company TBS. I have a specific question to Damian. As far as I know, there are silos of data under Berlaymont. And we have tried several years ago to get access to data in the development part for development countries. And it's so difficult to get these data. Plus, as far as I know, each project which is subsidized by the EU has to be opened to other parties, or I'm wrong?
What I hear, and maybe that's more a question to Anna Ludin from the Commission, but like what I hear is this, the underlying question from you, Günther, whether we should first clean up our own house before we start regulating the economy. I'm having focused a lot on the internal workings by working on the budget of the European Parliament. I can at least tell you for our institution that we're really trying to create interoperability and make all data easily available. But I'm sorry that I can't really answer your question when it comes to the European Commission or the general guidelines on data sharing when you engage in contracts.
What about, the satellite, Copernicus? As far as I know, well, the access is free for most of them. But unfortunately, we have checked it again, talking to DLR. They are saying that only maximum 10% of the data are used. So I think we have to build up a sort of transformation, to make these data more and easily accessible to, let's say, farmers or other groups among the population.
Yeah, the funny thing about the 10% usage is that this is 90% Google for Google Maps and so on. So when I worked on the European Space Program a couple of years ago, my focus was very much on downstream monetization, downstream usage of that data to basically make it more known, make it more public, that you can actually build new services with it. So here I fully agree with you, and you can definitely connect to this if you want.
Right, I think we are straying a bit off topic here, so I invite you to stay on Earth, and if you have a question, yes, on the Data Act this time. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Karolina Wolczak, and I have a question for the European Commission, if I may. I understand that the European Commission commissioned a study on B2B compensation in B2B data sharing. And I was wondering if you could share some preliminary insights from it. And also, how do you see the results of the study impacting the discussions which are well advancing and progressing in the two other institutions? Thanks.
Yeah, if I understood well, you're referring to a study that is being developed under the responsibility of DG Just on the term of reasonable compensation in Chapter 3. This will indeed be food for thought, I think, in the end. I hope it will be published very soon, actually, to nourish the debate as well. But it will be only one study, and I think we need more input from different sides on this difficult topic that will be difficult in practice, essentially, right? But for now, in the negotiations, I think there is input from different sides to give a little bit more clarity on this term. At the same time, the intention from the Commission side was to leave also some margin, and we, of course, deliberately chose this term of reasonable compensation because we saw the scope encompassing a broad range of use cases, and here also leaving certain things to the market, basically. That was the idea.
Yeah, I think this question of the monetary compensation is really a key one. Who decides what is reasonable? Any other question from the floor? Okay, I have one for you, Siko, actually, because you said that we should avoid legal complexity and that this text should be usable. But of course, criticizing is always good, but it's also easy. So I turn the question around to you and say, what is usable from an industry perspective? What is a text you can work with and that you really see as bringing along all these grand changes you were anticipating before?
Yeah, thanks for that question. That gives me the opportunity to thank Damian and also Anna for the clarifications and the proposals you presented today. And I think it's very good that we go into the direction to have more clarity in the proposal. That applies to definitions, that applies to the roles, and that applies to many other questions that are open. I think this is what we actually need. But let's look at the whole picture. The Data Act is just one element, and we should be really excited about the whole picture, and we should push European data economy forward. That is really what we need, and we need to incentivize companies to do this together. And Anna also pointed it out, there are other activities, also state-driven activities, like the European data spaces and other things, and we should be very optimistic about that. And we are really now in the position to use all that. We have to be careful that regulation does not hinder that data economy, but I'm very confident we will find a way to deal with it anyway, because it will come. There is no question, and it doesn't make sense now to debate whether the horizontal approach is good or not. We have our opinion on that, but so to say, it's now too late, yeah? And let's see it optimistic. Let's try to really go forward. And I would be very happy if we could talk next year on this wonderful data summit even more about the innovation potential, if we could talk about the industrial metaverse, which is the next level of industry that we have to come to a success in Europe, because we are an industry-driven economy in Europe and especially in Germany. And so I hope we can talk about these things, about underwater farming, that we really bring forward based on sensor data, so that you can grow vegetables on the sea ground in the Italian Sea. It's a wonderful project, for example, and there are so many others, and we should really focus on that. And we should get the regulation right that supports these wonderful projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a nice closure for this panel. We also got some further ideas for the next Commission mandate to bring forward. Please join me in putting my hands together and thanking these speakers.
We continue in 15:20 on time, because Malte Katzenberger is waiting for us online.
So for us, the primarily concern, as that's also what we hear from industry representatives, is to make the data go to someone who can play with the data. So in a way, if you say a trading place on which these data then are being exchanged is not necessarily an end in itself, it's a means to get to a service. So a data market for me, firstly looks like more like an app store or an app environment. And within the data spaces that are created either because the European Commission gives money to this or because national initiatives like Mobilitätsdatenraum, Datenraum Mobilität are being pushed by government or even by industry-driven initiatives, very local, sometimes around logistics hubs in the Netherlands, in Belgium, they emerge. They then are the locus of this kind of marketplace. There can be obviously also the situation where someone wants to procure the data for money, and then the provider of that data and the user of this data never really have any further contact. So they're not, the user of data is not at the same time a service provider to that data provider. And that's also fine, so that certain information is exchanged against money. That has happened now for, I would say, 150 years on financial markets. Johannes knows this maybe even a bit more, so that data become really the tradable commodity. Bracket, spoiler bracket, Commission doesn't like personal data as a commodity. Everyone knows that, because privacy should not be for sale and shouldn't be for the rich only. So in that sense, the Data Act multiplies the number of players who can bring data out to a market, to an economic function. But primarily, I would say it brings it to service providers.
Okay.
Thank you for that intro prompt.
Thanks a lot. Johannes, what would be your positioning? And please also introduce yourselves.
Yes, hi, I'm Johannes, I work for Damian Böselager, who you just heard, and he already took all of my points, so I have to come up with something new. We negotiated both the Data Governance Act and the Data Act, also the data strategy from the Parliament side, always with a perspective on industrial data. So like Damian, I will only talk about non-personal data here. We agree with the Commission and with, I think, still many people in this room that personal data should not be tradable per se. Is there such a thing as non-personal data? I was asked in a German ministry the other day. I was very surprised. Yes, there is. How about an offshore windmill which has a wind speed sensor in it or a water temperature sensor in it? Unless you can somehow construct a person into that, I think that data is clearly non-personal. It is or may still be valuable to some people. So maybe approach this best with how did we approach our positions on the Data Governance Act and now the Data Act. The end game is something that looks a bit like a metals exchange, where you have catalogs of different data products, possibly with market prices, in ideal form, live market pricing, but at least historical transaction values, where basically data can have a price. So to go back to my dear windmill, which anyone who's ever been in a lobbying meeting with us knows is my favorite example. So the dear windmill has a wind speed sensor in it, which measures at the time the wind speed on, let's say, the island of Borkum on a particular point in time. And that particular data point as a live stream may be interesting to someone who, I don't know, is developing a meteorological app. Now, those two people, they don't know each other, the owner of the windmill and the producer of the app. So they need to find some kind of way how to find that data. And for us, that is where marketplaces come in. They come in because they make supply of data products visible and accessible to demand of data products. And again, the whole notion of financial markets in that sense, metals exchanges, is something that has, I think, underline also our approach to regulate those data intermediation services in the DGA. So now, if you have that, i.e. you have data available and you can see a price, then for all of those businesses, in particular smaller businesses, whose management does not really have a normal inclination to make data available, can build a business case. Someone can come in and say, oh, look, we have this machine that produces this and this and this amount of data. Actually, you can see on that marketplace there's a demand for it. So let's invest, I don't know, half a day hour of our IT person to make that data available, or let's hire a consultancy to make that data available in a form that actually has a value in the market. And basically around the end game, which is the financial market for data, or basically a data tradable market, which doesn't exist yet and which will not exist yet for a while, because again, that's first of the time, more normally markets become first over-the-counter markets, then they become open exchanges. But that development will happen. And what is missing to it, and what the Data Act brings, or should bring, at least in our vision, is to know who actually has the right to put data onto that data market. Because for us, from our problem statement, this is one of the key faults so far, is the legal uncertainty for the owners of connected products that produce data, whether they can or cannot put that data online without infringing someone else's rights. And that's what we're looking for from the Data Act as a clarification, because we believe it's the first step to really then, in the end, have liquid, fair, competitive markets on which non-personal data can be traded and accessed. And that, we believe, is also the impetus for new revenue models, new revenue streams for businesses that may actually have nothing to do with data for the moment.
Thanks a lot. So that's the first step in a longer journey. Michael, can you also please introduce yourselves? And
yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Pencho, for having me on this great summit. I'm Michael Dose, a senior manager at BDI, Federation of German Industries, in the Department of Digitalization and Innovation, on the topic of data policy. First of all, we also, from the industry perspective, we totally share the Commission's objectives with the data strategy in total, to create a single market for data. As we have now the World Cup times, maybe to say that we put Europe in a better position when it comes to the second half of the game, when it comes to industrial data and non-personal data. So this is totally fine. And for us, what we are looking at is how is data sharing possible, and it's possible, and it should be possible in many ways, on contractual basis, in the upcoming data spaces, which we see on IoT platforms, on specific B2B platforms. And when we now come to the Data Act and the one-size-fits-all approach, we discussed another one-size-fits-all approach this morning with the GDPR. I think what we can say about the Data Act was not on our wishing list, that it was created in the way it is created, that B2B and B2C is combined, that all IoT products, or almost all IoT products, are within the same legislations. Within our membership, there are companies who have big opportunities out of the Data Act. It depends clearly on the role in which you are in. But the problem, what we from our B2B perspective have with the conception of this Chapter 2, is that this triangle from data holder, user, and third party does not really cover the whole industrial supply chain, which is much more complex, and so that many companies doesn't even know in which situation they are in, and we are totally agreeing on the aspect what was said before on creating data markets is a good idea. And when it comes to the windmill example, this is something we also want to have created. Where are the doubts is how much data is really clear non-personal. This is something which we also discuss in the industry. So where are the clear limitations where you can say that industrial data is clear out of the scope of the GDPR? There is this is a big issue. Vera Desmarais quoted the study we pointed out last year, where 85% of the companies said that gray areas regarding the GDPR are a big obstacle for them to invest more in data or in the economic use of data. So this is we discussed this morning. This is still an issue.
Thank you, Moritz.
Yes, hello, and thank you so much for the organizers. Thank you for the organization, Pencho, and to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. My name is Moritz Hennemann. I'm a law professor at the University of Passau, researching on European and international information and data law. And what does the Data Act add? It is part, and that's rightly has been said, it's part of a greater strategy to think in societal data ecosystems in B2B, B2C, and B2G dimension, and think those different dimensions together. And so I'm fully in support of that societal approach, especially with regard to data markets. Obviously, it is focusing on market failures, existing market failures and anticipated market failures, and is trying to react to those, including the dimension of fairness in B2C or B2B dimensions. And before coming to the more critical points, I have to underline that I generally like the aspect that these type of regulation, including the Data Act and the Data Governance Act, is generally presenting as a new driver for data law in general, focusing on data use and data usability as a starting point, although obviously the GDPR is still the elephant in the room, or the untouchable, potential untouchable elephant in the room. However, and this sort of is connected to that, in order to be effective, at least from a lawyer's point of view, coherence between the different acts is obviously of major importance. Coherence with regard to the GDPR, coherence with regard to the Data Governance Act, and that has been, for example, also been pointed out that there is some things to do, but also with regard to other important legal fields, with regard to trade secret law, with regard to competition law, even with regard to international private law, as the Data Act is focusing on the contractual dimension of different actors. And so also with regard to the Data Governance Act, but also with regard to the Data Act, the question of incentives obviously remain. Are there enough user incentives? It has been said that the Data Act is user-focused. From a de facto perspective, it is rather stabilizing, you might say, the de facto access of the data holder being in charge of the relevant data. From a legal point of view, it empowers the user via the data license agreement, Article 4.6. And for me, the question remains, is that Article 4, paragraph 6 agreement actually really a strong instrument the user has? And this is also connected to the question, obviously, of unfair terms control, or a potential bundling, unbundling between the sale of a product and this agreement. And I'm very keen on seeing how the Data Act will sort of also communicate with a potential data space regulation. I would agree that it's mainly targeted at non-personal data. However, to have a general framework, a general legal framework for data in general is in the end the way to go, although it is more difficult to go. And I'm also keen on seeing which kind of sector-specific regulation we will see next to the data spaces, especially on the member state level. Obviously, this question is also related to economic questions, and that is why I'm handing over to you.
Yeah, balance of power, I hear, coherence. So maybe you can shed some light on that. Please, go ahead.
Many thanks. Yeah, my name is Wolfgang Kerber. I'm a professor of economics at the University of Marburg, and I'm working on data governance questions since 2016, I think. And I have written this year a rather critical article about the Data Act, why the Data Act will not fulfill its objectives, but I will only focus on a specific point. And What I'm a bit surprised about the whole discussion also that we had also in the previous panel, but also here right now, we do not really talk about the innovators. So innovators are not an active actor here. And I found very interesting that in May, I was contacted from students at the one of the universities in Munich, and they had from their professor, they had the task of developing new business models because there is now the Data Act here coming, and therefore Data Act would unlock many data and IoT data, and therefore they had the task now really to develop business models for exactly these new opportunities now for data-driven innovation. And I found it's exactly what we want. And then they said, okay, and then I talked with them what their business model is, and then they thought about, yeah, predictive maintenance, okay, but you need a lot of data for predictive maintenance. And then the question was, yeah, how do they get the data for really providing predictive maintenance services? And then it was clear, it's not so easy using these user rights for this. So they had that idea, they first have to build up a platform for really matching repair services for getting enough customers, but then in a second step, then really getting access to the data of all these customers in order to build aggregated data sets, which then they can really use for offering predictive maintenance service. That was their original idea. So what is clear here is it's a very complicated process, especially if it's a startup and a small company, to really now make such a kind of innovation, because this is exactly what I've understood was the idea of the Commission, unlocking data for these kind of services. Now, the one point is it would be much easier if the startup could now really buy directly access to aggregated data sets. To some extent, they can do this. They can go to the manufacturers, because the manufacturers already have aggregated data sets for this, and get access to these. And the other option is, if the manufacturers don't do this, or it's too expensive, they can try to get it with user data. And the interesting question now is, with the data markets, will now emerge data markets really for offering such startups now aggregated data sets for making for enabling them really to make data-driven innovation, or does this not work? And the point is that it is also rather difficult, I think, for intermediaries to really develop such aggregated data sets using these user rights. So one problem is already, if it's personal data, this is one act. But the other problem, even if it's not personal data, then still we have all these many hurdles in the data sharing mechanism in the Data Act. So you need these bilateral negotiation agreements about this licensing and the front conditions and what is reasonable compensation. So it might be that you only get access in situ, so you don't even get a copy about these.
So maybe we can focus a bit on that, on the power balance in the Data Act, or the data holder and the data user. Maybe that's a good topic, because I think you wanted to say something about that too. When you were discussing how the industry is looking at it. Could you say something about the balance of power and how you like it in the Data Act? Or
yeah, so the balance of power is mainly when I first looked at the Data Act proposal the first time, and we had the first meetings with the Commission where they presented it. The examples that was given was always the situation that you have one party with a high negotiation power and another party with a very low negotiation power, and therefore it was the idea to empower the user to get access to the data generated by the use of the product and to give it to third parties, and so that that we don't have this lock-in situations. So from our point of view, this is not what we heard out of the industry as a structural problem. So this is what was said before. We don't see that there are structural market failures that would lead to such an approach.
So what would you need in order to really to get this? Because the question is really here: will it emerge? Will it stimulate the emergence of these data markets? And you say, well, that's not really the point that we strive for. So what is the point that you are striving for?
So what we need actually is a lot of legal certainty in many regards, and this is first of all the question, that the elephant that is in the room, the question of what data is being in the amount, what is in regard with personal data and non-personal data. So this is why we would love also to talk about anonymization of personal data, because this is a bridge technology to get a high value, the high values of our personal data in Europe, but as well have the opportunity to use the data also for economic ways. And these are the existing obstacles which we saw within the industry, and we would love to have seen some of these discussions within the Data Act.
Okay, so we've got quite some different views, and I know Johannes has an opinion about this. I'll give you the word.
I mean, I would just say, when it comes to this whole personal, should it be in there, as an economist, we would say all else equals, what happens if we make these rules for now only for non-personal data? Again, in our political view, we should never make personal data tradable, but let's just assume there is such a thing as non-personal data. And I would say, if you're a business and you can't perfectly identify it, well, there are two ways of doing it. Either you can trailblaze and go through court, or you don't. But let's say that some people will make that choice, maybe here in this fine city of Berlin, which has been bashed very much yesterday. As a Berliner, I should say there are lots of innovative and fun and good people here, and the weather's not always terrible. But let's say there's even only 3 actors, or maybe even 1 actor, that goes and makes a market in non-personal data, makes a profit, creates some taxes, distributes some wealth out of oligopolistic actors into more the consumer side. Well, that's great, no? That's already ceteris paribus, all else equals, that's progress. So I don't understand this aspect of, oh, we cannot have the entire cake, so let's not do anything. I mean, we are regulating the use and the sharing of non-personal data in the Data Act. That is a part that we are just doing. And if we're regulating it wrong, we're regulating it wrong for this entire, which may be tiny, maybe it's just one company that ever does this. I challenge you, I think it's much more than that. But we're regulating it nonetheless. So I think, and it's quite honestly, I mean, obviously from Brussels we hear lots of different stakeholders. It's only the Germans who think like this. Only the Germans who talk always, oh, we don't have clarity about what's personal, what's non-personal, so let's not do anything here. Well, the law will be very clear. I'm quite convinced, at least this is what the Data Governance Act did. It says, okay, unless data has been processed under a processing ground of GDPR, it does not go into the tunnel, it does not enter the law. So the Data Act, Damian always calls the GDPR tunnel, is the qualifying thing for data to enter the logic of Chapter 2. But let's just assume that we are not even talking about data that has been personal in the beginning. Let's just talk about data that's always been non-personal. Again, I challenge you to make a personal data out of my wind speed or a water temperature data. I just challenge you, somehow, probably someone in Germany can make it personal. But let's say they can't. You will have incremental change, incremental innovation. And I think what else is innovation than that? I mean,
so for this,
be a bit brave. Don't be so hung up on the personal data stuff.
Yeah. So I know there are different opinions. So for argument's sake, for the coming few minutes, let's dedicate this discussion to this, as Johannes describes. It may be a small niche market, but it's clearly a market. Even if it would be just windmills and sensors on windmills. But we can sure come up with other examples as well. So just for argument's sake, let's stick to that small niche for a minute. If you look at that small niche, what can you say about the clarity of the Data Act. And what I really liked was also the view on safety of Eline Chifot, who said, well, you know, safety is also that we can still pay our bills and that we get innovative companies to do stuff so we can work there and pay our bills. So will it, even if we focus on this small niche, will it give us earning power? What do you say, Moritz? Can you say something about that?
I would say it's an economic question, but nevertheless, I would like to sort of add the regulatory perspective, which is that obviously legal rights and the possibility to monetize specific non-personal data are strongly connected. I would agree that for non-personal data, the fundamental of the idea of the Data Act granting access, or depending how you design, obviously, the Data Act, empower the user by attributing data generated by its use to the user, is a potential to boost data markets that users either market those kind of data themselves, they use data intermediary services directly or indirectly, and are participating in the monetary value of those non-personal data. However, this is, and also from a legal point of view and conceptually, obviously dependent on the important questions how you calibrate the relationship between the data holder and the user. Right now, the data license agreements empowers the user from a legal point of view that he or she has to agree to the use of that data, but does not give, especially in a B2C context, any clarity how such an agreement should be evaluated, what unfair terms are in that respect, and it even acknowledges the first access by the data holder. And you can think that the different way around, and you have made a proposal in that regard that the user is the one defining the use and can, as an exception to that general rule, define which possible usages the data holder can do. And this is obviously a political decision, but a political decision in favor of a user-centric approach.
Okay. And talking about data holder and user and third party, are those enough roles? I'm looking at you, but I could look wider at the panel, but maybe you want to say something about it. Those three roles, could you say something about, is that enough to really stimulate the emergence of data markets?
I mean, let's talk about perhaps about non-personal data, about B2B situations, for making it a bit easier. Now, in B2B situations, we have right now the situations that we have the manufacturers. The manufacturers, they can design their device in a way that they get exclusive de facto control of the data, of all data that the users who are buying this device and using it in their factory are really generating. And the question is whether this is a starting point of everything. And this is justified by the Commission that this is the starting point, because the Commission assumes that there is an incentive problem. So the Commission assumes that if these manufacturers would not get exclusive control of the data, then they would not have enough incentives for investing in machines which are smart. I don't believe this. I think they would have, in any case, enough incentives for investing in these machines, even if they do not have exclusive control of these data. Because first, the users are paying for these devices and paying a price, and therefore all costs for data generating can be included in the price. And second, they are under competition, so they will not really stick to their old machines. They will invest in smart machines. So in that respect, this whole incentive problem, which the Commission thinks has to be solved, does not exist in that way.
Malte, can you say something about that?
Yeah, no, thank you. Maybe two points before. So the Data Act will cover personal data, and I will fight this over until the end, also because the line is so blurred, and the question whether a farmer can generate non-personal or personal data or both or only personal data is really a question that perplexes us, which is why the Data Act does not even distinguish between the two. It covers just both. It's not a categorization that is relevant for the right to receive data from an IoT data, and for consumer context, it would be ludicrous to exclude personal data. Second, we fully believe in intermediaries. That's why the Data Governance Act has Chapter 3, and then Johannes and I had a lot of fun in negotiating this chapter, and I think we have a very good outcome. So we believe also intermediaries are really necessary, especially for voluntary data sharing. And then indeed, the Data Act, Chapter 2, covers the situation where we see the risk, as Wolfgang Kerber just said, that the manufacturer could use or overuse the exclusive technical access to the data to channel water on its own services only, or services where he has exclusive partnerships, thus depriving the user of these machines from choice. And the most risk is on mass markets. It's certainly not with customized individual printing machines or even an ICE train set. There is more a balanced relationship. So taken that in these markets, you will have a means for the operator / user to negotiate all data rights. But in markets as diverse as farming, building, elevators, but even airplanes, we hear that it's not so simple, and even a large German airline, guess which one I'm referring to, is actually welcoming very much the Data Act, because it forces their bargaining power, so to say, vis-a-vis the main European aircraft maker and the main American one as well, obviously. Now, we hear a lot this concern, and I have to contradict Wolfgang Kerber here, that it would diminish the incentives. I'm siding, I think, a bit more with Wolfgang to say that innovation around these products would happen anyway, because products need to get better, need to get smarter, and there's a global competition on this. But there may be a risk that if we invest too far, we either disrupt the financial models underpinning the ownership and sale of an object. And certain things will change, because there may be a cost, and there will be a cost to these interfaces. I hope I'm still in the session, actually, because I'm seeing different windows, and no longer the window from the room. Maybe the technicians can bring back the window from the room, please, so I can see Marianne and the colleagues. So we carefully calibrated the proposal also in terms of the market mechanisms it gives, in terms of the FRAND terms, so that manufacturers can find different monetization streams. Purchase price is one. Secondary monetization by making third parties pay for the access is another one. The user should get the data that he himself generates for free. That was for us a set thing, because it would be ludicrous to tell an industrial manufacturer to say, for the robots that you operate, you have to pay back to KUKA to get access to the data that you yourself generated. That would be really now very awkward. And let me also say this: this morning I had a conversation with the Home Appliance Federation maker, and it's interesting when you put them in a different position. Now they are actually defending their position as manufacturers of white appliances, and are sometimes wondering now how this will be translated, this Data Act. But then I asked them, how do you do it with your own manufacturing robots? And then they say, well, okay, here's everything is fine, we'll be negotiating. But my Lufthansa example gives me a hunch that it's actually not so simple in all these markets. So there is an incentive problem to raise money for these, and BMW told me that setting up their own data API for complying with GDPR, data portability and access, has cost them several millions, and the revenue shared on this is obviously zero. and on another data market, it's also very, very, very little. So the upfront investments, just to comply with the Data Act, we recognize that, but we believe it's necessary, and that's what was your previous question, Marianne, for having the innovation stimulated in the economy in terms of services around the Data Act. Sorry, a long roundup on a number of the things that have been alluded to in the previous interviews, but we believe it really stimulates the innovation, and that will make Europe actually a more competitive space than, let's say, our Asian or American partner economies.
You want to react real quick? Then I want to.
Yes, I would like to
do just one other question. So
yeah,
real quick.
But Malte, the point is, do you have to make investments? But it's not a problem to cover all these costs with the price of the product that you are selling. This is we do with all other products in the same. If you have electric cars, then the price has to cover the entire cost, and that's the same with data. And I think it's exactly the mistake that we allow them to monopolize these data, which has all these negative effects to innovations that we would like to correct, only for helping them financing these investments. And I think this is a too large cost for innovation in our data economy, because we want more innovation, and that's exactly what is really stopping that. And therefore, I think we have to look in a different way. And I think one way of doing this differently is here what has been proposed by Damian Boselager, that the user gets the right to monetize the data, which is a different approach.
You want to react, or we go to?
If I could just say it's complementary. I think I sympathize to an extent with the proposal by Damian Boselager. In our proposal, both the manufacturer data holder can monetize individual level data as well as the individual. We don't really reason the same way necessarily as Johannes will explain maybe in a moment, that then the price goes down on the data markets, because we reason more in what will happen to the data, what will the manufacturer do in terms of making product improvements, and what will the user do with that data and receiving services. And then the price of the data on an abstract data market doesn't really matter so much. Both can actually play with the data.
Okay. Johannes, you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. I think, first of all, the word user is highly confusing. So the user in the Data Act is the owner of the object, or someone who has rented or leased the object from the owner. It's not necessarily a consumer term. It's like, let's face it, the user can be BMW, it can be a commune, it can be lots of different things. And I think it leads just like linguistically to lots of misunderstandings. So I think what we're not doing, and I disagree with Moritz there, we are not saying we should put the user in the center always. We are trying to clarify legal rights and obligations. And to a certain extent, when it comes, for example, from the property of a connected product, we indeed put the user, who is the owner of that connected product, in the center of deciding what happens to economic externalities of that product, i.e. data. What we're not doing is to say, okay, this is anti-data holder, not quite the opposite. Data holders may also be startups, small businesses, maybe, lots of weaker actors. We're saying the data holder should, at the same time, once the data holder has use rights to non-personal data coming from the product, they should have the ability to monetize aggregated data. And we want to make that very clear. This is not just about users monetizing data. At the very same time, on the very same data markets, one should find aggregated data sets. So in my case, with my beautiful windmill, let's say there's a Danish manufacturer of windmills. It should be the owner of one windmill that can monetize the data that's coming from that one windmill, but it should be absolutely open to the data holder, the manufacturer, if it is a data holder, very important, to monetize the aggregated wind picture of, I don't know, the island of Borkum, to come back to my example. So, and I think this is very important to understand, because it seems to construct a political argument where there is none. Our argument is one should not need 100 lawyers to determine whether one can put data onto a data market.
It should
That's
be simple.
The argument.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with this one versus the other. I mean, if you want the dichotomy, it's people that make more products than they buy, and people that buy more products than they make. Those are the two people that are, from an economic interest, against each other. And yeah, as was rightfully put out, we have the same thing. Most companies buy and sell connected products. So
They
they
have
have
all
an
these
interest
roles.
on both sides of the business. It's a bit more complicated than this kind of, I don't know, left-right user data holder picture than that was painted here.
I hate to stop you all because I think we could be here for another hour, especially diving into this. One of my favorite quotes from Mrs. Vestager is, GDPR gave us rights but no means to exercise them. And I still believe the Data Act also gives a little bit means to the data portability rights that we all have. I promised dear Pencho to run in time, so I will try to do it. So I'm going to ask you, as a closing remark, and you can go out all your way, whether or not personal data or not, put it in. Could you in one sentence, I'm going to raise the bar here with not so many commas, so not a sentence of 5 minutes. Could you say, will the Data Act, closing remark, will the Data Act impact digital sustainability, and what will the consumer notice? What will I notice? Malta, I'm going to start with you.
It's simple, more choice. That's a 2-word sentence.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with you.
The Data Act should make the value of non-personal data visible to everyone, to consumers, to companies, to regulators, to antitrust authorities. And that will, of course, have an impact on everyone's life, and in particular also on industrial processes and oligopolies, which is the one that we care about most.
Yeah.
Well, as digitalization and sustainability are two sides of the same coin, and the Data Act is one of the main issues regarding the data economy at the moment. When we find the right balance between the interest regarding the roles and so on, and the data use will increase in the future, then it will also have a big impact on sustainability, which can only be supported.
Functioning user activation, including functioning personal information management system and non-personal information management system, are the basis for functioning data ecosystems, including governmental and non-governmental actors, including data altruistic organizations, to really gain the potential of data on an individual, collective, and common good level.
I wished I pressed the button record for that one. It's everything recorded. Yeah, thank you. Wolfgang.
Yeah, last week I gave a presentation at another conference about consumer policy, and I said I don't think that the Data Act will contribute really to the interests of the consumers at the end, and I think that I'm very happy for my last sentence. If there's a chance, then it would only be workable if we really would establish an effective system of personal information management systems for dealing with this problem of personal information and using this as a very important part of a solution.
Well, for me, I think the Data Act, one of the things, for the first time, it's black and white that it says, the whole concept of data sovereignty, giving the user who generated the data some more control over the data. So I hope in the coming years, and I'm sure you hope it as well, that you are proven wrong. Yeah. And with that, I hope next year we will discuss how wrong you were. And I will thank you all for this panel. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Malte. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. We're definitely ready. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the panel on B2G data sharing under the Data Act. My name is Lina Rusch, and I work on digital and data policy at Tagesspiegel Background here in Berlin. Yeah, in preparation for today, I looked back at the past editions of the Data Summit to find out when was the first time we talked about the B2G data sharing, and I landed at the 2018 edition, so very first one. I remember heated discussions with Jakob Greiner from Deutsche Telekom and also Malte Bayer-Katzenberger, who we just saw from the Commission. Yeah, that was even before the Commission expert group had published its report, way before the COVID-19 crisis hit Europe, which we'll later definitely see was a window of opportunity, so to speak, to put these provisions in the Data Act and justify them that way. Yeah, the topic has been a consistent side topic, I would say, in the bigger context of those debates and also in the editions of the summit. But to set the pretext now for this following discussion for 45 minutes, I will not allow you to think of it as just another aspect of the Data Act. We all know there are very many. Yeah, please bear with us, since this is actually and potentially a far-reaching proposal in Chapter 5 of the Data Act, delegating new powers to authorities to request data from private sector actors. Whether it will play out that way is another question. But in any case, it's a rather crucial part of the Data Act and a very political one, if you will. So I don't know how familiar you are with the Chapter 5 of the Data Act. My panelists definitely are. We will make sure to bring you up to speed with the ideas behind the B2G provisions, the latest state of negotiations, and the remaining doubts and fears relating to this set of rules. But let's not forget also about the opportunities connected to this idea of B2G data sharing and the strategies, how to leverage them. Yeah, to discuss these questions, we are connected with Maria Rosaria Corduti from the European Commission today via WebEx. She has been involved with the preparatory work and the drafting of these provisions from the very beginning. Welcome amongst us here in Berlin. And I have a veteran of the B2G data sharing debate here with Heiko Richter from the Max Planck Institute for Competition and Innovation. Welcome again to the stage. I know you've been involved here at the summit already previously. And a fellow member of the academic community with Carla Dietmeier, who is working on these issues in the context of her PhD at Humboldt University. Before that, she worked as a policy advisor to a Green member of Parliament. And yeah, welcome. And finally, we have Simone Chignat, who has worked as a senior policy advisor for the French Prime Minister Task Force on Open Data. Therefore, Simon knows the French data strategy very well. In 2021, I believe, Simon went freelance and now advises different European organizations, such as the Open Data Institute, Luminate, the Urban Innovative Actions Program, the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights, and UN Habitat. Both Carla and Simon were here at the panel last year. I wasn't. So let's start again from scratch, basically. But yeah, at the time there was no Data Act proposal, so let's start precisely with that. And with Maria, I heard that you have to leave us a little bit earlier, so yeah, I would like to give the word first to you and give you the opportunity to tell us about the Commission's thinking and intentions behind the Chapter 5 provisions and whether you stand behind it despite some criticism in the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I hope that you can hear me well.
Yeah.
Indeed, and I think I was in the panel also last year, Jakob. But indeed, the proposal was not out yet. So now I'm happy to give you a brief outline of how then Chapter 5 ended to be shaped up in the Data Act proposal. As you have noticed in the proposal, the scope is a little bit more limited than the one that we had announced, and also the expert group on high-level P2G advised us. So in the proposal, we have created the proposal creates obligations for private sector entities to give data to public sector bodies and some European institutions in a very specific circumstances. And this is the key of the chapter. To understand the logic behind it, that is the logic of last resort mechanism. And the key concept here is the exceptional need. So basically, according to the Data Act, the private sector entities will have the obligation to share data in very few limited circumstances. First of all, when there is a public emergency that has been declared in a member state. So in that circumstances, the case as the data has to be shared for free. Then we have a second case where data can be asked when the public sector body needs to implement policies and actions to recover for a public emergency, but also to prevent for a public emergency. The third scenario is where the public sector body needs the data to fulfill with a specific task that has been assigned to it by law, and the public sector body has tried all the possible means to get hold of the data, but failed, and to wait for a new legislation will be too much time consuming. So we have these scenarios that define the exceptional need.
On the last one, can you maybe give an example for this kind of situation which you're foreseeing, where the data has been tried to get somehow, but it wasn't possible?
Yeah, for example, if a public sector body has to comply with the task of improving the mobility system, public mobility transportation system in the city, because it has to comply with specific targets related to environmental policy and climate change. And so the public sector body has to show, for example, that it has tried to buy the data on the market, that it has also launched a procurement process to buy the data, but the data was not available on the market. And of course, the public sector body has to show that there's not already any legislation that would allow it to get the data, and also need to prove that to wait to do a new legislation will need to wait too much.
Okay.
So this can be an example of Article 15(1)(c). And both for this last point and for the previous one on preventing and recovery of emergency, a compensation is foreseen. So the Data Act establishes an upper limit, and there is compensation related to the cost of making data available. But the Data Act also lists quite a lot of strict conditions and criteria that the public sector body has to specify and comply with in the request. So time limitation, purpose limitation, of course, all the guarantees and safeguards. If personal data is involved, even if most of the requests would involve personal data. Then, of course, there is also the provision that allows the private sector, but the private entity to not fulfill the request if all the criteria have not fulfilled by the public sector body. So the private entities has the right, of course, to, let's say, go to the competent authority or to the court and to refuse the request. Then, according to the chapter, the public body that gets the data in certain specific cases is allowed to further sharing this data with other public sector institutions. when it is needed in some specific circumstances, or when the public body has not in-house the capacities to analyze the data. So it is allowed to share the data with someone that is available to analyze the data for it. And there is also mechanism for cross-border cooperation, because, for example, an emergency can involve more member states at the same time. So it is important that there is a cooperation when a request is launched after the B2G chapter. And we also provide that in these circumstances, the private entities can say to a public body that it has already shared the data with another public sector body. So the private entity has not to share the data multiple times for the same purpose. I would say that this is the broad overview of the chapter that we are negotiating with the Council and the Parliament, and I can already say that in the Council the work has progressed very smoothly, and this chapter is for sure one of the more debated, because, as you said, Lina, it's also quite politically relevant. But it is good to see that indeed there is a lot of discussion on the chapter, but there is also the willingness of providing this kind of mechanism at new legislation that doesn't exist. So, of course, there are many issues to be debated, especially when, in case of public emergency, for example, some personal data can be involved in the request, even if it will be shared and treated utmost respect of the GDPR and all the data protection legislation that we already have. But we see that both in the Council and the Parliament, there is all the parties recognize that it's quite an important chapter, that this provision does not exist at all in new legislation. So, of course, it's the first time and can be a little bit difficult, but we are confident that at the end, compromise will be reached in both houses of co-legislator, and this chapter would help to manage emergencies and other specific cases where public sector bodies need data.
Thank you for the overview, indeed, and this state of affairs. You're obviously hopeful. That's good to hear that there can be some consensus on this. We'll definitely hear some more arguments in the remainder of the discussion. So in case we don't hear you anymore, thank you so far. If there's any very urgent questions to Maria from the audience, we'd actually have to hear it now because she has to go. I can
stay a few more minutes.
Okay. So far, no. So Heiko, you've heard Maria's remarks, and do you think the Commission is going to reach its goals it has set out with these provisions?
That's a tough question because I think the goals the goals are. I mean, I understand it for emergency, but as you already said, there is much more beyond the emergency where this rule should empower for, and there it is not really clear, in my view, what the goal is. And I have to agree with, as opposed to the other rules of the Data Act, it's not so complicated actually, this problem, but it is highly political and it's highly sensitive. And I would say that it goes into the right direction. It is if access is for the common good, and this is the idea behind this, and if businesses are the data holder, I have to add we come from a tradition where it is quite coincidence how much data the state has and the private has, and this balance has shifted in the last years. And the original idea of this, it came from France, but even before, I think, in developing countries, where you actually had the problems that the state was weak, that there were private companies, and simply like statistics and such data was incomplete. So this has a long idea, and it's all about the notion of the state and or the public and the private. Now, having said that, I see the peculiarities of the discussion, because it also depends on your notion of the state and the trust that you have in the state and the private, and this has shifted as well, I think. So one big prerequisite for this goal to reach is that states follow the rule of law, and that is something that is contested in the last years in the EU. So that's not a simple question, but I think also on the operational part...
You see that play out specifically with these provisions, this fear?
Can do, of course, if the scope is too broad and if it's too undefined, and this problem I see in some regards. We can go into the details if you're interested, but the conceptualization of that is that with emergencies, we have heard it yesterday as well, everyone agrees. I think we see it a little much from the COVID perspective, and as you already pointed out, that's an idea that has developed much more before COVID, but now if you see the procedure, it has obviously been inspired by COVID, but I think it has not drafted, it has drafted before the war started. So that's another sort of emergency, energy crisis and so on. So you can see that there is an abstract value in these rules. Beyond emergency, I would also favor these rules, but I think they have to design a bit differently for reaching them.
Just maybe in case Maria wants to react directly to that, why they still think it's a good idea. Even beyond the emergency case, please feel free.
Yeah, no, basically because in all these years of work on this policy of B2G, we have collected quite a lot of evidence from public sector stakeholders that they still miss a lot of data that they need and that could benefit them to implement better policies and providing with better services to their citizens. And in the last years, we have seen, the environmental climate crisis deepening, and of course, we can't just treat it only just an emergency. So that goes in Article 15.1 provision, but we need to adapt to this changing environment, and we need, and data, of course, is the information that is needed to provide better public services. But sometimes it's very difficult for the public entities that have also the power to do better things, also to improve the environmental situation and climate situation. They just don't have the data. And can't have the data because it's locked in private sector hands. I think it is also important to pass the message that the scope of the chapter is actually quite limited, and we attach quite a lot of conditions and safeguards to the request. So we think it's an important first step, but that it's not at all enough to solve all the problems that the public sector bodies have to confront in today's very much complex reality.
Thank you. We'll definitely go into the safeguards in this discussion here, we promise. So Carla, Maria said earlier that it's quite experimental legislation in that sense. I'm sure there's scope to disagree on that, because there is, I think you are working on this in your research also, already quite some national legislation. So can you fill us in on that and what we can learn maybe from that for the Data Act?
Yes, I mean, it is an experiment. I would agree on that. I would just like to place it in the broader context of business to government data regulation, which is, and here it's not so much about emergencies, but much more about very daily, very mundane activities, often on the municipal level. So it's about transport planning, energy infrastructure planning, waste management. So, bread and butter business to government data regulation. And here, especially in Germany, on the sub-federal level, you do have that sort of, for example, energy utilities have to provide energy consumption data to the planning authorities that then improve energy efficiency in the infrastructure. But still, there's quite often I see in the policy, with the policymakers, there's an uncertainty how to establish a framework, how to mitigate conflicting interests. So there are open questions. They quite often don't realize they're doing data legislation and regulation. So I think there's a need for some sort of model and framework, and that brings me back to the chapter 5 of the Data Act, because as Maria says, it's very limited in scope, right? So it's only exceptional needs. And frankly, emergencies don't happen very often, and regarding this last resort mechanism, I don't see any real-life applicability, which is a criticism, but you could also argue this chapter should function as a sort of model, framework for the more bread-and-butter business-to-government data sharing. And here, unfortunately, I also have to, a sort of criticism, because the way it is structured, and it wants to be a horizontal framework, not a sector-specific one. So it does not name which public task should be furthered. It does not say which kind of data. Even the other chapters at least say data produced by products and services. Here, it could be any kind of data for any kind of public task. Disregarding security, that's not in the scope of the Act, but it makes it very vague, very broad. And because we're talking about state power, not private actors anymore, here it's a whole different field. You have to limit that state power, right? You can't give that, it's proportionality, we know it from constitutional law. So what results is that the conditions, as Maria said, yeah, they have to try to buy that data, they have to make it in a timely manner, etc. They are there because it is so vague. But if you can name a specific public task, and if you can say what kind of data you want, that gives you a bigger reach, if it's proportionate, etc. But the way this is structured, it cannot work as a model because it is way, way narrower than what is in the bread and butter activities needed. And that's also regarding the compensation mechanism. It makes sense here because it's so abstract that there is no connection of the data holder to the public good. But in many cases, Maria said transport planning, of course you can integrate the mobility providers. They also benefit from better transport planning. So usually, and in the cases that I've seen, there's no need for a compensation. That said, I think, of course, it's good that we're having this discussion. I think it's good that the European Commission points out that this is a data issue and not just a municipal, Daseinsvorsorge, we call it, issue. But I do think it's not suitable as a general model.
So you would see it rather as a statement and then maybe in follow-up sector-specific regulation, this would make much more sense. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but also I really think it's misleading, especially this compensation mechanism, because now it seems as if the public sector body has to compensate. But that's not, I mean, you don't have to compensate for regulation. That's we don't do that. It's not expropriation, right? So I think it's a good starting point, but if we should focus at the specific task in the specific sector and regulate from that.
I saw a lot of nodding on side of your co-panelists, and therefore maybe just straight to Simon. You seem to agree on that, and you seem to also be skeptical if it will actually have an impact on especially the local level. Maybe you can elaborate.
Yeah, maybe what we miss in the discussion is a concrete example, and I will be really happy to provide one.
Yeah, definitely.
If you don't
Go
mind.
for it.
So, as I am the last speaker of the last panel, I'm gonna offer you the opportunity to a kind of experiment. Let's say we are all lucky enough to spend the summer in the south of France.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right, very far from Berlin. So if you want, it's just gonna take us 1 minute. So if you want to close your eyes and relax.
It's supposed to snow tonight.
Yeah,
so enjoy this.
So you are in a beautiful mansion in the south of France. It's a summer, the end of August. You are, it's 7 p.m., you are drinking your first glass of rosé. Maybe your kids are playing in the swimming pool. Everything is perfect. I say it's 7 p.m., it's your first glass of rosé, except if you are British citizens, maybe that's not your first one. But everything is going perfectly, right? You close your eyes and then you open your eyes and have a look at the sky. And in the sky, you see that the day has been quite hot, right? And in the sky, you see that the sky is getting darker and darker. And that's exactly what happened last summer and what happens every summer, actually, in a specific region in France. And it's called a seasonal episode. I don't know if you know the term seasonal episode. Basically, a seasonal episode is when there is a very strong winds and storms and huge amount of rain on a very specific location, right? So hopefully you open your eyes and you just have time to run inside the house. The thing is, this seasonal episode, it happens every year, and it's only lasting generally between 2 or 3 hours, okay? And it's a good example, and actually that's a real one, and the cost of this kind of episode are huge, even in terms of lives. Actually, 20 years ago, more than 25 people died in the small village of Aramon in the south of France, and every year we have some casualties linked to seasonal episode. A friend of mine who happens to work at the city of Montpellier came back to me and said, look, Simon, we need to access one specific data to be able to manage that kind of situation, which is we want to know exactly the number of people driving in their car in a specific location, right? Why is that? He said, because it's really helpful to be able to understand if there are only 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, and so on and so on. And he said, we already know who has the data, right? Maybe it's Waze, maybe it's another mobile phone company, and so on and so on. And he said, maybe with the B2G data sharing framework, there is an opportunity for us as a city council to access this data. And that's what it gets really interesting, because as you know in the proposal, actually there is a different situation. The first one is, do you need the data to respond to a situation, or do you need the data to prevent the situation? I think we can all agree that this is a public emergency situation. If it's not, well, what is a public emergency situation? But my friend at the city of Montpellier, is he asking the data to respond to the situation for only 3 hours, or to prevent the situation because that's for the future? That's not totally clear if he can access the data for free.
That's under the French provisions.
Yeah, that's not so clear in not only in the French provision, but in the forthcoming Data Act. And why do I want to stress that point? Because, as you said, I have an experience as a policymaker in France. I spent 7 years drafting a series of national policy on data, on algorithmic transparency, and so on and so on. 7 years, it's quite long, actually, and it's enough to be in a unique position on some part of the national data policy to draft a legislation and then to implement it. Usually, that's not the same people who do that. Usually you just imagine a new legislation and then maybe left your position and let others clean your own mess. So I had to clean my own mess. And what I learned is that basically every time we tried to draft a legislation saying beyond this point and drawing a line and saying beyond this point you will have new rights, and that's exactly the case here. You know what I mean? If I say the line is it to respond to a situation or is it to prevent a situation? Every time we try to draw this line, we failed. So basically my point is, I think, that for most local public authorities who can be really interested in applying that kind of new B2G data sharing framework. It's not so clear. The situation is not so clear. And I really want to see more concrete examples in that field.
And more freedom for maybe experimental use? Is that also?
Not only for experimental use. I mean, of course, everyone is focusing on the COVID crisis, and for good reason. But for sure, the COVID crisis we are still in the middle of the COVID crisis. You know what I mean? And that's slightly different when you speak about a seasonal episode of 3 hours or of COVID crisis lasting at least 3 years. The situation is quite different.
Okay, so we have now heard, I would say in the first comments, a lot about this distinction between the emergency and the non-emergency cases. Can we maybe pretend we're in a negotiation? Is there a consensus? You can just nod that we need this generally for emergency situations. We're just not sure if this will happen so much. Carla does not.
I mean, I have also read the reports. I know the pilot studies, usually in cooperation with a telecommunications company in some developing country. I know the pilot that Robert Koch Institute has done. I haven't seen more than pilots so far. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to hear concrete examples, continuous examples. And I know innovation doesn't work in a very linear way. It's just, and I don't think it's wrong, but this seems more of a prescriptive regulation than a reactive one. So they're trying to shape reality while doing regulation.
But then the other aspects, there were some calls, and I recognize this from the German position in the council negotiations to just get rid of the other aspects, Article 15C. Do you tend to agree on that?
C is divided. It has two cases. So there's the emergency prevention and recovery of emergency. Then you have the fulfillment of a public task, and there we have the case that Maria mentioned, which is there's a subsidiarity principle. So if we don't get it on the market and if we don't have the laws, then basically you're empowered to get the data on this legal basis. That's already questionable in my view. I see the big problem of preemption. So the problem is not, the question is not only should this be regulated by why is the EU regulating this, right? And in this C1 is the implicit assumption that national legislation comes too late for whatever reason, because there is no political consensus, because it simply doesn't work well with legislation. And I see a big problem there because I think it's Article 40, which basically says that Chapter 5 preempts national legislation. So once you would have national legislation in place and it collides with Chapter 5, at least that's my reading, then basically EU legislation trumps. And this is why the question for the scope is so important, because depending on how you define how the EU law relates to national law, the answer basically what follows is what Germans, what the French, what the Slovak can still regulate, also for on the municipality level or whatever. So if EU law trumps, it is very, very important to ask for the scope. But as you ask for the C, there's a second case which says that they are also empowered in the public sector bodies are also empowered in case if it saves cost, basically. And this I would delete. Because I think the Commission they framed it on an exceptional basis. So, and yesterday you could see that in the position of the industry, it's obvious that they say, well, that's not an exceptional case, so it can't be in. Well, if you had another title, then you cannot make this argument, basically, right? But if you limit it to exceptional cases, I would argue that saving costs, that's an eternal challenge for the public sector bodies, and this cannot be an exceptional case. I would leave this straight away because this would also lead to too large scope of exemption if you take this seriously. And with C, I would leave it, but if you frame it differently, that would be my answer. And there, I think this connects to what Carla said. How does this relate to sectoral regulation, to specific purposes? It is very vague, but we do have actually, let's say, we have to keep it as horizontal, otherwise there would not be the competency to build it on that. And the whole Data Act, the beauty is that it's horizontal. So the challenge is how abstract can it be and how concrete and purpose fit can it be. There are hybrid ways to regulate, like one would be how the Open Data Directive did it with the high value data sets, right? That you have general principles and then you, well, move it to the next day and maybe to some other bodies to agree on what to put in the annex or which conditions there are, but at least it is somehow defined and there are general principles that then can guide further more specific purposes like health, like environment, like.
But it's been 3 years, so I don't know if this is the best example.
The high value data sets.
Since the.
Well, yeah, there was also COVID in between, so I mean,
okay.
people at the Commission know why this delay was, and yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not saying that this specific example is a good example, but the construction is something that could also guide us when thinking about more hybrid approaches, because this is a problem that you always have, and if you already have examples in national legislation, then this can inform us as well, I think.
Was Simon going to add to that with his preference?
Yeah, maybe a more positive comment.
Yeah, definitely.
Because there's a lot.
Take us back to the south of France.
Yeah, actually, I would like not to draw a line, as I said, it's complicated, but maybe a parallel with the discussion about open data 10 years ago. Basically, 10 years ago, when we discussed open data, we had one and only one governance model in mind, right? Right now, what we see is so many different data sharing configuration, and my hope is that maybe if we meet again in 5 years, what we will see in the market and in the society, it's not only B2G data sharing as it's currently defined in the Data Act, but more different configuration of B2G data sharing, right? In this way, if you see the Data Act as just a first step towards a truly or more effective B2G data sharing, there it's much more positive. For instance, just to give you an example, I'm really curious, and to be honest, I would be happy to help if companies, for instance, say, okay, let's take one good public policy we want to help. Is it, for instance, suicide prevention? Is it a good one, maybe? Or something else? Can we try to build a coalition of companies who will be able to share that data with public sector organization?
What kind of data are we talking?
For instance, I know there are so many different examples, and this one is about personal data, actually, you're right. More something different. We can, let's say it's not about suicide prevention, but climate change or something different. If we could build a coalition of companies who are willing to share some of their data with public organization, maybe it's a different sharing configuration that's the one we are discussing today.
Is that what you would put under the heading of data altruism in the context of B2G?
Yeah, it could be. It could be, actually. And the thing is, maybe just one more comment on that. With the European data strategy, what we see is a lot of new different concepts. I mean, we speak B2G data sharing here. There is data altruism, data intermediaries, data stewards, which is per se not in the Data Act, but the idea is general, and so on, the data space, and so on. So for many local public authorities, they at least struggle to understand the big picture. what is the big picture of what will be the role, not only of local, but also national public authorities when it comes to data in this new world with so many different concepts? That's not so clear. How do you integrate an altruistic approach with a B2G data sharing approach? Is it something totally different? Is it convergent? Is it complementary? Is it opposite? That's not so clear.
Is it? How do you see it?
Well, I'm a public lawyer, right? So for me, I think it seems very new. It seems like data asks, it asks very new questions and asks us to develop new concepts. In a way, that's true, but in a way, we have a lot of established concepts and frameworks, and especially in the context of public service delivery. This is what it is in the end. It's not so new, and you have obligations of companies. For example, in the 70s, there was also an energy crisis, and mineral oil importers had to import certain quantities or have them. And that was a big financial burden, economic burden on them. And they went in front of the Constitutional Court. And the Constitutional Court said that is part of your obligation towards the common good. So we think we're asking the new questions, but these questions arise again and again, and it's a new asset that we're dealing with. But we can there are a lot of frameworks that we can use already. And what I wanted to say, and I think I kind of agree with also other panelists, personal data does not have to be excluded here. I mean, of course, if the public good is important enough, you can use personal data. We've also been doing that for security purposes. Why not use it in order to prevent for climate change or energy planning?
Always the prime example anyways, the telecom data during COVID. It's highly...
But there they used anonymized
aggregated.
Data. Yeah. And telecommunications, I mean, you also have to look what kind of personal data, what is the information you can get out of it. And of course, communications data is more sensible than, I don't know, what a flat uses in a year of heating.
Yep. Heiko.
Yes, if I can relate to the two comments. The first is I agree with that we have established principles, especially also the Constitutional Court, and it is basically also a constitutional matter because it's the state versus private entities. But here we have EU regulations. So and the whole reason for regulating it on an EU level is also harmonization to a certain extent. And I think what we haven't talked about is the procedure. Basically, also the idea of a one-off principle that business are not swamped with multiple requests, and that is something apparently that was learned from COVID. But I wanted to build on what Simon said. I think first of all we would have a dual system now. This is mandatory, and why is it mandatory? Because it is for situations where companies do not have the incentives to share. Otherwise, it would not make sense to force them. But actually, this whole regime started with cases, with use cases on a voluntary basis. And my concern is that voluntary agreements are killed off if this is too harsh, or if the relationship between voluntary agreements and this mandatory access is not regulated properly. So I think this is something that the legislature should take care of.
Can you explain that though, why it would be killed off?
Because if this, first of all, it depends a little bit. If the compensation regime for it depends on if you get compensation or not. But in agreements, basically, you can negotiate, and if it's a win-win situation, you could basically negotiate the position that favors both. But if the mandatory rule gives the default that you cannot deviate from, then this is basically the rule, right? So, and this, if this is better for one position, it's a little bit like a prisoner's dilemma. So if you could agree on a higher level, now the law forces you into a situation where both are worse off. So, and I'm from the private law side, so I would say agreements usually trump. Right? Otherwise, you need a justification for that. What Simon said is interested in the sense that we have to think further, and what also under this mandatory regime. Once the state has this data, whatever data, and I would agree that personal data if it's anonymized. So I would be pretty much in line with what the Commission suggested. But then the draft is very rigid in the sense that it entirely rules out reuse, except for very, very limited purposes like research or statistical purposes. Now, I don't know why, because I would propose maybe a solution that would at least, well, the reason is for safeguarding the interests and, of course, not overstretching it and protecting the businesses. This I can understand, but I think there is some middle ground which could be to ask or to oblige businesses to choose, and they can say no, maybe also without justification, but at least offering what this data can be reused for.
Opt-in or opt-out?
Well, I would say opt-out because it's businesses, it's not consumers, so they are competent, and if it stays exceptional, then they will not overburdened with requests, I would say. So that is something that business can do. And the other thing is, even if you rule out reuse and it relates to the Open Data Directive, it does not solve the problem that the legislator wants to solve, because the problem here is access. So actually, if you really take this seriously, what you would have to prevent is that this is accessible once the state has it, and this falls under national regimes, right? That's a question of EFG, of UEG, so of environmental law and so on. This the EU cannot regulate, and I think this is something, I'm not sure if this has been recognized so far. So I'm giving hints into both directions, depending on which you go, but then make the whole step and not get stuck in between.
There was a lot of agreement here on the panel today. It's almost scary. Then I would like to maybe give the last word to the audience. If there's any questions, I see a lot. That's too bad. We can't take them all. But maybe you in the red sweater.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. My name is David Schimmert. I'm a policy officer at Bitkom. And since it's called B2G, I thought I'd give an input from the business side as well. I think one thing that keeps businesses busy, many things also, including rule of law, were discussed already. I think one thing is that we would expect requests from various different authorities within one member state, from other member states, potentially in different languages, and they could all just come in on this day. And so it seems not too coordinated. Also, the mutual assistance mechanism seems not so well coordinated, in the sense that if we talked about rule of law again, right? So there's an authority from one country asking data from a different country, the receiving country where the company is located. It has the right to advise and to assist, but it cannot block it, even that. And these things, it seems a bit odd. So maybe there's a reaction to kind of the cross-border thing, which seems relevant given it's an EU kind of file. And again, the question, how does coordination work even on the local level? Because there could be this commune, Simon, and this one, and this one, and this one, and they all kind of send the same thing, and they all want a bit of a different piece of data. So in the end, you might end up with a situation where it might actually be harder to obtain data from businesses because they only have so many people to staff on these requests. Thank you.
That's more of a remark than a question, but you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a joke, David. Sorry. Let's open it, right? If you don't want to deal with so many people asking for the same data, put it in open data. It's a joke only.
Thank you. Maybe just finally, we file one small remark or question?
Yeah, one question, actually, on a small remark that Heiko did 20 minutes ago on informational imbalance between companies and the state. In former times, the state was the actor that had the information power, and this has changed a lot. So the big companies, at least, they have now much more information power than the state has. And the consequence is that some services that are provided by the private actors, for example, Google Maps, has a better quality than services provided by the state. And I talked to an engineer working in the Landesvermessungsamt in the land surveillance register. And he told me that if there is a new street, it takes 4 or 5 months for the officials to measure the street. But Google immediately has this new street once it is opened, because they have the data of the cars driving through the street. And in former times, the state sold these data. Now we, the state, have to give it away for free, which is good, I think, because of its high-value data sets. But the state cannot make money with these data anymore. They are open data, which is good. But Google is able to have this data and even improve these high-quality data and improve their own services. So the imbalance gets even stronger. And in the end, the state says, okay, the Google data, they are so precise, we don't need to do this land surveillance service anymore. So that's the danger. And the question is how to solve this problem. And I have no answer to this, because, well, would the answer be giving the state even more data so that it becomes stronger? Which is kind of dangerous, of course. But on the other hand, there is these big companies. And my solution would be more open data, more transparency on both sides, more open data on the state side and more open data on the company side.
That's a very big question for a last question.
Okay, sorry.
In case anyone wants to add to that.
Well, from what I understand is your question is that what happens if Google Maps has the better data in any case and the state decides not to even collect data anymore. That's a classic how to pronounce privatization. Voila. You know, and we've done it before with other sectors, and you have a regulatory oversight that guarantees that rule of law principles, etc., would be in place. It's not the only solution, of course, but if we think, you know, the width of a street is not really core to our human value, like Grundrechte, basic rights, etc., we can, if the private sector is better at it and more efficient, we just regulate. We don't do it ourselves, we just regulate. I mean, that's a bit speculative, but I would just like to stress that, and again, because I keep saying this is not a new question, there's a very old law since the 1920s that obliges companies that do geological digging to hand over their data to the state, because the state has long decided not to dig itself through the whole ground. But for example, if we look for where to put radioactive waste, there's a law that asks these companies to give that data and even publicize it in order to make gain acceptance for whatever the radioactive waste is kept. So there are ways. I don't think I don't think we will be overwhelmed with it. I think we have to just look at which specific task this data is used for.
Thank you. I would say let's wrap it up with the B2G policy discussion here. I would like to thank you all and end with a recommendation for the follow-up. That's Isabella Hermann's keynote on science fiction and data policy, and I had the pleasure to already see it basically beforehand, so I would really suggest that after a heavy day of policy discussions you change perspective a little bit like that, and if you can't, you can read it tomorrow in Tagesspiegel background. Thank you so much.
As Lina said, we continue the perspective from the science fiction side. She is a former colleague of mine, studied political sciences, and she is a board member of the Stiftung Zukunft Berlin. Isabella, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the nice introduction, and I really have the honor now to close the day with a talk on science fiction. And, you know, I'm doing this for a living. I earn my money as a science fiction expert. So how cool that we can connect this now to data, actually. And my perspective is on Cyberpunk and Solarpunk, and these are two science fiction genres, and they transmit quite a different narrative. And you see on the left side, this is a film still of Blade Runner, which you probably know. And you see in Cyberpunk, as the film goes, this is really a dystopian setting. So it's raining, it's dark, everything is commercialized, and you have really class differences. So the rich people live up in the city, the poor ones on the ground, literally. This is actually a vision of Los Angeles in 2019. But actually it was, of course, the future, because the film came out in 1982. And what's important, that this is not a forecast, you know, it's kind of a metaphor. It is a projection canvas for political statements. And in contrast to that, you have on the right side a Solarpunk vision. I hope you recognize the city. Obviously, so it's Berlin in 2048 actually, so let's see if we can make this come true. But of course, total contrast, you know, it's green, it's friendly, it's obviously sustainable. So I think the main differences are quite clear. So, but why actually look at science fiction? Because science fiction is the genre of scientific and technological progress. Of course, fictional, yeah, it's true, but it's plausibilized within the stories, and it really talks to our modern worldview. And what's interesting, so you have new technological inventions, you have new stuff going on, but what's the interesting thing is, because also I'm a political scientist, you know, I'm not so much interested in how the tech works, but I'm interested in the social, political, and cultural implications. I mean, just to give you an example, because everyone, I guess, knows Star Trek. So what's interesting is that Star Trek is kind of a post-capitalist universe, a utopian universe, and this is enabled by the so-called replicator, which is a technology with which you can replicate like everything. So how this works, I don't know, but what's interesting is the thought experiment on this post-capitalist society. And also, this thought experiments also transmit value judgments. So in Star Trek, it is that, you know, a post-capitalist society is actually good. We want to have that. But of course, it's also always a commentary on the present, because as in Cyberpunk, this kind of grim, dire outlook really talks to our present, and it connects the present with this narrative to the future. And I think this makes science fiction so interesting, because it talks about, it makes a comment on the present in connection to a future vision at the same time. And yeah, this is why you can really find a lot in science fiction. So coming to cyberpunk and technology and data, actually. So cyberpunk is one of the science fiction cult genres since the 1980s. And the term consists of cyber. Cyber means everything technological. You know, like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, brain-computer interfaces, everything you can imagine. And punk means really coming also from the 1980s, being against the establishment, really like punk rock music at that time. And one of the main narratives of cyberpunk is high tech, but low life. So, you know, we have brain-computer interfaces, but actually the world looks very dire and grim, like in Blade Runner, for example. So you have techno worlds, but you have dire megacities. You have them dominated by unethical big tech corporations. And everything you can do as an individual, as a group, is trying to hack the system, trying to survive, but you cannot really change it. Yeah, that's actually the main problem. You cannot, there's no solution. And this is really a comment on the time, because end of the 70s was like the emergence of the neoliberal paradigm, and this criticism of the big tech corporations is kind of direct comment to that. So technology per se means addiction, it means oppression, it means dependence, commercialization, and centralization by the big tech corps. So I have here some more examples, because, I mean, it is a cool genre, so you find like iconographic films and novels and also video games. So here on the left is William Gibson's Neuromancer, which was also defining for the genre. And I think here you really see the high-tech, low-life, right? Because, I mean, smoking a cigarette with the VR glasses. And William Gibson, he termed the word cyberspace, so it was first in his book. Also, cyberpunk, or Japan and Japanese culture was really important for cyberpunk. So you have the Akira animation film, or the whole Ghost in the Shell franchise. And also Matrix was in 1999 kind of a renaissance of the genre. And in Matrix, you know, it's not even only a big tech corporation. It is like a machine dominance rule that captivates us humans in the Matrix, which is our real world. And also in the film, I guess you know it because it's really popular, you try to kind of hack the system, right? And yeah, maybe in the last Matrix, I think it was out 2 years ago, I mean, it was kind of positive, so maybe a change is possible. So maybe Matrix could be also Solarpunk. And Solarpunk is another, actually it's a science fiction-based movement, I'd say. And it's very recent, so it's been here now for around 10 years. And the term solar Solarpunk comprises solar, which means everything sustainable. I mean, the term derived from solar energy, solar panels, but of course not every Solarpunk story is now about solar panels anymore. And punk, which is also kind of a rebellion against the establishment, but more importantly, it's a real system change. So I'm not only hacking the system, I'm changing the system. So the main narrative, or one of the main narratives, is not or, but and, meaning we need to connect like all possible transformation. We need new tech, we need technical solutions, we need social transformation, we need a new relationship between humans and nature and tech and the cities. So a really change of the overall structures. So yeah, do you recognize this city over there? A Solarpunk version of Singapore. It's Singapore. And yeah, obviously you have bright techno futures, friendly urban environments, and they are based on a strong sense for community and collaboration. And the technology means liberation, empowerment, decommercialization, decentralization, and interoperability. And I might add, of course, data sharing, which would be the base of that. So I have two examples now how a Solarpunk story could look like. One is a smaller example. It's a short story, and also the setting is smaller. And it's called The City of Coordinated Leisure by Cory Doctorow. And he was also a speaker here 2 years ago. He's a tech activist and science fiction author, and he really tries to connect his activism with writing fictional stories. It's from 2018, and he envisions a new urban future in California, where he lives. And in the city, I think it was, I forgot actually the city now. In the Californian city, tech and data is coordinated. And it's coordinated communally, and it enables the citizens actually to restructure their days according to their needs, to like the social, communal, and also personal needs. But this is just the background, so there is a story, and the story is really sweet. So there is a 5th grader, Arturo, and he wants to celebrate a spontaneous block party in the street where he lives. Burbank is the city, yeah. It's set in Burbank. And yeah, in the end, he succeeds. He can organize his block party, and even the adults take part in it. So they have a party, and I quote now from the actual text. So the adults, whose work scheduling apps had been able to rearrange their schedules to give them all an impromptu day off right then, in the middle of a week, in the middle of a beastly heat wave, in the middle of their very own street. So you can hear, you know, this liberation, empowering factor. So probably there is some data coordination going on between the people. Probably they have quite an arrangement, what is public, what is personal data. And what's important, if you have this new science fiction novum, which would be there a work scheduling app, which is actually used by everyone and is interoperable. This liberates you. You know, in a cyberpunk setting, you could think of a big tech corporation oppressing the employees with kind of an app like that. So you need to work more, or you need to work harder. And in this cute little story, it is liberation. So you are the owner of your own data and of your own leisure. Another example is a bigger one. It is not a short story, it is a book, and the whole setup is also bigger. So, and it's from a German, so we don't need always to refer to other countries. We have also Solarpunk utopian science fiction based in Germany. And Lino Sedis, he's an organizational consultant and a self-declared utopist, and he published this book in 2020. And this now is the German version. There's also an English version for free download. And you see again, you know, this Berlin image from the beginning. And in this world, I mean, there was, you know, some major disasters, but then humanity like changed path, and now the world is actually a better place. And there are some examples referring to data in the book. So, for example, all public data is transparent to avoid corruption and misuse, or you have scientific research and publications freely accessible in a decommercialized and open database. Or, for example, agriculture is optimized via coordinated data models, and they oversee what kind of cultivation is needed, what is best for the soil, when do you need to change it. And of course, we have secure and safe digital identities, and we can easily complete all official procedures and forms. Wow, in Berlin, unbelievable. So this is the setup of this book. There's also, of course, a story going on. Yeah, there are characters, there is a storyline. Otherwise, it'll be a bit boring to read, so it should also be entertaining. And this is also a thing with Solarpunk, so don't forget the fun. In the story before, it is actually a party that is going on in the street. And also in this book, there is, yeah, it's positive. People have also fun. So what does this now have to do with politics? So why should we engage with such different narratives as decision makers or researchers or citizens or whatever you are sitting here? Narratives are powerful. I mean, they shape how we think about the world, they construct the world, and science fiction narratives have this future outlook. So you have this critical reflection on the present. I mean, with Cyberpunk, people saying we're actually living in this dystopia already with these big tech corporations. So you have a comment on the present. You have also an exploration of future trends, which is, for example, in Solarpunk, the whole discussion, you know, about sustainable energy, which is things that are already there, extrapolated into the future. And you have also visions and metaphors. So when I'm talking about those science fiction genres, this does not mean that we will live in a solarpunk or cyberpunk world literally. These are visions, these are metaphors. This is not about forecast, you know, neither forecast nor foresight. This is a frame you can work with. But either way, it can be a warning and an inspiration. So if you strategically, you know, or systematically engage with these stories, for example, in educational settings or in other settings, you can have examples or make a change, and it can mobilize people and be a call for action, what narratives normally do. But for a frame in your head to organize the politics, the actions, the initiatives you're thinking about, I think it's a very good frame to ask yourself, you know, what I'm thinking about, what I'm working on right now, where is the solarpunk frame, where is the cyberpunk frame? So I think the overall question we all can ask ourselves is, what is your science fiction story for Europe in the sense of the digital regulation? And under this overall question, of course, does my science fiction story for Europe actually meet what I'm working on? Because only then a narrative gets powerful, if like the narrative and the actual action taking place match each other. So this was my food for thought. It was actually termed a get-together note, right? So we should get together now. And I thank you and wish you a nice evening.
Ein Angebot der Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung.